Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Georgia versus Colin Gray. We are in day 9. Day 9, and looks like YouTube chat is back. If you guys were with us yesterday, Colin Gray had some problems with YouTube chatting, and then also Corey Richens was just ridiculous. So if you guys were with us yesterday, that was a lot of fun. All right, let's get to our intro. All right, welcome in everybody. We are into day 9 of Georgia versus Colin Gray. We heard from yesterday was nothing but Jason Smith. He had the second interview with Colin, and also the interview with Jenny. So we heard Jenny's testimony. Well, we heard her interview yesterday. We heard her testimony the day before. So before we get started, let us welcome in everybody. I'm so happy our chat is back. Amanda, good morning to you. Anthony, good to see you. Kimbers, good morning. Brown-eyed girl, Angel, good to see you. Joy, good morning. Sassy, good morning from Ohio. Stand for the truth. Good morning. Miss Bree, good morning from Hudson Valley. Never Police Videos, good to see you from Georgia. Joy, good morning to you. And Amanda. Let's see, who else? Let me scroll through here. Iowa Backyard. Good morning to you. Allison, good to see you. Miss Business. Yeah, YouTube was wonky yesterday. That is for sure. Interesting day yesterday in YouTube land. Little Lulu, good morning to you. Austin Gardner, hello. Good to see you. Shirley, thank you for joining us. Let's see, let me scroll through. Allison, I missed it. What happened, please? With what? With YouTube, we couldn't chat. You couldn't type English. You had to type either emojis or different language. We were talking in French, Italian, Spanish, or you could just do like hi, how are you? You'd had to like spell out. Basically, it was not reading English. It wasn't picking up English. Elaine, good morning. Wet, miserable day in the UK. Oh, sorry to hear that. Richard, good morning to you. Nana, good to see you. Let me see. Who am I missing? Am I missing anybody? Tammy, good morning to you. Let's see. Miss Business. Let's see. I want to make sure I don't miss anybody here. Lots of people checking in. Always good to see you guys. Sherry, good morning to you. Let's see. Just a Girl Baking. What are you baking today? Lazy Boys, good to see you. You guys got some more snow coming, or has it already? I think you have some more snow coming, right? Mallory, You're tired today? Sorry to hear that. Yes, hit the like button. Good job. I have to do it myself. Marlene, good morning to you. Seattle, no rain till Tuesday. Gracie, good morning to you. Elaine, yes, I'm doing well. I had a really good night's sleep last night. I went to bed at 10:30, got up like once or twice, and actually didn't really get out of bed until 6:30. So I feel rejuvenated. Heidi, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Alice, good morning. Good morning. Jane Dixon, hello, hello. Welcome in. Stella, good vibes only. Good to see you. It's fun to say your handle. Poppy Red Mustang, hello. Angelique, good to see you. Buenos dias, Jane. Yeah, it was interesting. it was fun. Mimi, good to see you. Lori, today's your Friday. There you go. Jadzia Dax, awesome. Yeah, definitely top messages to live chat. You have to remember to do that. Top chat to live chat. Iowa Backyard, Winter Libby, good morning. Scent Bunny, good to see you. William D'Angelo, thank you for joining us. Brett, oh, you got rain right now. Sharon, good morning to you. Katie, good to see you. Legally Blonde, Guten Morgen. Yes. Pixel Friends, yes. It was fun yesterday. It was fun. Jan, aka Jan, good morning. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Green Eyed Cat, good to see you. Linda, good morning. Good morning. All right. Get settled in, everybody. Seems like YouTube chat is back, so that's good. Let's see. Let me come over here, see if we have a feed yet. All right, still no feed. So I'll stay here for a minute. All right, so we had Kuda Girl, fantastic new chatter with us. She has gone to the court 3 days in a row now, right? Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. She's planning, I think, on going today and tomorrow. So she's been giving us inside reports after our stream. So if you guys haven't seen that, I would definitely suggest going back. And they're like 15 minutes, 10, 15, 20 minutes when she'll call in. And she's giving us in the courtroom perspective. She's been having some problems with the bailiffs. They've been kind of, keeping an eye on her, if you will. So hopefully today she'll be able to, if she goes today, she'll be able to get there without having any problems. Yeah, she's been telling us how the jury's reactions. I think there's eight men, 7 women, 20s to 60s, and they're all pretty attentive. I think she said maybe 2 of the younger ones are maybe not as attentive as some of the older jurors, but they all seem to be paying attention. We're definitely winding down. State has 2 more witnesses. 2 more witnesses to go. So I'm thinking the state's going to rest today. I could see the state resting today. They did say last week that they were going to rest Wednesday or Thursday, and here we are Thursday. So I can see them resting today. Let's see, today's day 9. And yesterday, if you guys weren't here, we had a poll. What would you vote? And so we had cruelty to children only, M in the second degree only, reckless conduct only. Those were his charges, and we didn't get to the lesser included because defense is still working on those, or all of the above. So all of the above won. 58% of you said all of the above. 29% said reckless conduct only. 7% of you said M in second degree only, and 6% said cruelty to children only. So the majority of you did vote guilty on all of the above charges. So, Joanne Jedi Platypus, good morning to you. Sweet Vampy, only people who knew Spanish could write in live chats. It was insane. It was pretty interesting, that's for sure. Fanny, good morning to you. Molly, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So Richard says it was an unexplained bug of unknown source. Yeah, that's code for somebody tripped over a cord. Tracy Tinker, good morning to you. Good to see you. Yes, and Brat was laying down. Brad, is that Russian? I'm not even sure what that is. Joanne Jedi Platypus, glad that we don't need a second or third language to communicate. It was fun. I had a blast with you guys. Good morning, Garden. Good to see you. JP Rabbit and Kathy, good to see you guys. Christy, good morning to you. The jail calls were hilarious, Heidi's saying. The jail calls. I'm not sure what that is. Which trial? Lisa, good morning to you. Undercoverage. Nope, no, Undercover Angel, sorry. Undercover Angel, good morning to you. Good to see you. Tracy, good to see you. So it was Russian? Okay. That's what I thought. Good morning, Kelly. Thank you for joining us. I honestly thought I read that as undercoverage. Undercover Angel. Undercover Angel. Hector's mom. I'd like to apologize for tripping over the cord. Hey, Debbie. Good morning. Kimbers, there you are. Good morning to you. Jenny Lynn, hi. Welcome in. All right, let's check in our feed here. Do we have a feed yet? Let me see. All right, they are going live in 3 minutes, so we'll give them that time. Let's see. Yeah, we can recap kind of briefly. Yesterday, it was all about Colin's second interview. Remember, he had an interview at his house with the female agent, Kelsey Ward, interviewed him, and then he took Jenny to Treehouse, which is a place where they interview children, and then then he was interviewed after that, and then the defense got up to cross, and they played Jenny's, and it was hard to hear. It was hard to hear because well, the mic wasn't near her. Let me put it that way, or whatever recording device. So it was kind of hard, but trying to think what were some moments that came out of that. Colt made the server that they played on. They played Minecraft, Call of Duty. Let me think. He would delete an account after a week or two. She talked about Tumblr and Pinterest. So again, we heard all these things before. She knew that Dad and Colt talked about his shrine. Remember, Colin was like, I don't know anything about it, and I didn't know who this person was. Let's see. And it didn't sound like he told her to lie or anything. How did Dad describe what happened? He didn't really want to talk about the shooting, but how he didn't know where Colt was. So Colin would say, after work, he'd come home, they'd come home from school, and they would go to the playground every day. They go play football, they do all this stuff. And then Jenny's like, yeah, no, he was in his room all the time. Colt was in his room all the time. So let's see. And I think at the very end, it was sad when she says she's worried about her family being in trouble, and she was worried about people thinking they're bad people. I thought that was pretty poignant, because she's innocent, and she's, the world thinks that, I don't know what the world thinks. I'm sure they don't think that she's, I don't think she's a part of it, but it is sad that she has that on her back right now. So let's see. Anthony, you tried to join, but you actually forgot your password. Try to remember. No worries there. Is Gordon with us? Where is Gordon? Rock and roll, there you are. Gordon, good morning. I see you. Karma. Karma. Good morning to you. Mimi, good to see you. I try to catch you all. Sorry skipped over a few here and there. Couldn't care less. Good to see you. Jaded Wonder, good morning. Let's see. Sharon, you had, okay. How do we know when article was plain as day on the wall? Oh, how did he not know when the article was plain as day? Yeah, I agree. I agree. It is, it's hard to imagine that he didn't know. Okay, looks like we got a feed. All right, let me get us over here. All right, feed is up. And let's get there. Let's pull up our feed here and get ready for day 9. Allison, thank you. I try to catch everybody. Shirley, good morning to you. Suze, is it Suzele or Suzele? Oh, sunny Cleveland, right on. I grew up in the Cleveland area. I know we have a lot of people from Ohio. So, thank you for joining us, Sue. Is it Suzele? He told Jenny to lie to police that he knew about the wall pictures. Let's see. So yeah, you know what? I got a good poll for us. All right, I'm gonna while we wait for excuse me, while we wait for trial to start, I've got a new poll for us. Let's see here. All right, so what would be a warning sign for you? All right, what would be a warning sign for you? All right, new poll for you guys. Let's check this one out. All right, new poll for you, chat. All right, got a new poll there for you guys. Hey, Raj and Murgatroyd, good to see you. Is Kuda with us? There you are. Kuda, you found some info about him, about being read his rights or not. Oh, yeah, what's the deal? Sure Life, good to see you. Raj saying hello. Tracy, I don't think it helped the defense playing the daughter's interview. The only lie was about playing game, maybe it made her sad. Right? All right. Yeah, all of the above. I know. I run out of options. We only have 4. You guys always say, all the above. If I had 5 options, 5 fields, I would add that. Or none of the above, all of the above. But we have to pick. He was not read his Miranda rights. Interesting. So why didn't the defense fight to keep that out, I wonder? Yes, I know. I only have 4 fields, guys. I only have 4 fields. You got to pick between. You got to make a choice. Hate to put your feet to the fire. You gotta pick one. See, there you go. All of the above, but Cruise Shrine was the worst. Cruise Shrine. Every single one of them. I know, you guys. I only have 4 fields. So, is this poll just for divorcees? No waiver was signed even on top of that. Why didn't the defense come hard on that then? I can't believe that. Hey, Red Snap. Good morning. All right, so clearly you guys are saying all the above. All right. So, here we go.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Judge. Here you go. There you go. All right. Well, Mr. Smith coming today?
He is. He is looking for something for the computer real quick.
Okay. Well, we do have an issue. A juror notified the bailiffs that he wasn't feeling well today. He was instructed to come on in. He's got a mask. Come in. He does want us to talk to him. So we need to bring him in and see kind of what's going on. We're going to do that now. Do you need a minute?
We can go ahead and do it, Your Honor.
If you want to bring him in, just put him in the jury box.
Yes, sir. Number 8.
Oh boy, there's a sick juror. Sick juror, you guys. Someone's sick. Juror is sick. They're going to come in and talk. He's going to come in and talk. A sick juror. Well, there's always Corey.
Good morning, sir. So it's been relayed to me that you are not feeling well today. Can you give me some details with that?
Just mainly a lot of sinuses and chills and stuff. Chills, aches.
Okay. Have you taken your temperature?
No.
When did you start feeling bad?
Couple days ago, but pretty much most of the night was just nothing but like head pounding sinuses and chills.
Are you taking anything?
Yeah. Tylenol, sinus.
Over the counter stuff?
Yeah.
How do you feel right now?
Off and on. I feel like some chills are coming back.
You don't have questions for him? What are you asking? Are you asking to be removed from the jury?
Didn't know either removed or I don't know if I can do it like virtually or anything like that. I don't know how that works. I know it's done before, but just don't feel like I should be around others.
All right. And I don't obviously from your selection recall your situation. Are others in your home sick or?
No, just me.
Questions, Mr. Brooks?
I don't have any questions. I didn't know if y'all wanted to take his temperature. If he's having chills, he probably does have a fever. But.
Questions from the defense?
Good morning.
Morning.
If you've got a little bit of time to go to the doctor and get some medication for it, do you think you'd be able to resume?
I could if I could get rid of those chills, but I don't think I'd want to do chills in the middle of a jury box.
Okay.
I mean, it's the worst thing I've ever felt, and I don't usually get sinuses like that. Or they said more like flu-like symptoms.
Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds like you probably need to go with one of the doc in the box or something like that, maybe. Okay, just get some medication for it.
I've already been taking sinus medicine and stuff like that, so an antibiotic or.
And let me do this. Is anyone in Forest where you guys?
We have a thermometer at the front door where they used to take temperatures.
I imagine there is one around.
I may have already broken it a little bit because I've got sweats a little bit right now, but it's like a thing that comes and goes. So maybe like hour later, he'd be right back.
All right. Y'all go ahead and, do y'all have anything in 4?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Do you have anything in 4 where you can go?
No, sir.
Go ahead and just put him in 4 for right now.
Yes, sir.
I'll have more discussions out here.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Well, sick juror, they're going to...
Hey, Terry,
Yes.
we put little...
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, okay. We're just going to do it again. It's okay, it's okay. I just don't want you to get
I didn't know. I'm thinking, I seen them. I said,
Right.
my God.
Very well. Can you all go ahead and inquire? What do you have in the way of a thermometer?
I can just have them.
Please don't say that.
So many questions.
The sergeant's going to bring the thermometer up here and he's going to go to jury room 4.
Who is in charge?
The sergeant, Sergeant Murray.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work. Never mind, no, no.
Well, I think he said he's been sick for a couple days or hasn't been feeling well for a couple days, so he's spread whatever he's got, he's spread it already. So I think at this point, minimize it, send him home, get him out of there. They have, coup de grace, you counted 15, but usually there's 16, so it would be 4 alternates, getting them down to 12. In any event, they haven't chosen the alternates yet. Get them out of there. Don't infect the entire jury, because if you infect the entire jury and they're all sick tomorrow or Monday, that's just going to blow this whole thing up.
The defense has not submitted jury charges yet, is that right? Or hadn't?
We have not. There is a pattern, or not a non-pattern charge Mr. Berry is preparing for me now. And then I'm going to email that as soon as I will finish it while the first witness is on.
She works on the rate. She did today. She'll be late. I think she comes in later and they've changed her hours for this trial.
Get one of the,
Yeah, see if somebody from history like our prison elements for
one thing to the show. Can you get a hold of either Ray or Mike and have them bring it to us?
Yeah, but
Yes.
Ray and Paper towel, please.
All right, so his temperature's presently not a few words, lower than 97. I don't remember those thermometers being super accurate, but an option I have is put him in the chair on the end, clean the chair in the area where he was sitting, keep him in the other jury room today, having let me know if he's feeling bad so that it's interfering with his deliberations. The only other real viable option, as I see, is to release him. What are y'all's thoughts?
I would start with the first option first, Your Honor, before releasing him.
I think probably so. We'll give up our jury room for him and just kind of monitor. You can sit him on the end over there.
It sounds like a great idea.
I hate to tell him I've been feeling the same damn way for 2 weeks. So
Yeah. All right, thank you.
I have to get some cleaning supplies.
Yeah, I've got them bringing them up.
Okay. You said you got it. Huh? You said you have them bring them up?
They're bringing somebody up.
Oh, okay. All right.
One thing to Trump. Disregard, we'll get that from the
Brief the jury.
I'll do it in a minute. And just let them hang tight for now.
All right. Okay, so everybody's coughing now. So it sounds like he doesn't have a temperature. So they're going to clean the area where he was sitting. They're going to keep them in another room. They're going to keep the jurors in another room. So they're going to put him in one room and they're going to put the jury in another room, I guess. And then Jimmy Berry just said he's been feeling the same way, the same damn way for 2 weeks now. So it sounds like they're going to clean the area. Cuda girl, I just hope that you're not going to get sick. Be careful if you do go in. Mask up. Wear a hazmat suit. Walk in with a hazmat suit. Walk in with a hazmat suit and say, I'm ready, Judge. It seems like they did take his temperature. They said the thermometer wasn't that accurate. I didn't hear what it was, but he said his temperature is not, and then he trailed off. Then he said clean the area in the chair he was sitting, keep them in another room. That's an option. And the state said he'll start with the first option before releasing them. So you gotta be really careful, man. If I can't imagine there's nobody else infected. I mean, if he's been sick for 2 days now.
Your Honor, I have time for a quick break. Thank you.
Hey, Skrubnik.
Deputy Harvey
Because they are all coughing, Amber.
Sorry about that. If you don't mind, you can just wipe off his chair, the arms, and then the railing and stuff around where he sits.
I saw that snowcat. Yeah, I mean that entire room is infected right now. I mean, let's face it. You know when you cough. Remember during COVID and all those experiments they would show, when you cough, it goes all over. So if he's coughed, sneezed, he's touching things.
The last one.
You can hear him spraying.
Thank you. What we're going to do is, we're going to bring the jury in a minute, and then when they're here, if you don't mind, can you just wipe down or disinfect their jury room? Thank you, ma'am.
I'll go into the jury room.
Just going to make sure that chair seat's dry.
Yes, sir. We'll put 49 sat here. We'll put 49 down there.
Okay. Everybody can just slide in wherever they want to do.
Okay.
Thank you, Terry.
Should be good.
Thank you. If you will, bring 82 back in,
Yes, sir.
and then bring him back in when we talk.
Yes, sir.
You can just stand there. You're good. So what we're going to do for today is we're going to sit you on the end, and we're going to have you deliberation room where you were just now, okay? If at any point you start feeling bad such that you think, I can't even focus, I can't pay attention to the evidence, or if you believe, hey, I've got a fever, I'd like them to check me.
Yeah.
Let me know, and we'll go from there, okay? And then that's how we'll handle today. So if you, like I say, if you start feeling really bad and can't focus, if you need a break, or if you think you may have a fever, let me know.
Yeah.
Okay, you all right with that?
Yeah, like I said, I'm just more worried about health of others because COVID, went back to COVID, never hit me this hard.
Okay.
So
So you just keep me informed as to how you're feeling and your ability to concentrate, listen to the evidence, okay?
Okay.
If you will now, if you'll just put him in the hall for a second and bring the other jurors in.
Yes, sir.
Because he's going to sit at the end anyway.
Yes, sir.
I'll talk to them.
Yes, sir. Come on.
no.
You just have to take the chair that's in the back of it where his is. She's going to play with the chairs for a second.
I beg your pardon?
Danielle wants to rearrange the chair.
Okay.
I know what she's thinking.
Yeah.
Create some space.
Just like a woman. So bad.
Like that. So he's not sitting near
Okay.
anybody.
I was going to do that.
I'm claiming credit for her idea.
Master of feng shui.
I do what I can do.
Ready, sir?
Yes, We're going to put 82 in that chair, ma'am, so if you don't mind, move to the back row. And then Brooks, you can bring him in and put him in that new chair.
Oh, okay.
You can put him in that chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, jury is not feeling well. He wore a mask in today. I've given him instructions to advise me if he does not have a fever presently. Giving instructions if he starts feeling worse as the day goes on. We're going to keep him in another jury room during lunch and during breaks. Just go ahead and isolate things today. We disinfected while y'all were still in there. We disinfected the area where he was sitting and the railing there. They're going in to go ahead and disinfect your jury room presently, just so you're aware. Okay. Anybody have any questions or concerns? All right. Thank you. All right. State calls next witness.
The state calls Investigator Ashley Gilliland. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your last name for the court reporter.
Yes, my name is Ashley Gilland, Ashley Gilleland.
And where are you employed?
I work for the Barrow County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you worked for the Barrow County District Attorney's Office?
A little over 6 years.
What are your job responsibilities at the Barrow County DA's office?
So I'm a post-certified investigator. My role is essentially when the cases come into our office to help prepare them for court hearings and or trials. That can range anywhere from locating, interviewing witnesses, victims, obtaining search warrants for any kind of evidence that's needed in the case, as well as analyzing that evidence and then creating a summary that makes it easier to understand.
So essentially, when a case comes to the DA's office, do you continue the investigation?
I do.
Prior to working for the District Attorney's Office, where did you work?
I worked for the Hall County Sheriff's Office.
And what were your job responsibilities there?
I was an investigator in the Persons Crime Division, so any kind of crime that involved a person as a victim.
And when you just testified about your job responsibilities, you mentioned that one of those is to collect additional evidence. And does that include digital evidence?
It does.
What kind of digital evidence do you collect and review while at the DA's office?
Typically, any kind of cell phone extractions, computer extractions, social media records, location data, surveillance video.
And how often do you review cell phone extractions?
Almost every day.
And what is the purpose of reviewing those cell phone extractions?
To kind of gather any kind of information that's on the extraction related to the case.
How often do you compile a summary of cell phone extraction data?
It's really case dependent and also depending on the amount of evidence, the amount of digital evidence in a case, but I would say probably fairly regularly.
And what does that generally entail?
I usually start with a timeline of events surrounding the incident date, and then again, depending on the amount of digital evidence, if it comes from cell phone extractions, computers, social media accounts, I will then take all that information and put it into a summary, usually in a PowerPoint form, just to make it easier to digest.
And in addition to doing cell phone extraction, data review, do you also attempt to collect Google records?
I do.
And tell us what kind of records do you try to get from Google?
So Google obviously collects and stores a ridiculous amount of information, and Google will require you to be very specific in what you ask for. But Google can provide anything from emails, search history, web history, location data, historic location data, the devices that are associated with the Google account. Google also now has Ring doorbell cameras, Google Nest, Google Docs, Google Photos, Google Meet, Google Chats. Again, it has a lot of information.
And you mentioned location data. What do you mean by location data?
Anything with a latitude and longitude can be mapped. It comes in from many different sources. So the one you think about mainly is cellular records. So your T-Mobile, your AT&T, your Verizon records, those provide location data. Social media records can provide location data. When you log in and out of Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, that can provide location data. Your cell phone as a whole can have GPS, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and then as well as any kind of digital media can also provide location data.
And have you had any specialized training in working with cell phone extractions?
I have.
Can you tell us about that?
So we use a company or a program called Cellbrite to do not only our extractions but our analysis of the evidence. And then within that company, they provide numerous amounts of trainings. So I've had anything from mapping forensic artifacts, searching for digital footprints, forensic techniques for investigators, recreating user activities, search warrants and digital evidence, just to name a few.
And do you have any specialized training in Google records or mapping location data?
For Google records, since there is so much data that can be obtained from Google, they do provide specialized training. There's a previous member from the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force that puts on a training for Google and Apple records specifically, and so I've taken training with that.
And what about with mapping of location data?
There are a couple different programs out there that we use to map location data. The one that we started with when I started at the Bexar County District Attorney's Office was known as CellHawk. So CellHawk provided training in order to how to use the program itself, what types of records were able to be uploaded, how to analyze those records. We've also moved to a new company, I guess you could say, to map the records called Accurate Tracks. It's through LexisNexis, and I did take a 40-hour course on that, learning how to use that program.
And do you hold any certifications related to digital forensic analysis?
I do. I am a member of the ICAC Task Force, which is the Internet Crimes Against Children, focuses on child exploitation and child pornography, and then I also am certified cybercrime examiner.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the field of digital forensic analysis?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
3 times.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to qualify Investigator Goland as an expert in digital forensic analysis.
No objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you assigned to aid in the investigation of the case involving the Apalachee school shooting?
I was.
And how did you become involved in that?
Initially, just from the start, I was in more of an assisting role. So the lead agencies being the Bexar County Sheriff's Office and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation were on the front end. And then my role was more as the evidence kept coming in to start analyzing that evidence and seeing if there was anything additional that we may need.
And did you do additional search warrants to get additional evidence?
I did.
Did you also, and we'll get more into this in a minute, create a summary of the evidence that you reviewed?
I did.
Okay, let's start with the additional records you obtained. What categories of records did you get?
I did get some financial records and then some online schooling records, as well as academy sports and outdoor records.
And as far as financial records, what financial records did you collect?
I did get the Wells Fargo bank records, and the academy sports and outdoor would be considered financial records.
What or whose records were the Wells Fargo bank records for?
They were for the defendant's bank account.
And based on your review of the financial records and the digital evidence, who used the bank account that was listed under Colin Gray?
It appeared to be the defendant.
Describe the time frame of those records.
We requested the time frame from November of 2022 until the incident date in September of 2024.
When you received those records, were they accompanied by a business record certification?
They were.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to go ahead and introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 186, which are the Wells Fargo bank records for Colin Gray under the business records exception.
Whose witness is this?
No objection.
You said 186?
Yes, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Okay, so I am going to pull up that record and, or not the entirety, but just kind of explain, how do we know this is Colin Gray's record?
So this is a cover sheet that we receive once we get bank records. So you see the Wells Fargo logo at the top on the last page. But then this, it says Wells Fargo, and it has the name on the account and the address associated with the account and the account number itself.
Okay. And then I'm going to pull up, what does this page show us?
This shows just like your everyday statement, your bank statement.
Okay. Zoom in a little bit. Can you tell us the columns that when we're reviewing the Wells Fargo records so the jury kind of understands it?
Yes, on the left-hand side is the date, and that's the date that it posted to the account. Some transactions will take a couple days to post to your account. Check number, if a check was deposited, description of the purchase, and then the next column would be deposits and additions, and then the next one withdrawals and subtractions, and then your ending daily balance.
Okay. So you also mentioned you got Academy records, and again, whose Academy records did you get?
I got the Academy records that match the debit card number on the Wells Fargo bank account.
And describe the time frame for those records.
Those were just for the year of 2024.
When you received those records, were they accompanied by a business record certification as well?
They were.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 187, which are the Academy records for Colin Gray's debit card.
No objection.
187 admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then, were other financial records obtained by another investigator in the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
Those were Amazon records.
And whose Amazon records were those for?
For the defendant's account.
Okay. And I'm going to actually, we're going to go through Academy and Amazon real quick to kind of orient the jury. Tell us, these are what kind of records?
These are from Academy Sports and Outdoor. So this is what we get back when we write a search warrant for these records. And you'll see kind of the top left, the date and time. And then the middle at the top, the associate, the transaction amount. And then in the middle, you'll see the items that were purchased, the item price. And then at the bottom, you'll see debit card and the account number associated. And then at the very bottom of the page is the actual store that it was purchased from.
Okay. And then I'll pull up Amazon records, and I'm going to zoom in and tell the jury about the Amazon records.
The Amazon records come back in a spreadsheet, so it's listed by the site it was from, which was obviously Amazon, the order date, the order time, the customer name, the item description, the price, the total that the buyer was charged, and the ship date.
Okay. And based on your review of the digital evidence as well as the Amazon records, who had access to this Amazon account?
The defendant.
And tell us how you know that.
Within a lot of the different records that I analyzed in this case, Colt Gray, the son of the defendant, would request the defendant to purchase items from Amazon, so he would send through text messages, will you buy this, that sort of thing.
Okay. And these, for the record, are State's Exhibit 162. So, did you also obtain some Google records?
I did.
Okay, and whose Google records did you obtain?
In this case, I obtained the defendant's as well as Marcy Gray's.
And what records, particular in the Google, were relevant to this case?
Email, search history, and web history.
What was the time frame of these records?
These were, again, just for the year of 2024.
And were these records also accompanied by a business record certification when you received them?
They were.
And Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 188 under the business records exception.
Senator, these Colin Gray or Marcy Gray?
These are of Colin Gray, correct?
That's correct.
Any objections, Your Honor?
Judge, we would ask for a standing objection based on our objections from yesterday, but other than that, no objection. Does that make sense?
I don't remember us addressing Google records.
They're not in the Google records, but I know the other ones are coming up, that way I don't have to keep doing that.
Okay. But just so that I'm clear, your objections that some break from the jury or we addressed yesterday, I ruled on those. And you just want to preserve that objection.
Yes, sir.
All right. Done.
Thank you, Judge.
So are they admitted, Your Honor?
188 is.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to pull up a page from Google, again, just to orient the jury to what these records look like.
This portion of the Google records is from the web history. You'll see kind of like the top is the kind of the URL that's associated. It says visited, which means that was a particular URL that was actually accessed. And at the time, it shows the date and time as well.
Okay. Let me get your thoughts. Just go ahead and approach. I just want to make sure that it's crystal clear. Just put on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. So, I believe the last set of records you obtained were additional online school records. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the purpose of getting those records?
There was a statement made in the evidence that I reviewed where the defendant had signed or enrolled his son in online schooling.
Okay. And what schools did you attempt to get records from?
I believe it was Georgia Connections and Georgia Virtual.
And okay, on the school records notebook, we also have States Exhibit 189 and 190 in there. And are those the records for Georgia Connections and Georgia Virtual?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, were they also accompanied by a business record certification?
They were.
Your Honor, this time I would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 189 and 190.
Objection.
All right.
And
188, 190.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we'll get into these a little more in a little bit, but just generally, was Colt ever enrolled in either of those schools?
No.
Okay. And did another investigator get the other online public school records in Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And then was that Georgia Cyber Academy?
It was.
Okay. And was Colt ever enrolled in that?
No, he was not.
Okay. All right. So let's move to the summary. You mentioned summarizing digital evidence. In this particular case, what form did that summary take?
A PowerPoint presentation.
And have you made a list, I guess, in the PowerPoint presentation of the digital evidence and other evidence that we're going to go through in this presentation?
I did.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up that summary. We're going to start with the first four. And this is essentially so every time we talk about evidence, we don't have to say the exhibit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So are these the four different types of records we just talked about? Wells Fargo Bank records, Academy Sports records, Amazon purchase records, and defendants Google records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so those are all in this summary?
That's correct.
Okay. And then as far as Amazon purchase records, I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 211.1 to 211.5. What are those?
These are photographs from Amazon.
And are they, tell me how they are related to Amazon.
So with the Amazon records, they also produce what's called an Amazon Standard Identification Number, which is kind of like a serial number or like a barcode you see when you're shopping for something at a store. And then so I took that number from the records and then put that into Amazon, and it would give me the exact photograph and item that was being purchased through the records.
And are these photos of items that were purchased by Colin Gray?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce an evidence states exhibits 211.1 through 211.5.
No objection.
211.1 through 211.5.
Okay. And then the next set of records are the cell phone extractions. What data from the cell phone extractions are in the PowerPoint?
Anything from calls, text messages, photographs, web history, search history, application usage logs, I believe location data as well.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up a text conversation just so you can kind of show the jury how the texts populate on the summary. Can you tell us kind of what the green means and what the blue means?
Yeah, so when you do an extraction from Cellbrite, the program I was telling you about earlier, it will produce it in this manner. So it'll produce it in blue and green messages. And the green essentially will be the owner of the device, and the blue will be the recipient of the text.
Okay. And then did you also kind of create a phone key of the various members of the Gray family?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show that now. So tell us about what this phone key shows and just kind of talk us through it.
Okay, so at the top, the name, so I have the categories name, phone number, contact name, and the defendant's phone, and then the dates the phone number was used. So the name on the first one is Colin Gray. This was the phone number that was associated with the records, and it was from March of 2024 until May 6th of 2024. The next one below that is also Colin Gray with a different phone number. This was a work phone number, and it started May 7th of 2024 until September 4th of 2024. The next one down is Marcy Gray. It is the same number as the one at the top. I know that seems confusing, but she used the phone once she was here in Barrow County. And so those dates are from July 6, 2024 until August 16th of 2024. And it was listed in the defendant's phone as boo-boo/home. The one below that, again, Marcy Gray, this was the number that she used when she was in Fitzgerald from August 17th, 2024 to September 5th of 2024. And then we have Deborah Polhamus, which is the defendant's mother-in-law, and she's listed as Mamu. And then we have Jenny Gray, listed as Jenny Reen, March 22nd, 2024 through September 5th. And then Colt Gray, the first one being March 10th, 2024 to August 11th, 2024. And then the last one is a new phone number from August 11th, 2024 to September 2024.
Okay. All right, and then we have additional records that we're going through that are also going to be in this presentation. So you have listed Enlightenment Counseling records, which is State Exhibit 142, Discord records, State Exhibit 163, Mike's Gun Room records, State Exhibit 164, DNR gun range logs, which is State Exhibit 165, Georgia Cyber Academy, State Exhibit 166, CDR records from Verizon, State Exhibit 167, Georgia Connection records, State Exhibit 189, and then Georgia Virtual records, State Exhibit 190. And does that essentially show all the records that are included in this summary presentation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, were the records you summarized voluminous?
Yes.
Okay, and kind of I guess to illustrate for the jury how much information is in each cell phone extraction, can you kind of give us an illustration?
So there's a lot of information in each of the cell phone extractions, as you said. For example, one phone extraction, if we were to print it out, in this case, was a little over 39,000 pages. So just for like I guess a visual, the 3-ring binders that we have up here, this one's the largest one, which is 3 inches, and it holds approximately 500 pages. So if we were to print out one phone extraction, it would be about 78 binders. So a lot of information.
So is that essentially impossible to print out everything?
Without killing a bunch of trees, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And so because of the voluminous amount of this information, will a summary of this information assist the jury?
Yes.
Okay. And how is the PowerPoint organized?
It's chronologically by date.
Okay. And kind of tell us how the jury can see what date we're talking about. I mean, obviously we'll say it, but just if they need to reorient themselves to the date.
Yes, on each slide in the top left-hand corner will be a blue circle, and that will be the date that we're talking about. So if we're talking for a long time and a date's not being remembered, then it's on the top left-hand corner of the PowerPoint.
Okay. And the PowerPoint that you have created, is it digitally on this hard drive?
It is.
And Your Honor, at this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 191 as a summary of the evidence.
No objection.
All right, 191's admitted.
Okay, so before we present the PowerPoint, I want to go through some basic kind of background information. What's the time frame for the PowerPoint presentation?
Overall, I started with November of 2023, and that was because this was the first month in which the defendant had custody of all 3 of his children.
Okay. And then there, in the presentation, I know we talked about the text bubbles. Are there also some timeline extractions that we display?
There are.
Can you kind of tell the jury what that is?
So a timeline extraction is produced again by Cellbrite, and what it is kind of a date of each one phone extraction. So one binder is from one phone extraction. So one binder will be the defendant's phone extraction, one binder will be Marcy Gray's, one binder will be Colt Gray's, and one binder will be Jenny Gray's. Within that binder, it's by date according to the PowerPoint. And so the timeline extraction is for each of those dates and what's all included in those dates as a whole.
And when you do a timeline extraction, and it includes, text messages, call logs, web searches, are some things duplicated on the timeline extraction?
They can be, yes.
And why would that be?
The phone extraction will pull from different sources. So it can pull from the surface part of the phone if it's a phone call, and then in the file system, like deeply hidden, it can pull from that as well. So you might see it duplicated.
And I want to talk briefly about the times that are displayed on the records. I'm going to look back, show you the Amazon records, and tell us what time frame this is in.
So where it says order time, the first one says 19:51 and 5 seconds, UTC. So UTC stands for Universal Time Coordinated, and it's just kind of the generic time that is used to regulate the clocks all around the world. We here are in Eastern Standard Time, so when we have to go through all these records that are produced in UTC, we also have to convert them to Eastern Standard Time.
And for the majority of the records, are they in Eastern Standard Time in the presentation?
They are, yes, they're converted.
And what would it look like to show that they're in Eastern Standard Time when you see that UTC on the time?
So in order to convert them, Eastern Standard Time is 5 hours behind UTC in the winter months and then 4 hours behind in the summer months. So in this, you will see UTC -5 or UTC -4, which means the records have been converted and those are in Eastern Standard Time.
And anytime you refer to a time, are you going to refer to it in Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and publish the PowerPoint. Now, I know you mentioned that you started in November. We talk a little bit about May of 2023 first?
Yes.
And what happened generally in May of 2023?
This was when an FBI tip came to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office in reference to a potential threat of school shooting, and the Jackson County investigators went out to the defendant's home to speak with him.
Okay. Now, based on the phone key that we just saw, is it accurate that we don't have any phone extraction data from this time frame?
That's correct.
Okay. So we can't see any text messages or phone calls that were happening around this time?
That's correct.
Okay. During your review, did you find a text message related to this investigation?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and show that. And who is this text from and to, and tell me the time of the text?
So this is from it's the number ending in 8572. It says me, which is the owner of the phone, which would be Marcy Gray at this time. And then to the number ending in 2768, Coley Jr. And this would have been the defendant at this time as his phone had already been taken.
Okay. And what did Marcy say to the defendant?
What the heck is this? I keep reading that the FBI investigated Colt last May about making online threats about a school shooting. It says they talked to you too. And this was September 5th at 12:12 p.m.
Okay. And the attachment, I'll pull that up, but what generally is that?
An article, a news article.
Or the
FBI tip.
Okay. And that was released around this time?
It was.
Okay. And and you've reviewed the statements from the defendant as well in preparing your summary presentation?
I have.
Investigator Smith's interview with the defendant was around 3:30 on September 5th. Was this sent to him before that interview?
It was.
Okay. All right. So we are now moving to November of 2023. Tell us what's important or relevant from this month.
This is when the purchase of the 6R rifle
and by
that was used.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That was used in the shooting of Apalachee.
Okay. And I will pull up these records. And again, which records are these?
These are the Wells Fargo bank records from the defendant's account.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up November 13th. One of the transactions on the defendant's Wells Fargo records. Can you tell me what that transaction is?
It's a purchase authorized on November 11th from Mike's Gun Room in Winder for $350.
Okay. And what is Mike's Gun Room?
It's just a local gun shop here in Winder that sells firearms, ammunition, and firearms-related accessories.
And what kind of records do they keep?
They keep the records when a firearm is purchased, and that's a form that's used by the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Bureau.
So if something other than a firearm is purchased, do they have any records to that effect?
They do not.
Okay. And so for November 13th, that was authorized on November 11th, do we know specifically what was purchased?
We do not.
On this date. Is $350, would that be consistent with the down payment of a 6-hour rifle?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Now moving to our next transaction from November 17th. Tell us what that shows us.
This is a purchase authorized November 17th from Mike's Gun Room in Winder for $559.50.
And then is the total between $559 and $350? Would that be consistent with the price of a 6-hour rifle?
Yes.
Now, were you able to obtain information about what was purchased on November 17th?
Yes.
And what did you obtain?
This also included the form that I spoke about from the ATF, which is a legal record when you transfer a firearm.
Okay. And we're going to display that firearms transaction form. Okay, and then we're going to zoom in kind of on the top and the bottom. All right, so what does this form tell us? And kind of explain it through the record there.
As an overall, it gives the what type of weapon it is, the model, the serial number, the type, the caliber, how many are being transferred on this particular date, and also the buyer's full name and address is also included, and then a signature and a date at the bottom of the page.
Okay, and then who bought this firearm and what was the date?
Colin Gray, the defendant, November 17th of 2023.
Okay. And then as far as the serial number, were you able to compare that to the serial number of the gun used in the Apalachee shooting?
I was.
Okay. And I'm going to show that. Okay. And is that picture that is displayed below there, is that one of the crime scene photos from Apalachee High School?
It is.
Okay, and what evidence number is that?
111.141.
Okay. And when you're looking at the serial number on the gun that was obtained from Apalachee, as well as the one from the financial transaction or the firearms transaction record, are they the same?
They are the same.
Okay. And let me go back real quick to the actual record. So this has a address on it of 954 River Mist Circle. Based on your review of the evidence, where was the defendant living on November 17th of 2023?
At 896 Harrison Mill in Bethlehem.
And have you had an opportunity to also get the lease from that address?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what time frame did the defendant move based on that lease?
I believe it was June 22nd of 2023.
Okay. All right. So we are going to have a couple more questions about the firearms transaction record. On that, does it list a particular law?
It does.
And what law is that?
It's the Gun Control Act.
And what is the Gun Control Act? What type of law is that?
It just regulates who can purchase a firearm based on different things.
And what age do you have to be under the Gun Control Act to purchase a firearm?
For rifles, it's 18 years old, and for handguns, it's 21 years old.
And what age do you have to be to purchase ammunition?
It's the same for ammunition, 18 for rifles and 21 for handguns.
And under that same act, are you allowed to purchase a firearm for someone else, or do you have to purchase it for yourself?
You have to purchase it for yourself.
And was that one of the questions that was listed on this form?
It is on this page 21A, and it's checked yes.
Okay, and does that mean it was indicating that Mr. Gray purchased it for himself?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to move to December of 2023. So this is a month after the purchase of the 6-hour rifle. What generally happened this month?
There were some more gun-related purchases.
Okay, and what records do we have that show those?
From Wells Fargo.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up our next record. All right, so tell us what was purchased on this day.
On December 14th, there was a purchase from Mike's Gun Room in Winder for $642 even.
And based on your review of the records that we received from Mike's Gun Room, do you know specifically what was purchased?
I do not.
Okay. So does that mean it was not a firearm?
That's correct.
So some other gun-related accessory?
That's correct.
Okay. And so then the next purchase that we're going to talk about is from Amazon. So I'm going to go ahead and move to that, and that's going to be from December 19th, which is 5 days later. Tell us what was purchased from Amazon on December 19th.
It was a green laser for a rifle for $49.99.
Okay. And would that be like a laser sight?
That's correct.
And that states Exhibit 211.1 that is on the left. What is that?
That's one of the photographs I talked about earlier coming from Amazon with the Amazon standard identification number. So that was put in to Amazon, and that's the photograph that it produced.
Okay. And then, so that's essentially what the irons or the green laser sight looks like?
That's correct.
What about the picture to the right?
This photograph was on Colt's cell phone extraction.
And is that a picture of him using a light that would be, or a laser that would be consistent with the one that was purchased that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, now we're going to move to January of 2024. And tell us generally what happened this month.
There were some school-related emails.
Okay. And who was the school-related email to and from?
It was to the defendant, Jenny Gray and Colt Gray, and from Lorene.
And who is Lorene?
It is the defendant's sister.
And when did she send this email?
I believe the first one was January 25th of 2024.
And where did the email come from?
From the Google records.
Okay, we're going to pull up that email. All right, so can you tell us, you said it was January 25th, what time the email was sent and what it says?
Yes, so the subject is school options and information from Lorene O'Brien, the date January 25th, 2024 at 7:13, and then the two, graycoley444@gmail, which is the defendant's email address, and then another email address that was associated with Colt Gray's email, and then Jenny Gray's email address.
Okay, and so is Colt Gray's email the Q0TLC3?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what did the email say?
It says, "Hi, Coley and Colt and Jenny. I hope you're all doing well. Here are the 3 school options and info about each that I learned about. Open attached Excel. I'm still trying to locate the one form I mentioned in the Excel, the release of information form in virtual school section of Excel. Just want to send this email before it got much later tonight. Once I locate that form, I will send in another email. Let me know how else I can help. Love you all. Ring."
And then, I guess, did the defendant ever forward this email to anyone?
He forwarded it to Jenny.
Okay. Now, at the time of this email, was Coley already enrolled in school?
Yes, he was.
And what was his first day?
His first day was January 16th of 2024.
And so, but Jenny and Colt were not enrolled in school, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, she mentions an Excel spreadsheet. Was that also provided by Google?
It was.
Okay. And what generally does the spreadsheet show?
It shows the 3 options that she talks about in the body of the email.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that spreadsheet. We're going to zoom in on the first one. Okay, so what is the first option?
The first option is attend regular in-person school.
And does it tell the defendant who to contact?
It does. It says register Colt and Jenny, and then contact Michelle Principe, which is the registrar at Heyman Morris, with her email and phone number and fax number.
Okay. And then, based on your review of the records, is this prior to the defendant contacting the school about registering Colt and Jenny?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll move to the second option, which is attend virtual school. Can you tell us what that says?
Yes, so it says they must be fully registered at Heyman Morris, and then kind of steps to do next, download, complete the release of information form, and email, mail, fax to virtual school people. This gives them permission to speak with Heyman or Michelle to get confirmation that the kids are fully registered at regular school first, records, immunization, etc. And then it talks about the next step is already done, which is setting up accounts for them on the virtual school website.
And when you did records for, was it Georgia Virtual?
It was.
Did they have an account that was set up by Lorraine?
They did.
Okay. In terms of, though, then actually enrolling in any classes using that account, did they ever enroll in any classes?
They did not.
Okay. Now moving to the final option, what is that?
Do homeschool using an online curriculum. So must complete and submit this online form to the Georgia Department of Education to inform them the kids are doing homeschool with a link to the website, and then must be resubmitted each school year.
And based on your review of the school records, was a homeschool form ever filled out?
No.
Okay. And then we'll talk about that last little part. What does it say?
This will cost a total of $67.92 per month, and I'm offering to pay for it.
Okay. And based on your review of the records, did Jenny actually enroll in Heyman Morris?
She did.
And did Colt?
He did not.
Okay. Now we're going to move to the next month. So we're moving from January to February of 2024. And kind of what did you find relevant from this month?
There was a gun range visit in the month of February 2024.
Okay. And where was that gun range visit?
The Wilson Shoals gun range.
I'm going to pull up. Were these some of the records that were obtained in investigating this case?
Yes, these are the DNR records.
Okay. So does DNR, are they the ones who maintain the gun range records?
They do.
Okay. And this is from February 29th?
It is.
Okay. I'm going to pull up. We're going to zoom in. Can you tell us what the top kind of row tells us? Like in terms of, it says check all that apply for your visit.
Yes, so there's the time of check-in, the name, and then check all that apply for your visit depending on what type of firearm that you're bringing to the gun range. So what's listed is rifle, handgun, shotgun, muzzleloader.
Okay, and then who went there that day, and then what did they use?
Colin Gray, Colt Gray, and Jenny Gray, and all three of them have rifle and handgun checked.
And then now we're going to move to March of 2024. Can you tell us kind of generally what happened this month?
There was another gun range visit and some more gun-related purchases.
And for our first record that we're going to bring up from Academy, do you know what Academy store this item was purchased from?
I believe this one was in Athens.
And was the defendant working in Athens at the time?
He was.
Okay. So we're going to bring up that purchase record. What date is it from?
March 8th of 2024.
And what was purchased?
A Sightmark Ultra Shot RSP.
Okay. Is that a kind of a different laser sight?
It is. It's kind of used for target acquisition for a firearm.
And how much did that cost?
$149.99.
All right. And then now we're going to, and was this, was a box that was consistent with this laser sight found at the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to pull up that. Okay, tell us what evidence numbers these are. These have been previously introduced from the crime scene photos of the defendant's house.
Yes, the one on the left is 145.108, and then the one on the right is 145.109, which is a more close-up version of the one on the left. And these were found in Colt Gray's closet.
Okay. All right, and then I want to pull up the firearm, and based on your kind of review of the evidence and examining the gun, is the sight mark that was purchased on March 8th consistent with the one that was on the firearm used in the Apalachee shooting?
It is.
Okay. And what did the defendant purchase next?
There was another purchase from Academy Sports on March 28th.
Okay, and we'll bring up that record. And what was purchased that day?
This is a XTS 1-point bungee sling.
And what is a bungee sling?
It's just used for a rifle to have a better point of contact.
And was a bungee sling consistent with this type of sling found in the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull up a picture, another picture from the search warrant. Where was that found?
This was also found in Colt's closet.
Okay. And is the kind of brand name XTS on that bungee sling?
It is.
Okay. And then was there another purchase from Academy Sports that same day?
There was.
Okay, we're going to bring that up. And what was also purchased that day?
Hornady Custom 223 REM 55, which is ammunition.
And based on the description, how many rounds were in that box?
I believe it's a 20-round box.
And is 223 ammunition, is that able to be used in the 6-hour rifle?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to move to the next day, which would be March 29th. Can you tell us what happened on March 29th?
Yes, there was another gun range visit, and this was on Jenny's cell phone extraction.
And where, based on the pictures, where was this gun range?
It appears to be Wilson Shoals gun range.
Was there a record of it?
There was not.
Okay. And the firearm that Colt is using in that picture, is that consistent with the 6-hour that was used in the shooting?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that a photo of that firearm?
It is.
Okay. March 29th, what day of the week was that?
It was a Friday.
And was school in session?
It was.
And then, so was this during, I guess, based on the pictures, was this during the day?
It did appear so.
During the school day?
Yes.
Going back to the previous visit, which was what, February 29th?
It was the 29th.
Was that, what day of the week was that?
It was also a Friday.
And was that school also in session that day?
It was.
And did they go during the school day?
They did. I believe the time was 10:25 a.m. on that record.
All right. So next, we're going to move to March 30th. Did something happen that day?
There was a text message.
And we're going to pull up that text message. And can you tell us who the text message was from and who it was to?
It's from the defendant, and it's sent to Jenny.
Okay, and what time was that text message sent?
It's at 8:49 p.m.
And what does the text message say?
Asking for you to please keep this private between you and me. What is going on with Colt? I can't tell what he's saying, but I can tell it's not good. I will not say anything, I promise.
And so again, this is the day after the gun range visit.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, now we're going to move to April of 2024. And tell us what generally happened this day.
There were some more gun-related purchases, and then some evidence suggesting Colt's behavior.
Okay. So the first day we're going to talk about is April 1st. What generally happened that day?
This was when Colt's grandmother took him shopping.
And do you know where they went shopping based on the pictures?
To Academy.
Okay. I'm going to show you, bring up a text. Okay, who is this text to?
It's to the defendant from Jenny.
And what time was the text sent?
It was 12:41 p.m.
All right, now I'm going to pull up. Is that the picture that was attached?
It is.
And who are those people?
That is Colt Gray on the left and Deborah Polhamus on the right.
All right, and then we're going to zoom in to what Colt is holding. And what is he holding?
There are 4 packages in his hand. All are magazines.
Based on your review of the crime scene photos and the evidence, was one of those magazines found at Apalachee on September 4th?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up a picture from the crime scene photos, 111.131. Is that one of the magazines, or is that consistent with one of the magazines that was purchased on April 1st?
It's consistent, yes.
And then, did the defendant respond to these text messages from Jenny?
He did.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up that response. And what does he say?
He says the best at 1:33 p.m. And that makes me so happy.
Okay. All right, so we are going to move to April 15th of 2024. What are we going to see from that day?
This is the first time that we see Colt with any sort of mass shooter photographs on a wall.
Okay. I'm going to pull that up. Okay, and what date is on this picture?
The date that it was captured was April 15th of 2024 at 6:14 a.m. So you see the red box at the bottom highlighting the capture time. And this is kind of a screenshot from what it looks like on the Cellbrite extractions from the images.
Okay, and then we'll zoom in. So behind Colt in that picture, can you identify who is in that picture, or at least some of the people?
Yes. From what you can see, the two that I can identify are Nicholas Cruz and Peyton Gendron.
And were any of these pictures on the wall, or consistent with the pictures that were on the wall on September 4th?
Yes, there were 2 that I could see.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up. Are those the 2?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now we're going to move to April 21st of 2024. What happens on that day?
There's an email that is between the defendant and Deborah Polhamus.
Okay. And where did you find that email?
I'm in the Google records.
Okay. I'm going to pull that email up. Can you tell us the time it was sent and then read it to the jury?
The date and time is the 21st of April of 2024 at 1:04 p.m. Hey, I'm sorry the kids asked you again. Me and Coley went to church and I told them not to do that before I left. I told them we were trying to keep the power on and internet. I guess I'm going to just have the cable turned off to save money. That's what the other email I sent you was. Colt is relentless and I'm trying not to have him blow up on me. I have sold both of my guns to pay car insurance and food, but as fast as I get stuff, it's gone. I feel like I'm going to get an offer from the interview I had, then I have a face-to-face Tuesday, and then Wednesday I'm meeting with Kevin Price in his office and hope to get an offer for that as well. I totally hate that we are having to ask for anything from you, Mama. I asked 2 of my sisters and it just started a fight, but I'm going to ask again. I don't know what else to do.
Okay. And now we're going to move to May of 2024, the next month. Kind of tell us generally what happened this month.
There were some more gun-related purchases during this month, as well as search history.
Okay. And the first day we talk about is going to be May 3rd. What happened that day?
There was a purchase at Elite Pawn.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that purchase. So May 3rd, what was the amount of the purchase from Elite Pawn?
It was $794.80.
Okay. And are you familiar with Elite Pawn and jewelry?
I am.
And what's and are you familiar with that, like in your capacity as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And what generally is sold there?
It is a regular pawn store that has lawn equipment, tools, but it also has a gun store as well.
And I'm going to pull up kind of a picture of the storefront. Is that what the storefront looks like?
It is.
And on the left there, it says the gun room at Elite Pawn. Is that all in the same store?
It is.
Okay. So you can buy guns and ammunition there, but it still is, you're purchasing it from Elite Pawn.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you attempt to get records from Elite Pawn?
I did.
And were you able to obtain any?
I was not.
And why is that?
Shortly after the incident date for this case, Elite Pawn changed ownerships, and with them changing ownerships, they also changed over their systems that they use to keep records.
So they didn't have any available for you?
They did not.
Okay. So next we're going to move to May 10th. And what types of text messages are on May 10th?
They are text messages between Jenny and the defendant.
Okay. I'm going to pull that up. All right. Tell me what, you said this was between Jenny and the defendant. Kind of take us through these text messages.
This is May 10th at 8:17 a.m. Jenny sends to the defendant, "Now you started things with Colt."
And what time was that?
At 8:17 a.m. And then she also says, "This day fucking sucks." Also 8:17 a.m.
Okay. And does the defendant respond to these text messages?
He does not.
Does anything else happen on May 10th?
There is another purchase at Elite Pawn.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up that and zoom in. Okay. How much was that purchase for?
$449.34.
Okay. So we're going to move from May 10th to May 21st. What happens on May 21st?
There is a search for a gun safe.
Okay. And who searched for the gun safe?
The defendant.
Okay. All right. And kind of tell us generally what time these searches were and what kind of gun safe it was.
These searches were from the defendant's phone extraction. They were at May 21st, 2024 at 4:44 and 4:45 p.m. And these appear to be safes that can hold a handgun.
And were there any corresponding purchases for gun safes around that time?
There was not.
All right. So now we're going to move to May 27th, which is 6 days later. Tell us what happened that day.
Colt sends the defendant a text message with a attachment of a picture.
I'm going to pull up that. All right. So what time did he send this picture?
At 1:19 p.m.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that picture. And what is that a picture of?
It's a picture of Colt holding a firearm with a green laser light pointing at the camera.
And based on your review of the crime scene photos, is that furniture and that room consistent with Colt's bedroom?
It is.
Okay. And does the defendant respond to that text message?
He does not.
All right, so we are going to move to May 31st, which is 4 days later. What happens that day?
There is another purchase at Academy Sports.
Okay. And what does the defendant purchase that day?
This is from the Conyers Academy Sports location, and it's a Redfield 556223 REM-COM, and this is a cleaning kit for a rifle.
And would it be a cleaning kit that could be used on the Colt Sig Sauer?
It could be, yes.
Okay. And then also on May 31st, does the defendant purchase something else that's gun related?
Yes, from Amazon.
Okay, we're going to bring up that purchase. Okay, and what is that he purchased?
The top one is a flashlight laser combo for $65.99.
And that 211.2, what is that?
That is from the Amazon identification number for the records.
And is this something that could be used on a rifle?
Yes, it could be.
And then does he purchase something else from Amazon?
Yes, the same day there is an accessory rail set purchased for $9.99.
And what is the accessory rail set for?
For a rifle.
And I'm going to pull up 211.3. Is that a picture of the accessory rail set that was purchased?
It is.
Okay. And then 111.140, a crime scene picture from Apalachee. Is that accessory or rail set that is on that firearm, the firearm used in the shooting, consistent with the one that was purchased that day?
It's consistent, yes.
Okay. Now, we're going to move to June of 2024. And generally, what happened on this day?
There are more gun-related purchases and more evidence of Colt's behavior.
Okay. And I misspoke, this month. So we have more than one day in this month that we're going to talk about. So the first day is going to be June 1st. And what did the defendant purchase that day?
There was an Academy purchase for a bore sight laser for $12.31.
Okay. And State Exhibit 211.4, what does that show?
It shows the bore sight laser that was purchased from Amazon.
Okay. And then we're going to move to June 6th. Was something purchased that day as well?
Yes.
And where was it purchased from?
This one was from Amazon as well.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up that purchase record. What was purchased from Amazon on that day?
45-degree fiber optic iron sights for $27.99.
And what are iron sights?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. They're used on a rifle.
Are they something, another type of sight on a rifle?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up 211.5. What is that?
It's the Amazon photograph that was purchased.
And based on the brand that is seen on this picture, were the iron sights that were located on the firearm used in the shooting consistent with the ones that were purchased on June 6th?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so next day, we're going to just move one more day ahead to June 7th. What happened on 6/7?
There were text messages.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up that first text message. June 7th, what time?
This was at 11:57 a.m.
And who sent that?
It's from the defendant.
And who did he send it to?
To Colt.
And what does he say?
Okay, hey Bubba, hear what I'm saying right now, okay? And what I'm about to ask is not trying to start anything. Make sure you understand that, okay? Again, from the defendant at 12:04. Okay, question I have is this. Did you tell Mamu that you had the screwdriver in your hand for self-defense? Please tell me the truth, because we both know I wasn't even looking at you when you threw it at me.
Okay. Does something else happen on June 7th?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
There's another purchase at Academy Sports.
Pull up that purchase record. What time was this purchase?
This was at 3:41 p.m. on June 7th.
And was that after the text message about throwing the screwdriver?
Yes.
Okay. And what was purchased that day?
The first one that's highlighted is BC 17.25 round SNC 5-pack and for $19.99.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up a crime scene photo from the defendant's house, 145.112. What specifically is that was purchased?
A pack of targets.
And are these targets that were found at the defendant's house consistent with the ones that were purchased that day?
They are.
And where were they found in the house?
In Colt's closet.
All right. And then, was there another purchase at Academy that day?
There was.
All right, let's bring that up. And what was purchased?
Lake City, Winchester, USA, which is ammunition.
Okay. And how much was that for?
$119.99.
So based on the amount and based on the description, approximately how many rounds were in that pack?
This was a 200 round pack.
And the Lake City Winchester, were those the type of rounds or type of ammunition that were used in the Apalachee school shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Start by handing you 115 and 109. Can you kind of let the jury know again what those are?
109 is 223 cartridge cases from room 2.152 from Apalachee High School.
And cartridge cases, are those essentially, in layman's terms, spent rounds?
It is, yes.
Okay.
And then 115 is 18 223 cartridge cases, Lake City, Winchester, from the hallway of J floor and room 2.152.
And so based on this purchase, the Lake City Winchester rounds, are they consistent with the rounds that were actually fired, the spent rounds that were recovered in those evidence bags?
They are.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you 124 and 123. And what are those?
123 is one black colored 5.56 gun magazine and 17 Winchester 223 cartridges from the magazine on J floor, hallway J at Apalachee. And then 124 is a black and colored 5.56 gun magazine, 15 Lake City cartridge casings from magazine, or cartridges from magazine, sorry, and 15 Lake City cartridges from magazine, also from the hallway J floor from Apalachee.
Okay. And are those the unspent rounds?
They are, yes.
And are those rounds that were still in the magazines consistent, again, with what was purchased on June 7th from Academy?
Yes, they were Lake City Winchester rounds.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Always. We're going to take a morning break. In here sometime. Let me also, when you see captions, and this is probably self-evident, but when you see captions at the top of the presentation here throughout, those are DA's office captions. Just kind of, to the extent it helps you understand the record, the evidence or the records. Okay? All right, we'll be in recess for 10-15 minutes.
All right, sounds like they're taking a break. Yeah, we'll be in recess. Okay, so they're taking a break. All right, so let's go through what we, because what a morning already, right? So the juror that was sick is, I think, there versus in another room, being able to watch this virtually. I don't know why they didn't do that for him. But anyway, he has a mask on. They wiped down, they aerosoled everything, Lysoled everything. But I think he's still there in the room. So anyway, I don't know if he's sitting like right there with them or if they've kind of isolated him a little bit. But Kuda, if you go there, please be careful. Wear your hazmat suit. All right, so yeah, Hellrider and Kuda, if you guys can hook up tomorrow, that'd be really cool. Get you both on the phone. All right, so we're listening to Investigator Ashley Gilliland. She digital data expert. She looked at financial, school, and online and sports records. Let's see. So she went through Wells Fargo, Academy Sports, and Amazon, as well as Google, both Colin and Marcy. She looked at emails and search and web history. So she started November 2023, which was the first month that Colin had custody of all 3 children. And then she has a timeline. And yes, I do love my timelines. So it starts with May 23rd, which was the FBI tip. And that's when law enforcement showed up. I think it was May 21st, I think they showed up. Meaning the law enforcement, the officer showed up and talked to Colin and Colt about that Discord post. And then we go to, let's see. Then there was this text. They kind of jump around a little bit, but it was May 23rd. And then the text was September 5th from Marcy saying, "What the heck is this? I keep reading the FBI investigated Colt last May, making online threats about a school shooting." So they're kind of trying to connect those two things. Then we go to November 23rd. So here's where the timeline really kind of kicks in. So the Sig Sauer rifle was purchased. November 11th, there was a payment, $350, and then November 17th, $559.50. So I hope at the end of all this, they'll add up all the numbers, but if not, we have the numbers here, or if you guys want to keep track there. So the first purchase was $350. Again, we don't know what he was purchasing, but it's from Mike's Gun Room, and it was $350 and $559.50. So $350, $550.50. So if you guys want to keep track at home, that'd be cool. And I'm hoping they have a tally at the end. And if not, I'll add all these up. So $350, $350, and then $559.50. All right, moving on. In there, there's the Gun Control Act. It regulates who can purchase firearms. So for a rifle, it's 18. For a handgun, it's 21. And you have to purchase it for yourself, I should say, and not for someone else. And then Colin checked that box where it says, do you agree that you are purchasing for yourself? And he checked that. All right, more gun-related purchases. All right, for those keeping track at home, here's another one, $642. She doesn't know what it was, but it was $642 from Mike's Gun Room. Then on December 19th, here's another number, $49.99. Right, so we got $350, $559.50, $642, and then $49.99. All right, then there's a picture of Colt holding the rifle, pointing right at you with the green laser sight. Then in January, there's an email from Lorraine, and I think Sherry, you asked this question. It was the sister of Colin. Her name is Lorraine. She emails him on the 25th. I hope you're all doing well. Here are 3 school options and info about each. And she made this whole Excel spreadsheet. Let me know how else I can help. I don't think she was saying I was going to pay for it, Sherry, but I think at least that's the way I interpreted it. She just said, here's 3 school options. Colin forwarded that to Jenny. Coley was enrolled in January, but Jenny and Colt were not enrolled. So then we go to February 29th. There's a shooting range sign-in. So Colin, Colt, Jenny, and Coley, they all went. Then there was another purchase for $149.99. All right, so there's another number that was for a laser sight, $149.99. Then we've got photos from the gun range at 10:25, which is a Friday. They said February 29th was a Friday. That was a school day. So instead of going to school, they're out at a gun range shooting guns at 10:30. Then Colin texts Jenny on March 30th, please keep this private between you and me. What's going on with Colt? I can't tell what he's saying. And then there's a photo, April 15th, of Grandma in a store, and there's like these magazines. And then April 15th, there's a photo of Colt. Colt has a photo of him, and the shrine is in the background. It's Nick Cruz and Peyton Gendron. And I looked it up. I didn't know that name. He's the one that shot up the Tops supermarket in Buffalo. So Peyton Gendron So it's Nick Cruz, who did Parkland in Florida, and Peyton Gendron shot up the Tops in Buffalo. So those are two pictures that he had behind him. Then we've got Colin texts Debbie, grandmother Debbie, April 21st. Colt is relentless. I'm trying not maybe to have him blow up on me. I have sold both of my guns to pay car insurance and food. So remember, we were like saying, just sell some of those to buy us. So he is. He truly is. And I'm sure the defense is going to come back with that. I'm sure the defense is going to say, hey, he did sell his guns to make, but all right. So then May 3rd, we have a purchase from Elite Pawn, and the gun room is right next door. That was for $794.80. They couldn't get the records from Elite Pawn because they changed ownership, and they didn't keep the records. All right, then May 10th, there's a text message between Jenny and Colt, and now you started things with Colt and Jenny saying, this day effing sucks, and this was 8:17 in the morning. No reply from Colin. May 10th, there's another purchase from at Elite Pawn for $449.34. So he may have pawned them, and then he may have gone back. Maybe that could have been. He could have pawned these, and then he could have gone back. All right, so he does a search. So he searches for gun safes. May 21st. May 21st. It's like what? May, June, July, August, September. 4 months before this happens, he searches for gun safes. And then there's a text on May 27th. There's a Colt text a picture of him holding that gun with the pointing at you, with the gun sight, the green laser sight. And then May 31st, there's a rifle cleaning kit for $14.99. There's another purchase on Amazon, a flashlight and laser combo for $65.99. Then there's an accessory rail set for $9.99. Then on June 1st, there's a bore sight laser purchase for $12.31. And then Amazon, there's another purchase for iron sights for $27.99. Then there's a text on June 7th about Colt throwing a screwdriver at Colin. We've heard about that. June 7th, there's shooting targets are purchased, $19.99. Those are found in Colt's closet. And then there's, it ends, so for now it ends June 7th, ammo, a 200 round pack was purchased for $119.99. All right, did you guys get all of that? Let's see, Hellrider says, I'm blaming Colt. He pulled the trigger, but at the end of the day, he had something called a dad that failed him in all types of ways, and mom. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Colt's going to get his, I was going to say he's going to get his day in court, but hopefully he won't. Hopefully he won't take it to court. Hopefully he'll just plead guilty and call it a day. Kathy, Colin was as immature as his son. John says the nug saves he searched were for hand. Yeah, no, I agree. They were not fit. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. And a lot of you guys were saying that it was small. That was a small. Yeah. So do we throw him a bone for that? Do we say pat him on the back and say, hey, good on you. You at least searched. You at least searched for firearms safes, but right. It's not for what it should have been for. So yeah, I hear you, John. I hear you. Kuda, if you said that, but I'm pulling up Beach Moms. Yeah, he looked nothing. I'm assuming it was Billy. I'm assuming he was referring to Billy from Green Day. Nick Cruz looked nothing like Billy from Green Day. Totally agree with that. Green Day should sue him, Joanne says. All right. Let's see, John. It seems impossible to me that Colt didn't know the FBI tip about Colin was true after he saw the. So it's impossible to me that Colt didn't know the FBI tip about Colin. No, the other way around. It was Colin didn't know the FBI tip about Colt was true. I think if I read that the other way around, then I agree with you. I think it's Colin didn't know the FBI tip about Colt was true. I think I'm going to flip that around. That makes more sense to me. Oh, that's all right, Hellrider. No worries. All right, let's see. Janet, he could get quite a few therapy lessons with the money he spent on those weapons. I agree. Miss Bree, the evidence catches Colin and types of lies. Yeah. Amber, there was also a news article about, how do you miss this? I know, right? I just don't know. And Jefferson County sheriffs came to their house, Cuda Girl says. Good morning, Mary. Good to see you. Cuda also says they told him they had an FBI tip about it. Yeah, the FBI didn't come to his house. It was the what's his name? It was what was that one detective? What was his name? What was his name? Dan Miller. It was Dan Miller and then another officer. I'm not sure if he was a sheriff or, but yeah, Dan Miller. Dan Miller testified, and he was the one that said, "Hey, we got a tip from the FBI, and we're just checking it above." Sherry, okay, see above for your notes. All right, let me see. All right, let me see, Sherry. Did you add it up? Let's see. Let's see. Yes, she offered to pay $67.92 per month. That she offered to pay. Okay, it's at time 38. Okay, so 67. All right, thanks, Sherry. Let's put that in there. Let's see. I missed that part. All right, let me see. Lorraine, let me know if I can help. Okay, what was it now? It was $67.92 per month. All right, cool. Thank you. I missed that part. For time for learning. Okay, time for. Thank you, Sherry. Offer to pay. I'll say offer. I totally missed that. Okay. Offer to pay. Thank you for that. Offered to pay. All right. She offered to pay $67.92 per month. That she offered to pay the time for learning. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Sherry. Good job. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So. Poppy Red Mustang, you're coming in around 3,300. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. Good God, that's a lot of money. But it's what they do, right? I mean, it's what this family does and did, and it's like, buying an ATV or buying bicycles or buying motorcycles or buying sports equipment or buying guitars. I mean, it's you spend your money on what you want to spend your money on. But you got to spend your money. Well, let me put it this way: a guitar's you're not gonna take out 4 people playing guitar. Why is anyone offering if he's making $9,000 a month? Well, we only know that for 1 month. He could have made $9,000 and then he could have not made any money. I don't know. We have to see his bank records, if they're even allowed in. I'm not even sure if they're going to allow all of his bank records in. Hey, right, Hellrider? It's whatever you want to spend your money on, but can a motorcycle take out 4 people? Yeah, I guess you could hit somebody with a motorcycle, sure. But, and it's a shame because Colt apparently was really talented guitarist as well. So it's just a shame that he couldn't, he couldn't keep it together up here, So. Touche, Abe. Touche. Touche. If you're Billy Joe from Green Day, a guitar could take you out. Right? Let's see, Jane. Are the other children getting anything from Dad in the meantime, or is Colt getting anything? That's a good question. Jenny, they didn't ask Jenny. They could have asked her. She was on the stand. They could have said, was Dad purchasing anything for you? Was Dad buying you anything? That's true. Yes, Crazy Mary. His balance was only 1,000 something on that statement. Yeah, I mean, he could have been one of those things where he gets paid per job, or he gets paid every, quarter. So that 9,000, I mean, we have to be careful with that. That 9,000 could have been, every 3 months he gets paid, so that's why I would want to see his bank records. I don't know if that's going to come in or not, but that 9,000 may be for the quarter, and he has to last, he's got to last 3 months, 4 months on that. So to say he made 9,000 a month for a year, we don't know that. You know what I'm saying? We don't know that. So, yeah, Weekend Warrior, I definitely want to see his bank records. I want to see. I want to see. I don't know if that's gonna come in or not. They were kind of debating that yesterday, so I'm not 100% sure. All right, Jenny Lynn, take care. Amber, Zoloft in children is also known for causing violent tendencies, so mom giving them to him without prescriptions was more fuel to the fire. Yeah, if Marcy skates on this, then they made a deal with her, because she should definitely be put under the microscope for handing out Zoloft. That she should definitely be put under the microscope for that. I think that definitely could have contributed. That could have set him over the edge. He could have been like right on. I think we were talking about that yesterday with Cuda Girl, that he's already, he's saying he's hearing voices, and he's got these manic tendencies and whatnot, and that Zoloft could have been just that trigger, that, what do you call it? Yeah, throwing gas on that little flame was there, and then you hear mom gives him Zoloft, and then he does this. So that's tough. All right, we're back.
You look ready. You look ready.
I'm ready.
Bring it back in.
Okay. All right. So now we are moving from 6/7 to 6/10. What happened on June 10th?
There was a purchase of a tactical vest.
Okay. And who was that for?
For Colt.
And who purchased it?
The defendant.
All right. So I'm going to bring up a text message from June 10th. It's a little bit hard to read, but can you tell us who this is from and who it's to, when it was sent, and what it says?
So it was from the defendant to Colt, and it was June 10th of 2024 at 10:16 a.m. And it says, "Yo, I got this for you, son, because I love you. And also so hopefully you can work on being a little more patient. Colt, when it comes to you, and if you need something, if I can do it, I will do it. But if I cannot, then I can't do it. And that's when I need you to be okay with it. Knowing that as soon as I can, I will. At the end of the day, being disrespectful and flat out being mean and ugly doesn't do anything. So please, when you feel like you're getting angry or about to lose your temper, take a deep breath and realize I'm going to make it happen at some point. Okay? I'm working hard for us, and I do not want any more of that pushing, shoving, hitting anymore. We both deserve better than that. So there's the wind-up and the pitch. See you later, alligator. Love you.
And did he send an attachment?
There was an attachment, yes.
And is that the attachment?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's just a screenshot of the Amazon order.
Okay. And does Colt take a picture of himself in that vest?
He does.
Okay. I'm going to pull up June 14th. Tell us what that is.
This is from Jenny's phone extraction. This is a text message from Colt to Jenny with the picture as the attachment.
Okay. And is this the attachment?
It is.
And is that consistent with the vest that was purchased on June 10th?
It is.
Okay. All right, so next we're going to move to June 20th. What happened that day?
This day, Colt sends 2 photographs to the defendant.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up that first text message. You said Colt sends it to the defendant?
That's correct.
What time did he send this picture to the defendant?
At 9:17 a.m.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up what the attachment is. Okay. Can you identify what picture Colt sent to the defendant?
This is a picture of the defendant with Jenny and little Coley.
Is there anything unusual about the picture?
It looks like the picture's been altered. Looks like the face of the defendant has been scratched or marked with something, and then also the around the fingers, it's been scratched or marked on.
And is that your wedding ring hand?
It is.
Okay. And then you said he sent 2 pictures. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to pull up the next picture that was sent. And when was this sent?
This was sent at the same time as the last one.
Okay. And is it again from Colt to the defendant?
It is.
All right, I'm going to pull up the picture that was sent. Can you tell me what this is?
This is a picture of the defendant holding little Coley with Jenny and Colt.
Okay.
And this one appears to have the defendant's face cut out.
Okay. And does the defendant ever respond to these pictures?
He does not.
Okay. So we're now going to move to June 28th. What happened on June 28th?
There was another purchase from Academy.
Okay. So now this is 8 days after the Colt sends those pictures to the defendant. What does he purchase?
The one highlighted in red is M&P out the front spring for $54.99, and it is a knife.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up next slide. Was a knife consistent with that purchase found at Apalachee High School?
It was.
Okay, is that State's Exhibit 111.114?
It is.
And was that knife found in Colt's backpack?
It was.
Okay. All right. So that completes June, or that part of our summary. So now we're going to move to July of 2024. Okay, can you tell me generally kind of what happened in this month that we're going to talk about?
There's some more evidence of Colt's behavior in the month of July, and then also the defendant's search history.
Okay. So now we're at 2 months before the shooting. And on July 3rd, this is the first day we're talking about. What happens this day?
This is July 3rd at 5:27 p.m. This is a text message from Jenny to the defendant, and it says, "Hey, I think he calmed down."
And does the defendant respond to that?
He does.
Okay. And is this his response?
It is.
And what does it say?
It says, he doesn't calm down that quick. And Jenny, I can't live like this. It's seriously not good. And then he responds again, it tears me up. I just want him happy. And man, he like calls me everything in the book.
Okay. Now, we're at July 3rd. When does Marcy move back to Barrow in relation to July 3rd?
On July 6th is when the defendant goes down to pick her up from Glenville, Georgia.
Okay. And then what's the next day in the summary after July 3rd?
I believe it's July 9th.
Okay. And what happens on July 9th?
There's an email from the defendant to Deborah Polhamus.
And then what record did that come from?
It came from the Google records.
I'm going to pull up that email. Can you read that email for us?
Yes, the subject is a forwarding message back to school reminders from Colin Gray. This is his work email address, and to D. Polhamus at Hotmail, which is Deborah Polhamus's email. It says, "Hey Mama, I got this from Barrow Schools. August 1st is the first day. I'm worried about Colt's first day. What was the name of that lady you spoke with regarding Colt?"
Okay. Now we're going to move to July 20th. What happens that day?
Marcy sends a text to Jenny.
And is that related to the panic attack that
Yes.
Colt had?
Yes.
All right, so I know we've already introduced these texts in through Marcy, but I want to have you read one of those texts for the jury.
Okay, this is, it says from Dab. This is the phone that Marcy was using while she was in Winder. And it says, "I told him we're taking him to the doctor next week. Going to schedule an appointment for when you and Mammy come back so she can drive us."
And you said this was a text from Marcy to Jenny. Does it come off of Jenny's phone extraction?
It does.
Okay. So in this text thread, Marcy also mentions that Colt asked them to call 911. Any records that they called 911 that day?
No, there were no records.
And as far as in this particular text message, she indicates that they were going to take Colt to the doctor next week. In reviewing the financial records, did you find any evidence that the defendant took Colt to a doctor in this time frame?
I did not.
Any evidence that he took him anytime after this?
No.
All right, so next we're going to go to July 24th. What happens on that date?
This is when Deborah Polhamus texts the defendant about getting Colt in school.
Okay. All right, so July 24th at 1:41, Deborah texts the defendant. Can you tell us what she said?
Says, "Hey, I am up here, but I am planning to leave tonight. Marcy said she had talked to the registrar about Colt, but the lady needs to talk to you. Wondering if you could do that before I go home. Maybe when you get home this afternoon. I know you are swamped, but you are the only one who can get this done. Thanks."
So at this point, had Colt been registered for school?
No.
Okay. And does anything else happen on July 24th?
Yes, there's another text message.
Okay. And what is that text message?
This is a text message from Marcy to the defendant at 5:34 p.m. And it says, "I started Colt on Zoloft today. Don't say anything about it unless he brings it up."
And is this text message from the defendant's cell phone extraction?
It is, yes.
Okay. And was his response K or okay?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're going to move to July 26th. What happened that day?
There was a Google record search.
Okay. So this is 2 days after Debbie had asked him to contact the school, or asked the defendant to contact the school. What does the defendant do on July 26th?
There's two searches for for Heyman Morris Middle School Registrar and Georgia Connections Academy, which is one of the online schools. And this one is going to be at 1:37 p.m. and 1:41 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, so that ends July. Now we're moving to August, 1 month before the shooting. Kind of tell us how August is shown in this timeline.
August is organized a little bit differently because there was a lot more information provided in the records for the month of August. So on each day in August, I compiled a calendar to kind of orient with each day.
Okay. I'm going to pull up the first calendar that we have for August 3rd. Can you tell the jury what the highlighted yellow means and then what's in red?
So what's in red is school-related events. So there's when the school year starts, his first day of school, the school holidays, and then the incident date. You see the dates first and second highlighted in yellow. Those are dates that Colt did not attend school. And then you see the kind of the blue box that's highlighted on the third. As we go through, the highlighted box is the day that we're talking about.
Okay. And then on days that Colt did attend school, what color will that be?
It'll be highlighted in blue on days that he did attend school.
And then as we kind of move to the next day, does anything populate on the calendar?
Yes, it'll kind of populate what we just talked about. So after the third, whatever we talked about on the third will populate on that date on the calendar.
And so the first day we talk about in August is August 3rd. What happens on that day?
There's some photographs that are found on Colt's cell phone extraction.
Okay. So I'm going to pull up those. So we're going to start with the first photo. Earlier we had a capture date and a modified date. Here we only have a modified date. Tell us what that means.
So a modified date doesn't necessarily mean the date that the photograph was taken. It just means that that is the date that the photograph was moved. It was either deleted or moved to a different folder. It can mean that it was sent through a messaging app or sent through some sort of social media. And so it can mean a bunch of different things, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the date that the photo was taken.
And I guess you were unable to find a photo that had the capture date. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Based on what is in the photo, can you determine a time frame for this picture?
Yes. So if you look at the picture there, Colt is wearing the vest, which we just went over that it was purchased on June 10th. Also within the evidence, there was a capture date on photos when Colt dyed his hair, which was July 25th. And so his hair is dyed in this picture. So we can kind of have a date range from July 25th until August 3rd. And when he moved the picture into, it looks like a messaging app based on the data.
And what is he holding?
He's holding the rifle that was used in the shooting.
All right, and then I'm going to pull up another picture. Is that also modified on August 3rd?
It is, yes.
And did both of those pictures appear to be in Colt's room?
They did, yes.
Now we're going to pull up the final picture that is also modified on August 3rd. Tell us what that picture is of.
This is a picture of the Sig Sauer rifle sitting in Colt's computer chair. And then you can see another rifle in the background.
Okay. All right, so that ends August 3rd. Now we're going to move to August 4th. Okay. And tell us generally what happens on August 4th.
This one is going to be a text conversation.
Okay. So I'm going to pull that text conversation. Who is it between?
The defendant and Deborah Polhamus.
Okay. And can you read us the text?
It says, I hate to bother you at the beach. I just need to get a little more groceries with school, rent. I'm going to ask doctor tomorrow if I can catch up next week with them. I can send it back to you on Friday. Not much. Thank you either way.
Okay. And where was the defendant working at this time?
Kevin Price Construction.
And based on his bank records, about how often was he paid and how much?
Based on his bank records, he was getting paid weekly, $1,429, and with a $750 truck allowance per month.
Okay. And we're going to move to August 5th. What happened that day?
There were more photographs found on Colt's cell phone extraction.
And then were there also... Sorry, this is Debbie's response. Before we move to the next day, what did she respond?
This is from August 4th as in response to that message. I sent money. Colt needs to be in school tomorrow, please.
Okay. All right, so we're moving to August 5th, and you said there are more pictures that are on Colt's cell phone. So I'm going to pull up those from August 5th. Tell me about those photos.
These are the same kind of scenario as the previous ones, so they have a modified date of August 5th. Again, he's wearing the tan vest in both of these photos with the dyed hair, so after July 25th of 2024 and prior to August 5th of 2024. And in the picture on the right, he's holding a firearm, a rifle, and you can see the 45-degree iron sight in that picture.
All right, so now we're going to move to August 9th. Okay, tell us generally what happens this day.
On this day, there were photographs found on Colt's phone of a school shooter shrine.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to pull those up. Are these were there 3 photos found?
There were.
Okay, and you previously mentioned the other photos had a modified date. Do these have a captured date?
They do have a captured date.
Can you tell us what the captured date and time of each of these photos is?
So you can see on the bottom of these 3 snips, it shows the camera make, camera model, capture time. They're at August 9th, 2024 at 5:05 a.m., 5:06 a.m., and 5:10 a.m.
Okay. And then I'm going to zoom in on one of those pictures so you can see the background. Can you identify who these pictures are of?
These pictures are of Nicholas Cruz.
And again, and you may have already said this, but does this appear to be in Colt's room?
It is.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review the picture that was taken on September 4th of Colt's wall?
I have, yes.
Okay. Do those pictures appear to be in the same configuration as the photos that were on his wall on September 4th?
They are.
Okay. Now, you said it was taken at 5 a.m. in the morning?
Yes.
Based on your review of the location data from the defendant's phone, would he generally be home at 5 a.m. in the morning?
Yes, it seemed as if he had a typical work schedule, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay.
As a whole.
So generally would leave the house around what time?
I believe 6:30.
And then generally would get home around what time?
Depending, between 4 and 5. Some days were different.
And when he got home, would he generally stay home?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So also on August 9th, we have another picture of Colt. Can you tell us about that picture?
This picture is a modified date of August 9th of 2024, and this one he has his hair dyed, so somewhere between July 25th and August 9th of 2024, and he is holding a gun. This one is not consistent with the Sig Sauer, but this is a shotgun that was consistent with the one found in the defendant's closet during the search of the house.
All right. And does that also appear to be taken in Colt's room based on the background?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up next the calendar for August, and we're next talking about August 10th. Can you tell us what happens on this date?
There's a Google web history for the defendant.
Okay. So I'm going to pull up that Google history. You said it was the defendant's history?
It is, yes.
What does he look up and what time?
So this was, it says visited online therapy with a licensed therapist. And what visited means is just that a URL was accessed at the specific time. So as if like that specific, when you click on that, it'll take you to the URL.
Okay.
And it was at 12:35 p.m.
So those Google records are in UTC time and you had to convert them?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, the next day is August 11th. I'm going to pull up our calendar again. Tell us what happened on August 11th.
This is a text message that Colt sends the defendant.
Okay. Can you tell us what that text message says and when he sent it?
This was August 11th at 11:22 a.m. And he says, could you stop by Academy and pick up a 150 round pack of 5.56? If they don't have and 5.56, 223 will do.
All right, so the rounds that he is asking, are they consistent with the ammunition that would be used in Colt's gun?
Yes.
And does the defendant respond to this particular text message?
No.
All right, we're going to move to the next. I guess he sends a follow-up text, Colt does, to the defendant. And what does he say?
On the way home, of course.
All right. So we're going to move to August 12th. What happens on August 12th?
On August 12th, there is a web history search from the defendant's phone extraction.
All right, so now we're one day after Colt asked the defendant to buy 150 rounds of ammunition. We're on August 12th, and what does he search for?
At 9:46 p.m., he searches for 223 ammunition.
And is that the kind of ammunition that Colt had asked him to buy for him the day before?
It is, yes.
All right, so now we are going to move to August 14th, which is just 2 days later. All right, so take us through in terms of Colt's school between his registration date of August 6th and August 14th. Did he attend school at all?
No, he has not attended. So he registered on the 6th of August, and this is now a week and 1 day later. All of those days he did not attend school.
All right, so is August 14th his first day of school?
It is, yes.
And around what time does his school start?
I believe it's 8:15.
And what does Colt do before school starts?
Colt calls the defendant.
I'm going to pull up his calls. What time does he call him, and does the defendant answer?
He calls at 6:48 a.m. and he does not answer.
When the defendant doesn't answer, what does Colt do?
He starts sending the defendant text messages.
And again, are these text messages before the school day starts?
It is, yes.
Okay. We're going to just go through those text messages between Colt and the defendant. So the first one is at 6:49 a.m.
Yes, it says, I'm sick of your shit. This is the fucking end for you.
And are all these text messages kind of like back to back to back to back?
They are. No more apologies. I have fucking had it with you. The way you twist shit is so old. You fucking caused this.
All right, I'm going to stop for just a second. So as we're reading through these, it says, there's a line that says red. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, so the red, it shows, so the message at the bottom shows 6:50 and 37 seconds, and then the red is 6:52, so that's when the message was actually opened in the messaging app.
That indicates the defendant opened the message at 6:52.
That's correct.
All right, so he says, you effing caused this? And then what does Colt say next?
Whenever something happens, just know the blood is on your hands. Fuck you. Drive off a fucking cliff.
Okay. So, based on your review of the records, is this the first day Colt attends school since May 19th of 2023? Or May of 2023?
I believe he wasn't in school all of 2023, so it would have been before that.
Or, I guess, we went from Jefferson to here.
Yes.
So he has not attended school since he had been in Jefferson.
That's correct.
Okay. So Colt sends these text messages, and what happens after that?
The defendant drives and picks up Colt and takes him to Apalachee High School.
Does he respond to the text messages?
He does
at all?
not.
Okay. So you said he takes him to Apalachee High School. How do you know that?
These are the location records that I spoke about earlier. This is through the program tracks, and the little red dot that you can see on the yellow pin, that's a specific location from his cell phone extraction data. So this is the one on the left is at 8:12 a.m. and that's the first time that we see his location data from his cell phone arrive at Apalachee High School. And then the one on the right is 8:19 a.m. and that's when he is leaving Apalachee High School.
Okay. So he's there for 7 minutes.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Now, what else happens on August 14th?
In his Google records, or in the defendant's Google records, there's a reminder set in the calendar.
Okay. Let's pull up that reminder. Whose calendar and what is the reminder for?
This is a calendar from the Google records for the email address associated with the defendant. And this is a reminder that the title is Zoloft and the start date is Wednesday, August 14th at 10 p.m.
Okay. And at this time, on August 14th, was Marcy still living at the house?
Yes, she was.
Okay. At this point, had the defendant, or I guess Marcy, set up insurance through the defendant's work for the family?
Yes.
And based on your review of the records, when did that insurance start?
It was supposed to start July 1st, but the paperwork wasn't completed until July 31st, and then so the first date that the insurance was started was August 1st.
So we're going to move to August 15th. What day of the week is that?
It's a Thursday.
And did Colt attend school that Thursday?
No, he did not.
What's the first thing that happens on August 15th?
There's text messages between, I believe, Marcy and the defendant.
Okay. And we're going to, so you've added some time, like a timeline also, or a time of text messages at the top. Is that because a lot happens on this day?
That's correct.
All right. So these first text messages are between who?
Between Marcy and the defendant.
And what's the time frame for when they're sent?
7:11 a.m. to 7:28 a.m.
Okay. And will you read those text messages?
Yes. It says, Colt said his neck hurts and he's nauseous, so he's taking today off school. And the defendant responds, what? And Marcy says, he said if you have a problem with it, he would talk to you. And then Marcy says, do you want to talk to him? And then defendant responds, it's his second day.
Okay, and so then after these text messages, what happens?
Colt then sends the defendant a text message.
All right, and can you tell us the time frame for these texts?
These texts are from 7:54 a.m. to 8:56 a.m.
All right, and what does Colt say?
He says, yo, can I get a headset that's on sale for $70? Stop ignoring my texts. I know you see them.
Okay. And was that much later than that first text?
It was. This one was at 8:56 a.m.
Okay. So now we're going to move to the next conversation, and is that also between Colt and the defendant?
It is.
And what's the time frame of this conversation?
This is between 11:04 a.m. and 11:08 a.m.
And what does Colt say?
He says, "Mama just attacked me. Kept saying, fight me, like seriously. Tried to grab my gun. So I pushed her out of my room and onto the ground. I took a video, but it won't let me send it."
Okay, so in that text, Colt mentions taking a video. Were you able to find a video on Colt's extraction?
I did not find a video.
Did you find anything from that time frame, like a picture or anything?
Yes, a lot of times if you delete a video, sometimes there will be, I guess what easiest way to say is remnants of the video, so kind of still photos that you can find in the metadata of the phone extraction. And so there was a photograph that appeared as if it came from a video on the state.
Okay, and is this that photo?
It is.
And this one was previously introduced through Marcy, but would it have been kind of taken in that time frame, or appear to have been taken in the time frame of those text message or of that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And then Colt now sends another text.
This is at 11:07 a.m. She kept saying, "Fight me," and she tried to grab my gun.
And what does the defendant say?
Just out of the blue. And he responds, "Yep." And the defendant at 11:08, "Why did she attack you?"
And does Colt respond at 11:08?
He doesn't. He responds, but it's several hours later.
Okay. So in between when Colt responds to the defendant, what does the defendant do?
There is a text message, I believe.
Okay, and is that between Debbie and the defendant?
Yes.
And what time frame is that text message?
11:14 a.m. to 11:15 a.m.
And what does the defendant say to Debbie?
He says, "Mama, I need you to call Colt or Marcy. I'm at work with my boss today, and the shit has hit the fan at home. Colt didn't go to school today." And then Debbie responds, "I'm talking to Colt right now. Don't worry."
Okay. So after that, so about 8 minutes later, does Marcy call the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And what does, or approximately how long is that phone call?
It's about 1 minute and 55 seconds.
Okay. 5 minutes after that phone call between Marcy and the defendant, does the defendant then text Debbie again?
Yes.
All right. So at 11:28, the defendant texts Debbie, and what does he say?
"Look, I just got a call from her crying so bad, said she is scared. I just found out Jenny is at home today. I'm going to end up losing my job, Mama. Did you talk to her?" Debbie responds, "I told her to go into her bedroom and stay there. I told Colt the same thing. I think she got mad because I called her out for letting them stay home. She had obviously taken too much of her Seroquel. Charlie wants to come and get her, and I agree. You guys are doing too good for her to screw it up. We will plan to come in the morning while you are working if that's okay."
Okay. So that's 11:32, and then when does Colt finally respond to the defendant's text message about what happened?
At 1:52 p.m.
Okay, and what does he say?
"She was grabbing for my rifle, and I didn't know what she planned to do with it. So I kind of acted in fight or flight."
And how does the defendant respond to that?
He responds, "It's all good. Why was the gun involved?" Or how? Colt responds, "I don't know. She backed me into my room and started talking about, 'Oh, are you going to get your gun?' Even though I wasn't, and then she grabbed it."
All right, so that is at 1:54 p.m. that Colt sends that text message to the defendant. What does the defendant do next?
He then, there's a search about an hour after this text.
Okay. So what time is that search?
At 2:51 p.m., and it is, where do I take my son for anxiety near Winder, Georgia?
Okay. Are there any other corresponding, other than that search, has he visited any websites related to this that you're aware of?
Not at this time.
Okay. Now, does Colt send the defendant some more text messages?
He does.
And kind of when in relation to that search are these sent?
This is about an hour after that search that was on the defendant's phone, and Colt sends the defendant a message, and it's just an attachment of what appears to be a bore site from Amazon.
And then what does Colt say?
Could you please buy this?
All right, so that is the last thing on August 15th. So now we're going to move to August 16th. What day of the week is this?
It's a Friday.
And does Colt go to school this day?
He does not.
And what does Marcy do on August 16th based on your review of the evidence?
She goes back to Fitzgerald.
And does Marcy stay in Fitzgerald from August 16th until after the shooting?
Yes, she does.
All right, so on this day, on August 16th, so August 15th, Colt sends the text asking for a bore site. Does the defendant buy that bore site?
He does.
Okay. Does he do that on August 16th?
He does.
Okay. And how much was that bore site?
It was $15.99.
And what is this a picture of, 211.6?
The bore site that matches the Amazon records.
And was a bore site consistent with that found at the defendant's house?
Yes.
So that's 145.67. What that bore site? Can you tell me where it was found, or is that a bore site, and where was it found in the house?
This was in the defendant's bedroom, and it's the one circled in red next to just the ammunition, and it's inside of a pair of goggles.
Okay. All right, so still on August 16th, the defendant buys a bore site. What happens next?
Colt sends him a text message.
Okay. So the text message is at 9 a.m. Can you read the text message that Colt sends the defendant?
He says, "I'm restraining myself. As for what I feel like doing right now, I have barely any control over."
All right. So that was 9 a.m. on August 16th. And now we're going to move to August 16th at 10:30 a.m. What does the defendant do an hour and a half after Colt sends that text about restraining himself?
He searches troubled teen options near Athens, Georgia.
Okay. And does he, at this time, visit any websites related to that search?
Yes, he does.
What is the first website he visits?
Eagle Overlook.
I'm going to pull up that. Okay, so at the top of this record, it says cookie. Tell us what that means.
A cookie is just kind of small pieces of text that websites use to collect information about you. So when you nowadays you pull up your internet and you type in go to a website, it'll say, do you want to allow cookies? When you do allow those cookies, then that allows that website to keep track of any information that you are putting on that website.
And so essentially, if you visit a website, there will be a cookie related to that website visit?
Yes.
And what time was this website accessed?
This was at 10:32 a.m.
Now I'm going to pull up our next picture. And what is this a picture of?
This is the picture of when you go to this website, Equal Overlook, and it is a top-rated drug addiction treatment center for teens in the Georgia area and mental health treatments for teens.
Okay. And then we're going to move to his next website visited, what website did the defendant visit next?
Wolf Creek Academy.
Okay, what time did he visit that?
10:35 a.m.
All right. And tell us what this is a picture of.
This is a picture of the website when you go to Wolf Creek Academy, and it's a therapeutic boarding school for troubled teens.
And for Eagle Overlook as well as Wolf Creek Academy, is there any evidence from the defendant's phone records that he contacted either of these facilities?
No.
All right, so we're still on August 16th. What happens next?
Colt texts the defendant.
Okay, and what does Colt say to the defendant?
At 11:46 a.m., he says, hey, if we can get 150 rounds, that's fine, but could we get at least 50? You said when you got paid, you'd get it.
Okay, so we have that first text from August 11th where Colt is asking for 150 rounds of ammunition. And then now we have another text saying, hey, or you can get me 50. Between August 11th and September 4th, based on your review of the digital evidence and the shooting range records, did the defendant take Colt to a shooting range?
No.
Did he take him hunting?
No.
Any indication that Colt and the defendant were hunting or were planning on going hunting or shooting in August or September?
Not in any of the digital records.
And then, is there any indication that Colt and the defendant went hunting or to a shooting range in 2024 other than the 2 times we've seen?
No.
Okay. So Colt and the defendant went together only twice?
That's correct.
And then any indication that they went hunting at any point from the digital records in 2024?
No.
When does a typical hunting season start in Georgia?
I think it depends on whether it's bow or rifle, but with the rifle, I believe it's always usually mid to late October.
Okay. And then when did the defendant read this text from Colt?
At 11:47 a.m.
Okay. And what is the next item of note?
At 11:55 a.m., which is about 10 minutes after, he searches child psychology and child psychologist near Bethlehem, Georgia. One being at 11:55 a.m. and the other one being at 12:23 p.m.
Okay. And then after that search, does he again visit specific websites related to that search?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the first one he visits?
Hope Anger Management at 12:24 p.m.
And I'm going to pull up this picture. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the About section of the Hope Anger Management when you pull up their website. It offers services for behavioral issues, mental health, and therapy.
And then does he visit another website related to the child psychologist search?
He does.
Okay. And what website is that?
ccswinder.com at 12:25 p.m.
Okay. And then I'm going to pull up a picture from that website and tell us what this shows us.
This is Comprehensive Counseling Services, the website that would come from the URL, and it's a community-based health center that provides mental health therapy.
Okay. And does the defendant contact either of these 2 places, Hope Anger Management or Comprehensive Counseling, based on your review of the digital evidence?
No.
Okay. Does he contact a mental health provider, though, that day?
Yes.
Okay. And who does he contact?
Dawn Crook with Enlightenment Counseling.
I'm going to pull up that contact. This has also already been admitted into evidence, but if you could just remind the jury what time and what he said to Dawn Crook to kind of put it in, basically put it in relation to the other text messages we've seen today.
So this was at 12:41 p.m., so kind of 20 minutes after the last search. He sends a submission form to Enlightenment Counseling that says, I am a working dad of 3. Colt is my oldest, 14 years old. We have had a very difficult past couple of years and he needs help. Anger, anxiety, quick to be volatile. I don't know what to do. I have United Healthcare. Can you help? Thanks.
Okay. And so after he sends this to Don Crook about Colt, does he respond to Colt's text messages about the ammunition?
He does.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that response.
This is at 2:05 p.m. On the way home, please, Bubba, tonight, let's just be mellow. Please, I have a need to work through. Just remember, I love you.
And then what does Colt say to that?
He responds, did you see my text?
And was that at 2:06?
It was, yes.
And what does the defendant say to that?
He says, yes, later. I need to pay everything first, but we will.
And I guess the previous text messages were those about buying ammunition?
Yes.
All right, so now we're still on August 16th. Now we've already been through all of the Don Crook messages. I don't want to bring them all up, but Don Crook does respond to the defendant.
She does, yes.
Okay, and is it on this day?
It is, yes.
Okay. And does he respond to her email to him?
He does.
Okay. And I'm going to put up is this his second response?
It is his second response.
And can you remind the jury what he said to Don and what time he said it?
He said, do you have a number that I can call once I'm not in the field? And this is at 2:40 p.m.
And so, assuming the field is work, where was the defendant when he sent this message?
He was at his house, 896 Harrison Mill, and on the left-hand side you can see wireless network. This is wireless network connection. He connected to Gray Fam Wi-Fi, which is the Wi-Fi for the house, and it was first connected at 2:34, again connected at 2:50. So he was at the house during that email.
So fair to say he was not in the field at that time?
Correct.
Okay. And now we're still on August 16th. What does the defendant do next?
He searches for gun safes.
And how, in relation to that last email to Don Crook where he's asking her to give him a number to call, what time frame are these gun searches?
It's about, I think, 11 minutes. The last one was at 2:40, so around 11 minutes after that response.
So 11 minutes after that, what does he search for?
He searches for gun safes, and these are the images that came up in the search. And this is from 2:51 p.m. on the far left to 2:52 p.m. on the far right.
And what kind of gun safes is he searching for?
It appears to be some gun safes that can hold rifles and a couple other gun safes that can hold handguns.
All right, and then we have some more searches. Are these also searches for gun safes?
They are, and the time frame for these was 2:52 p.m. until 3:14 p.m. So I think in total it was about 20 minutes.
In the defendant's financial records, are there any corresponding purchases for gun safes?
No.
Were there any gun-related purchases for accessories?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next thing that happens on August 16th?
There is a phone call.
Before we get to the phone call, does the defendant send a screenshot of his response to Don Crook to Debbie?
He does.
Okay. And what time does he send that screenshot of what Don Crook said to him?
This is at 3:46 p.m. He sends the screenshot of Don Crook's response to Debbie Polhamus.
Okay. And so after he sends that screenshot showing Debbie that he's reached out to Don Crook, does Don Crook attempt to call him?
She does, yes.
All right. And what day was that?
It was August 16th at 4:35 p.m.
And does the defendant answer?
He does not.
Okay. And we've already heard that voicemail, but did she leave a voicemail?
She did.
All right, so that ends August 16th. We're going to move to August 21st. Take us through, so August 16th, Colt did not go to school. Does he go to school the next week?
He goes to school Monday the 19th and Tuesday the 20th.
All right, and what happens on the 21st?
He does not go to school.
Okay. And what's the first thing that we have that happens on August 21st?
There's another missed call and voicemail from Dawn Crook with Enlightenment Counseling.
Okay, so this is 5 days after the first one?
Yes.
And then does he answer?
No.
Does she leave a voicemail again?
She does.
All right. Now, we're still on August 21st. Does Marcy text the defendant this day?
She does.
Okay, what does she text him about?
About the Advantage Behavioral Health Crisis Stabilization Center.
Okay. And again, we've introduced these through Marcy, but just for the timeline purposes, she sends this text and about them taking, or Advantage Behavioral taking their insurance. So she also sent a link to Advantage Behavioral.
She does.
Okay. And is that the link she sent?
Yes.
Does the defendant actually visit that link?
He does.
Okay. So I'm going to pull up that, which is also on August 21st at 4:39. So pretty close in time to when she sent the link. He opens it?
Yes.
Okay. And again, how do you know that he has visited the crisis stabilization unit at Advantage Behavioral Health?
This is web history from his phone extraction, meaning that the URL was visited and clicked on, essentially.
Does the defendant ever respond to Marcy's text about the facility?
No.
And then after he visits the website, what happens next?
There is a follow-up email.
Okay. And again, and this is, we've introduced these previously, but this is Dawn Crook, again, trying to reach out to the defendant about counseling.
Yes.
Based on your review of the digital records, did the defendant ever respond to this email or either phone call?
No, he does not.
Okay. Okay, so now we're at August 25th, which is a Sunday, and it's the Sunday before the shooting. What happens on this day?
This day is another visit from web history on the defendant's phone.
Okay, and what does he visit on August 25th?
He visits, again, the Advantage Behavioral Health System Crisis Stabilization website.
And does he visit it, it looks like twice?
Yes, 2:11 a.m. and 2:16 a.m.
Okay. So, I think August 26th, Your Honor, is a pretty dense day. Do you want, I don't know if you want to go ahead and take a lunch.
Yeah, we're close. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. Be in recess till 1 o'clock. All right, we'll be recessed till 1.
Yeah, let's start. Good idea.
All right, so they are at lunch until 1. Oh, I got to change that to 1:30. Oops. No, change it from 1:30 to 1. All right, so they are at lunch until 1. All right. So let's go over what we have seen so far. And for you guys that may know or not know, well, first of all, we hit 17,500 subscribers yesterday. So thank you guys for that. And actually, we're at 17,512. So yesterday afternoon, we had just hit 500. So now we are well over 17,500. So thank you for that, first of all. Really appreciate you guys and your support. Second of all, the notes that I'm reading, for anybody that's a member, you can access these if you are dial-up or cable. So check them out, and hopefully you guys can, I don't know, use them, do whatever you want with them, but they are available. And Aaron reminded me that Corey Richens 1 and 2, she uploaded that yesterday, and that's for rabbit ears as well. So all members have access to that, and then we've kind of and everybody else has access to the other dial-up and cable have access to Colin Gray's notes. So. Anyway, so sick jurors started this day out, and Kuda, sorry that you're not going to make it today. Totally understand. I wouldn't want to go either, so trust me, I get it. But that sick juror is sticking around. They're having him stick around. So, all right, right now, Investigator Ashley Gilliland is on the stand, and she's just going through the timeline, and we left off with June. So if you guys are keeping track at home for the numbers, we're going to pick back up with a tactical vest purchased for $119.99. And Colin texts Colt, "Yo, I got this for you because I love you. Hopefully we can work on being a little more patient. Take a deep breath and realize it's going to happen. I don't want that pushing, shoving, hitting anymore." And then Colt takes a picture of himself wearing that vest. Then Colt sends a text to Colin of a picture of Colin, Jenny, and Coley, and his face is scratched out. And then there's another photo where his face is cut out. Then there's the purchase of that knife. He purchases a knife for him, $54.99, and that's found in Colt's backpack. Let's see. Then Colin texts. Jenny texts Colin, "Hey, I think he calmed down." And Colin's like, "He doesn't calm down that quick. I can't live like this. It's seriously not good." I mean, again, these warning signs are just everywhere. I do hope, and I said this at the beginning of this stream, at the beginning of us watching this, I hope if one family is helped by any of this, I hope if somebody's going through this right now with their child, I just hope that them seeing this is like, all right, I need to take action now before something else happens. So if just one family positively can come out of this, hopefully that will happen. Let's see. All right. So she just goes through July 9th, email from Colin to Debbie. "I got this from Barrow Schools. August 1st is the first day. I'm worried about Colt's first day." Then July 24th, Debbie to Colin, "Hey, I'm up here. Marcy said she talked to the registrar about Colt. The lady needs to talk to you. You are the only one to get this done." And then July 24th, Marcy texts, "I started Colt on Zoloft today." So there's when Colt started Zoloft. And so August goes by, and then September. So 4, 5, 6 weeks. 6 weeks after he starts Zoloft, this happens. So was the Zoloft part of this? Who knows? Most likely, but who knows? All right. And then July 26th, he searches for Heyman Morris, which is an online school. Excuse me. Then she shows this calendar, which I love. I love this calendar. And they're going through each day, or not each day, but they're going through the days. They have a calendar of August and then September up to the shooting of September 4th. And they're showing what happened. So August 3rd, photos found on Colt's phone of him in a vest pointing the rifle at the camera. Then there's the rifle's like on his chair right here. Then there's another one in the background. The kid's got two. His kid's got two firearms in his, like, just straight up access. He dyes his hair July 25th. And then let's see. Oh, we found out that Colin was paid $14.29. So that's times 4. So that's $55,000 a month, roughly. Is that about what that is? 14 times 4 is roughly 5,000. Let's see. No, stop. My phone is freaking out. All right. 14, what did I say? 29? 14.29 times 4. So he's making $5,700, and you take out 20% of that for taxes. So he's taking out $1,100. So 57 minus 1,100. He's still bringing home $4,600 a month, roughly. Plus, he's got a $750 stipend for his truck. So $750 a month. I'm sorry, a week. So I mean, $4,600 a month. That's not. That's. I think you can live pretty okay with that. I think you can live pretty okay with that. Yes, you've got 3 kids. Yes, you got to feed them and yourself, but I think you can live pretty good with that. And then especially text from Mamu, who is Debbie. I sent money. Colt needs to be in school tomorrow, please, with a bunch of exclamation points. So his sister's offering to pay money. His mother-in-law's offering to pay money. So then there's a photo, August 5th, photos of Colt flipping off the camera, wearing the vest, and then pointing the gun at the camera. So August 6th, he's registered. So Colt is registered at school August 6th. And then August 9th, that's when there's photos of Colt. He takes a photo of himself with the shrine in the background of Cruz. August 9th, there's a photo with a barrel in his mouth. And then August 10th, Colin searches online therapy with a licensed therapist. August 11th, Colt texts Colin, could you stop by Academy and pick up a 150 pack of 5.56s? If not, then 2.23s will do. And Colin's like, yep, on the way home, of course. Then Colin searches for 2.23 ammo. August 14th is Colt's first day of school. So he was registered on the 6th, and he goes to school on the 14th. All right, then his first day of school, Colt calls Colin at 6:48, which I'm like, 6:48, that's... Oh, wait, did he leave already? Yes, he left already. All right, he'd already left. He had just left, right? He says he usually leaves around 6:45. So Colin had just left. So Colt starts... He calls him, then he texts him. I'm sick of your, this is the effing end for you. No more apologies. I've effing had it with you. The way you twist is so old. You effing caused this. Whatever, something happens. Just know the blood is on your hands. F you. Drive off a effing cliff. So Colin read those texts. They said, because it has a read receipt. So Colin read those texts. Colin then, I guess, he maybe comes back and he drives Colt to high school that day. Then he's got a reminder. He's got a reminder in his Google Calendar. Title is Zoloft, and it's set for 10 p.m. So he gives it to him at night. Marcy was still living there. So Marcy's still living there, and she had set up the insurance, and that started August 1st. They put it in motion in July, but his insurance kicked in August. And he even said to the interviewer, the investigator, he said, yeah, I just got insurance, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. which is a lie because that was September 5th. He got it 6 weeks before, 5 weeks, 5 weeks before. So he didn't get it a week and a half, 2 weeks before. You got it at the beginning of August. And it was set up in July, so you knew it was coming in. So, just so many red flags, so many holes, so many cracks that Colt fell through. All right, August 15th, Colt did not attend school. Marcy texts Colin. Colt said his neck hurt and he's nauseous, so he's taking today off. And Colin's like, what? He said if you have a problem with it, he'll talk to you. It's his second day. Colt texts Colin, yo, can I get a headset that's on sale for $70? Stop ignoring my text. I hope you can see them. So I don't know I don't know how you guys grew up, but if I was too sick to go to school, I was too sick to watch TV. I didn't really have games back then, video games per se. Later on I did, but as a kid. Well, his age, maybe I started to have Pong, I think. Maybe I had Pong back then. Yeah, if I told my mom I was sick, she's like, all right, you're going to be in bed or on the couch, but no TV. So Colt saying, hey, I'm sick, but yo, can you pick me up a headset? All right. Then we get to the attack. Okay, so Mama just attacked me, kept saying, fight me, tried to grab my gun, so I pushed her out of my room and onto the ground. I took a video, but it won't let me send it. So remember we said when Marcy was talking, we saw that image, that photo of her on the ground. I'm like, who the heck took that photo? And I knew it was Colt, but I didn't know, but I'm like, that probably was Colt because he just got in a fight with her. So he pushed her. He tried to take a video of it. And then we found out Marcy was on. Well, let me get to that. So then Colin's like, why did she attack you? Colin texts Debbie, Mama, I need you to call Colt or Marcy. It's hit the fan. Debbie says, I'm talking to Colt right now. Don't worry. Let's see. Jenny is home as well. He says, I'm going to lose my job. I mean, I can totally get this. He says, look, I just got a call from her. So scared. I just found out Jenny is at home today. I'm going to lose my job. I mean, he's unraveling too. He's quote unquote, trying to keep it together. And this family, his wife is doing whatever she's doing. She's trying to get sober, I guess, but she's on meds, and his kid is just his family life is just falling apart. Meanwhile, he's trying to make that money. He's trying to make that $5,000 a month. That's where I feel empathy for him. That's where I'm like, you're at work, you're trying to do your thing, and then you're getting texts and phone calls, and all hell is breaking loose. I get it, that's where I have empathy for him. But then it stops when it's like, take control, get rid of the weapons, put them aside for now, get your kid in some counseling, get your wife into therapy or a rehab, and get your life sorted out. It's not easy, but we see what the other side of not doing that is. All right, so Debbie texts, she took too much Seroquel. So what the heck is Seroquel? So now we know that Marcy is on Zoloft and Seroquel. So what the heck is Seroquel? It's an atypical antipsychotic used to treat schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and major depressive disorder. It works by balancing dopamine and serotonin, usually causing side effects like drowsiness, weight gain, dry mouth, and dizziness. So Marcy's on some serious stuff there. I'm surprised she didn't give that to Colt as well, Right, Sharon? Yeah, I mean, I know it's tough. I know it's tough, but the other side of it is not doing anything, and this is what you get. All right, so she was grabbing for my rifle. I didn't know what she was planning on doing with it. He's like, why was the gun involved or how? I don't know. She backed me into my room and, are you going to get your gun? Even though I wasn't, and she grabbed it. So that's why I'm like, was Debbie having like a moment? Was she like having, was she going through something? And she was all like, some of you were saying, well, no, she was trying to take the gun away from Colt because of his moments, but maybe who knows? Because Colt, the way he's saying it, it's like, seems like who knows what she was going to do with it. All right, then that same day, which was the 15th, Colin searches, where do I take my son for anxiety near Winder, Georgia? And then Colt texts him, hey, can you get a bore site for me? August 16th, Marcy leaves Fitzgerald. So she leaves on the 16th. And then that bore site is purchased for $15.99. And then on August 16th, the next day, Colt texts Colin, I am restraining myself. As for what I feel like doing right now, I have barely control over. And then Colin searches troubled teen options near Athens, Georgia. And he searches, he goes to Wolf Creek Academy. And then Colt texts, can we get 150 rounds or at least 50? And I'd be like, no, I'm going to take you. You're going to go deal with this. We're going to take you to a therapist. No more ammunition. So from August 11th to September 4th, they don't go to a shooting range and they don't go hunting. So he's accumulating all this ammunition, and they don't go shooting and they don't go hunting. They say, she said, hunting season's usually around mid to late October. Colin does some searching for child psychologists and psychiatrists. This is when he contacts Dawn Crook. You guys remember her from Enlightenment Counseling, and we heard her testify. He has United Healthcare, as we know. Colin texts Colt, hey, tonight, can we let's just be mellow, please? He's like, I have a need to work through. And then Colt says, hey, did you see my text? And Colin's like, yeah, later, I need to pay everything first. So he can't push back on his son. He can be like, yeah, no, I got to take care of bills. Hey, how about I put some food on the table first before I buy you, more ammunition or anything? How about that? Let's eat first. How about that? All right. He does do searches for gun safes. All right. We saw that. So we saw that he did do searches for gun safes, both handgun and rifle. And then we're at August 21st. Colt doesn't go to school then. And then Marcy texts Colin about this Advantage Behavioral Health website. And all right, what would be a warning sign for you? 372 votes. Thank you for voting, guys. Appreciate that. What would be a warning sign for you? 49% said articles of Cruz on the wall in the shrine, basically. 22% said the self-harming. 22% said search for how to take out your dad. And 7% said skipping school and fights in school. So, appreciate that, you guys. Thank you for taking our poll. I'll think of something for after lunch. So, thank you, Janet. Appreciate that. Nana, Colt, it's all about me, 100%. 100%. Dreamhorse, no sympathy from you. Single moms have been managing kids, work, sickness for ages. Oh, no, I'm not going to fight you on that one. I get it. I'm just saying I empathize with him. I don't sympathize with him. I empathize with him. I can see where it's going off the rails for him. And I empathize with single moms as well, single parents, Narcoleptic says, was his dad afraid of him? This doesn't make sense. Kind of. Yeah, I kind of do. I kind of do think he was. I don't think he knew what he was dealing with. Jennifer, I just feel like I know Colin's type. If it was a different type of man, I might feel differently, but just his personality in the interview, he doesn't need my sympathy. He has enough of his own. Follow through would have been great, but no. Yeah, Murgatroyd, absolutely. Janet, he had insurance to take Colt. Money spent on weapons could have been spent on intervention. 100%. 100% agree. And that's probably what's going to get, him. That's probably what's going to get him. Cuda Girl, remember this is about if Colin is guilt or not about providing Colt with that, knowing Colt's issues. Yep. Linda, yes, I'm with you. Double standard for men and women. Absolutely. No, I hear you. Scent Bunny. I think Colin was definitely afraid of being the bad guy. Yeah, it seems like he was more like a friend than a parent. You know, seems like he was more like a friend than a parent. Lily Wayne, no, we're just at lunch. They have 2 witnesses today. One is, and we're at lunch, and she's probably going to go another hour or so. So no, state has not rested yet. State has not rested yet. So, all right. All right, you guys. I'm going to leave you guys with some music, and we'll get some kitty cam going for you. Here comes Polly. There's Polly. There's Mama. So when you say, when you see that bot drop about Polly and her kittens, this is Polly. There's Polly and Super Ball in the background there. So this is Polly with her floofy tail. Hi, Polly. This is Mama. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. So, Polly and her kittens. All right, no problem, Lily Wayne. All right, let me get some music going for you guys, and we'll get some kitty cam for you, and I'm going to get some food, and we will see you in a little bit. 1 o'clock. Got till 1. Wait, hold on.
change for the better. It's not like you'd even care. You go and fall for him, he's gonna leave you blue. The echoes of the past will come right back to you. You think you're always in the right. Oh, you could never do no wrong. One day you'll feel the hurt and pain, an end to what you thought was strong. You go and fall for him, he's gonna leave you blue. The echoes of the past will come right back to you. Secrets don't keep so easy. Lies hurt so tough. I'm glad that it's all over if there's no trust. You were meant to be together. Think you'll make the perfect pair. It won't be happy ever after. You're gonna get just what is fair. You go and fall for him, he's gonna leave you blue. The echoes of the past will come right back to you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you had a good break, good lunch, good dinner, good breakfast. Hope everyone is doing well. Let's see here. All right, let's see. What are you guys talking about? Widespread panic. Honestly, though, if Gray was in his legal rights to gift a minor a nug, that needs to change. All right, I was doing some research, and I want to talk to Claire about this tomorrow. But I'm on this Giffords Law Center to Prevent Violence, Child Access, Prevention, and Safe Storage in Georgia. Georgia law generally makes it unlawful for any person to intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly furnish a handgun to a minor under the age of 18. Let me turn this off. All right, subject to multiple exceptions discussed below. A minor's parent or legal guardian may be held criminally liable for permitting their minor child to possess a handgun. Now, this is all handguns, right? And some of the stipulations are hunter education, target shooting, all that stuff, hunting, fishing, all that stuff. All right. So this is just for hand. This is not for law. Oh, wait. Okay. Safe storage. Georgia law does not otherwise expressly make it unlawful for an adult to negligently or recklessly leave unsecured firearms, including hand and long, accessible to unsupervised minors. All right? Georgia law does not otherwise expressly make it unlawful for an adult to negligently or recklessly leave unsecured firearms accessible to unsupervised minors. So, I think I got a hive going. So, Georgia does not require a locking device to accompany the sale of a firearm, although federal law applies and generally does not require firearm owners to affirmatively lock their weapons. Hey, Green-Eyed Cat. Good to see you. Hola. Welcome back. Welcome back. Kimbers. Scent Bunny. Awesome. Awesome. Glad you are back with us. Aquarius Rising. Wasn't expecting the verdicts we got in Crumbly. I absolutely expect this guy to spend the rest of his natural life in prison. Dear Dog, do you expect every drawer in the kitchen that has a knife should be legally required to have a lock on it? Yeah, that's where it definitely is a slippery slope, right? It's a slippery slope. Now, a knife can do damage, of course, but a firearm can do way more damage, just like a car. So now do we apply this to a car? Like, what if your 16-year-old steals your car keys and goes out and runs into a parade of people? Are you responsible for that? It definitely is. It's an interesting debate for sure. So right now, from what I'm reading from Giffords Law Center, it seems to me that he didn't have to lock these up. Georgia law does not otherwise expressly make it unlawful for an adult to negligently or recklessly leave unsecured firearms accessible to unsupervised minors, right? Laura, thank you. Appreciate that. Back from lunch, had a salad. Elaine, welcome back, welcome back. And yes, of course not, but you wouldn't be a good idea to let a toddler play with that unsupervised. Agree with that. John Cash, an AR-15 is not for kids. It's made for one thing and one thing only, and it should be used just in certain, I guess, practices, places, which would basically be war. I mean, let's really just cut to the chase. AR-15s are not meant for anything other than war, but that's just my opinion. But I know you guys have yours, and that's fine. That's cool. That's why we talk. That's why we have healthy debates here. Iowa backyard. When does the law say we must wear mittens because of people using their hands to unalive someone? Then there's that. See, right? It's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope. right? It's a slippery slope. Why not require adequate storage and security? Maybe, see, that's what I think. This trial might change that law. This trial might change that law. At least I hope it does. I hope if anything comes out of this, I hope a lot of things come out of it, but maybe one thing that comes out of it is that Georgia legislation says, you know what? Maybe we do need to at least lock these guns up. I mean, is that so bad? Just secure them. Just secure them. What's so wrong with requiring a gun safe when you purchase a firearm? What's so wrong with that? Is that wrong? Is that too much to ask? I don't know. You guys tell me. What do you guys think? Well, you know what? Let's do a poll. Let's make that a poll. Should it be a law if you purchase a firearm, you need to lock it up. I'm just saying lock it up. I'm not even going to say secure it. Just lock it in a safe. How about that? Should it be a law if you purchase a firearm, you need to lock it in a safe? Yes. Let's just do basic yes, no's. Yes and no. All right. Let's keep it as simple and as basic as possible. All right. So new poll for you guys. New poll for you, chat. Should it be a law if you purchase a firearm, you need to lock it in a safe? No matter if there's a kid or not. I'm not even going to go there. I mean, we could go into, details, but I know there's going to be an argument of like, well, if somebody's breaking into your house, do you have time to go into the safe to unlock the gun? Then there's that. So I can see the argument for that. Right? Get a free safe with your first purchase, right? I can see the argument of like, well, if somebody breaks into your home, are you going to have time to go to the safe, to unlock it, to get it, to defend yourself? Then there's that. JP Rabbit, schools have metal detectors at every entrance point. Our kids have to wear ID necklaces at all time with current photo. I don't know if you guys heard that, but that's cats running amok. Yeah, and that makes me sad. You know what? That really just makes me sad. That's where we're at. That's where we're at as a society, where we have our kids having to go through metal detectors and having to wear IDs. That right? Like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that statement right there? I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Red Snap, you keep yours. You keep yours in your nightstand, right? So maybe instead of a safe, a secure, well, somewhere where it's locked, right? Because if somebody breaks in, you're not going to have time to go to the safe. I get it. I get that argument. AWOL, you keep. I keep yours locked because they are expensive, right? Elaine, why would you want one in the first place? All right, it seems like they're coming back. All right, hold on. They might be coming back.
Ready for me?
We're ready, Your Honor.
All right, folks. Yes, sir.
It's like I need to get in my I don't have my I have it's not as effective.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where's y'all show me the furthest to my left monitor.
They can't see that.
You can move this chair out the way.
Sir, what is your ability to see that monitor?
I see it right here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Brooks.
All right. All right, Investigator Gilland. We are up to August 26th of 2024, about 9 days before the shooting. Can you tell us where Marcy is at this time?
She's still in Fitzgerald.
Okay. So we have right now the 20th. Is that the last day Colt went to school between until the 26th?
Yes.
And on the 26th, does Colt go to school?
He does.
Does he do anything before he goes to school?
He does.
And what does he do?
He tries to call the defendant.
Okay. And what time does he try to call the defendant, and does the defendant answer?
7:34 a.m. and 7:35 a.m. and no.
Okay. And where is the defendant when Colt is trying to call him?
His location data from his cell phone device shows him at 896 Harrison Mill Road.
Okay, so is that his house?
It is.
After Colt tries to call the defendant at 7:34, what happens? What's our next relevant item?
A little bit later, Lisa Butler from Apalachee tries to call defendant.
Okay. So based on your review of the evidence, where is Colt at the time Lisa Butler tries to call the defendant?
He's in like the counseling office / suite at the school.
Okay. And these calls look a little bit different. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so these are not from location data from the phone. These are actually from the cellular company records. So these would be from T-Mobile. And so that's why they look a little bit different. And you'll see the date and time. And the phone number that says target number ends in 2768. So this was actually the phone number that the defendant had earlier in the year.
Okay. So this is not the phone number he's currently using?
No, it was not.
So after Lisa Butler attempts to call the defendant, does Colt attempt to call the defendant?
He does.
Okay, and what time was that at?
It was at 10:42 a.m. and 10:51 a.m.
And does the defendant answer those calls?
Yes, he does.
When the defendant answers that phone call from Colt, where is he?
He is in the vicinity south of Brazelton on 85.
How far away is that from Apalachee?
I believe being mapped, it was about 15 miles or 20 minutes, give or take.
And what happens, I guess based on the phone records, does the defendant call Marcy after this?
I believe it was 11:23.
So about 30 minutes later he calls Marcy?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and is that displayed on this?
It is, yes.
Slide? And where is that? Is that the top of the slide?
Yes, in the red box at 11:23 a.m. and they spoke for 7 minutes and 31 seconds.
And after that call, what does Marcy do?
She sends a text message to Colt.
And these are, I think, have already been introduced through Marcy, but essentially letting him know that this is Marcy, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then what does she follow up with?
She says, I sent this to you last week, not realizing I had the wrong number. It's an inpatient treatment in Athens, like we talked about several times, and you kind of said you wanted to try with the website for Advantage Behavioral Health Crisis Stabilization.
And at this time, is Colt still in the counseling suite?
He is.
Okay. And do Marcy and Colt then talk about acute mania?
They do.
Okay. And after he sends her a text message about acute mania, what does she say?
She responds at 11:50 a.m., but your dad mentioned that you were talking about acute mania last week, so I've been reading more about it since then.
All right. So in this time frame, Lisa Butler sends the defendant the email about Project Aware and copies 2 other clinicians. Do any of those clinicians follow up?
They do.
So I'm going to bring up the first one, which is from Karen Hope. What time did she send that email?
She sent it at 12:04 p.m.
And does she give her phone number or email for him to call if he has any concerns?
She does.
Okay. And we're going to take the next one out of chronological order. But does Jade Baker also follow up?
She does.
And what does she say?
This
This
is a couple of days later, but she just explains that she's going to be the one working with Colt and that she plans to work with him early next week. And if they have any concerns, provides her phone number.
And so counseling is supposed to start sometime around September 3rd or September 4th?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in the first email that was introduced through Lisa Butler, did she also provide her contact information to the defendant in her email?
She did.
Okay. From viewing the defendant's phone extraction, did he ever call Karen Hope, Jade Baker, or Lisa Butler at any point?
No.
Okay. Did he ever email them with any concerns?
No.
Is the only email he sent the one where he had signed the Project Aware form?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now we are still on August 26th. Do we have some more photos from Colt's phone on this date?
We do.
Okay. I'm going to pull up that first one. Can you tell me the time of the photo and what it appears to be of?
This is August 26th at 6:25 p.m. This is, again, a modified date like we spoke about earlier, and it's a picture of a hand holding a box of Winchester ammunition.
Now, those consistent with the type of ammunition that was used in the shooting?
Yes.
They also consistent with the type that the defendant purchased in June?
Yes.
And based on this photo, was it taken in Colt's bedroom?
It is, yes.
I'm going to pull up another picture from that same date. Tell us about this picture.
This is a picture from Colt's bedroom, the wire rack, and these are different types of magazines that are on top of the rack.
And then I'm going to pull up the last photo from this slide. Tell us about that.
This is a picture on Colt's bed with the blue blanket with 4 black magazines, 1 tan magazine, and then the rifle, which appears to be the 6-hour rifle on the bed as well.
Those magazines that are in that picture, are they consistent with the magazines that were found at Apalachee on September 4th?
They are, yes.
Now, we've talked about the defendant's work schedule. Would there be days where he would be at home when Colt was at school?
Yes.
And was this one of those days where he was at home when Colt was at school?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then what is the last thing that happens on August 26th?
There's another Amazon purchase.
And what did the defendant purchase that day?
On August 26th, it's a unisex half mask for $5.79.
And is that a picture of Colt wearing that half mask?
It is, yes.
Okay, and in the photos over there that were found on Colt's wall on September 4th, is Nicholas Cruz wearing a half mask in one of those photos?
I believe he is, yes.
Okay. Moving to August 27th. So now we're 8 days from the shooting. What happens on this day?
This is a day where Colt does not go to school. And then this is when Deborah Polhamus calls Advantage.
Okay. And we have introduced those records already in through Luke Pyatt and Vicki Lee. Are these the records that came from Advantage?
They are, yes.
And what time did Debbie call?
She called at 2:02 p.m.
And how do we know this is Debbie's phone number?
We were also able to get cellular records from the company, and it comes with subscriber records, so it shows who the number is subscribed to, which was Deborah Polhamus.
And y'all, the investigation did not include getting Debbie's phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Her phone was not extracted?
We did not have a phone extraction for her, no.
Okay. And then now, a little farther on August 27th, what does the defendant send Colt on this day?
This is at 4:24 p.m. He says, been trying to get in touch with y'all. Give me a call when you get this. Want to make sure everybody's okay and see how it's going for you today and make sure you're happy. I love you. Call me.
Okay. So is the defendant at work on August 27th?
He is.
And are Coley and Jenny, are they at school on August 27th?
They are.
Okay. What were their absentee dates? Was it a few?
In August, I believe Coley was only absent once, and then I believe Jenny was only absent twice.
Okay. And is Marcy still in Fitzgerald?
She is.
And then is Debbie, I guess, on her way from Fitzgerald, but she is not in Bexar County yet?
That's correct.
Okay. So on the day after Colt's anxiety attack at school, is he home alone?
He is.
Okay. All right. What else does the defendant do on the 27th?
There is another search for a gun safe.
I'm going to pull that up. And what time was that search at?
It was at 6:11 p.m.
And is that a safe that could be used for a rifle?
It is, yes.
Approximately how much did this gun safe cost?
When I looked this one up, it was around $180.
And was there any corresponding purchase for a gun safe on this day or any days between August 27th and September 4th?
There was not.
So now we're at August 28th, which is exactly 1 week before the shooting. Does Colt go to school on August 28th?
He does not.
And what's the first thing that happens of note on this day?
Colt calls the defendant.
Okay. And is this all of his phone calls?
It is from 7:31 a.m. to 7:32 a.m.
Does the defendant answer?
He does not.
Okay. And then after the defendant doesn't answer, does Colt call him?
He sends a text.
Sends him a text, yes. And what time does he send him that text?
At 7:33 a.m. And he says, dude, pick up.
After that, does Colt call the defendant again?
He does.
And does he pick up this time?
He does.
Okay. Now, after their phone conversation, do they communicate some more via text?
They do.
All right, I'm going to pull up that text message.
And this is at 7:44 a.m. And Colt sends the defendant, I have to kind of dance around the inconvenient truth at times. I have no control over what these things say and tell me to do.
Does the defendant respond to this text message?
No, he does not.
And the email that we talked about earlier from Jade Baker about giving her contact information and for the defendant to call her if he has any concerns, when did that come in comparison to this text message?
The email came approximately 10 minutes after this text message.
Okay. And again, did the defendant call her with any concerns?
No, he did not.
And what does the defendant do instead?
He texts Marcy and tells her to call him. So the text message at 7:45 says, call me.
And was that just a few minutes after Colt sent the text about the inconvenient truth?
Yes.
And does Marcy call him?
She does, and they talk for 6 minutes and 42 seconds.
After that, does the defendant text Colt back?
Yes.
And what does he say?
At 9:10 a.m., he says, stand by for a call.
And does he call Colt?
He does not call Colt. Colt calls him at 9:15 a.m., so about 5 minutes later, and they talk for 8 minutes and 45 seconds.
All right, and then after that phone conversation, does the defendant then call Marcy?
He does.
Okay. And how long do they talk?
They talked for 11 minutes and 3 seconds.
And that phone call was at 9:25?
Yes, a.m.
Close in time to when the defendant's phone call with Colt ended?
Yes.
And after Marcy gets off the phone with the defendant, what does she start doing?
Starts texting Colt.
And what does she text him? Or what are they texting about?
Colt is texting Marcy, and he says, there are people after me, and I don't like it. My teachers, I feel as if they're plotting against me. Somehow I feel like they'll hurt me.
And this is a few minutes after Marcy and the defendant get off the phone?
Yes, I think it was about 4 minutes after Marcy and the defendant were on the phone.
And is this, and we've introduced these in through Marcy, is this the same text thread where the defendant texts Marcy and asks her if she's made contact with Memu or Colt?
Yes.
And she talks to him about Colt. So here is this next text message where they're talking about that. And what does Marcy respond when he asks if she made contact with?
She says, not with my Memu, but I'm texting with Colt. And she says, he told me about his teachers.
Okay. All right, so we're still on August 28th. What is the next thing that we have?
The next thing is another photo of from Colt's phone extraction.
Okay. We're going to pull that photo up and tell us what this is.
This was found on Colt's phone, and the metadata shows that it has a capture time, so of August 28th at 1:10 p.m. And it is the pictures that were on the wall of Nicholas Cruz.
And do they appear to be the same pictures that were found on his wall on September 4th?
Yes.
And do they appear to be in the same configuration as they were on September 4th?
Yes.
All right, so we've got one more picture from Colt's phone. I'm going to bring that up. Tell us about this picture.
This picture is from Colt's phone, and is a picture of Colt with the half mask on and holding what appears to be the 6 Sauer rifle in his hand. And this picture would have been taken within a day because we saw the records where he had ordered the half mask.
So this would have had to have been taken on August 27th or August 28th?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, now we are up to August 29th. Tell us what happens on this day.
Colt did not go to school this day, and there are some text messages that the defendant sends to Marcy.
Okay. All right, so we're going to first start with the text that the defendant sent to Marcy. And what does he say?
He says, I wish that she would just take him back home with her for this long weekend so we can just figure out what we're doing without having to confrontation or anything.
And that was at 8:10 a.m.?
Yes.
And after this text message, does the defendant text Jan O'Brien?
He does.
And who is Jan O'Brien?
It's his sister, the defendant's sister.
Okay, I'm going to put that text up. And tell us about that.
He sends the message, morning sister, I don't know, we're having a little bit of trouble with Colt. I think he needs to be like, are you camp or something along those lines, where he can go and get the help he needs and stay there until he does. It's been really difficult. I just wanted to give you an update.
And then the next thing that happens, tell us what happens next.
There's a text conversation between Colt and Marcy. This is at 10:27 a.m.
What does Marcy ask Colt?
She says, "How do you feel today, Colty?"
And how does he respond?
He says, "Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, it's just getting worse. Had to take another. I'll make it to school. Trust."
Okay. And hold on 1 second. Okay, and so after he essentially says things are getting worse, what does Marcy do next?
She starts searching things on the internet.
And in the time frame between when that text was and when she started searching, what was that time frame?
It was about 10 minutes.
Okay. And what does she start searching for?
The first search is 259, which is school shooter Nick.
Okay. And then we're going to bring up that next search. And what time was that at?
At 3:00 p.m. And the search is school shooter parents charged with manslaughter.
Okay. And then our third search.
It's a web history. So she visited the URL at 3:00. What James Crumbly's manslaughter conviction means for parents.
And just briefly for context, who is James Crumbly?
He is the father of Ethan Crumbly, who was a 15-year-old that shot and killed students in Oxford, Michigan.
And was James Crumbly, the father, arrested related to that case?
He was.
Okay. So at 3:00, she visits that particular article. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So after she visits that article, what does she do next?
At 3:05, there is a search. Why were Ethan Crumbly parents charged?
Okay. And then we're going to bring up another search or another article that she read. Tell us about that.
Yeah, this is the web history at 3:05. What led to James and Jennifer Crumbly's guilty verdict?
And is Jennifer Crumbly Ethan's mother?
She is, yes.
And was she also arrested in connection with that case?
She was.
And then we're going to bring up the next search. And what is that?
At 3:09 p.m., she searched safe storage gun laws, Georgia.
And again, for context, what are safe storage gun laws?
It's just laws in regards to storing your firearms away from children.
Okay. And then we're going to pull up her next search. And tell us about this.
This is a web history where the title is Secure Storage or Child Access Prevention Required, Everytown Research and Policy.
And we're going to bring up one more. Okay, and what did is this another website she visited?
This is a cookie that we talked about earlier. It's giffords.org at 3:13 p.m. And this is, I guess, like a group of activists that are trying to promote gun safety.
Okay, and so a few minutes essentially after Colt texts her and says he's worse, she starts searching for Ethan Crumbly. Does she talk to the defendant close in time to her searches?
She does.
Okay, and we're going to bring up that phone log. Okay, tell us about how long after that last search and how long their conversation was?
It was approximately 30 minutes after the searches at 3:55 p.m. And they talked for 14 minutes and 11 seconds.
What time do they get off the phone?
Around 4:10 p.m. to 4:11 p.m.
Okay. And it's essentially, as soon as Marcy gets off the phone at 4:11, what does she do?
She goes back to a website, what led to James and Jennifer Crumbly's guilty verdict.
And was that a website that she had previously visited?
It was, yes.
All right. And then after this website visit, does Marcy talk to the defendant again?
She does.
Okay, and we're going to bring up that. Is this kind of the timeline extraction we were talking about, where it has Marcy's phone calls but also her search history?
Yes, so from the same day, yes.
So it looks like around 8 minutes after she accessed what led to James and Jennifer Crumbly's verdict, she spoke with the defendant?
Yes, and then there's an 8-minute call, a 1-minute call, a 4-minute call, a 5-minute call, a 1-minute call, and then some more web history visits after that.
And are those web history visits also related to why Ethan Crumbly's parents were charged?
Yes, and then the last one was Mental Health Hospital, Athens, Georgia.
Okay, so it looks like there were about 6 phone calls between Marcy and the defendant after that search related to James and Jennifer Crumbly. Based on your review of the phone extractions, is that an unusual amount of phone calls for them in that short period of time?
Yes, around this time, yes.
All right, so now we're finished with August 29th. We're moving to August 30th, which is a Friday. Was that a school day?
It was a school holiday.
Okay. All right, so on August 30th, what's the first thing that we're going to talk about?
Colt calls the defendant.
Okay. And what time does he call the defendant?
At 7:04 a.m.
And do they speak?
They do not.
All right, and what does Colt do after the defendant doesn't answer?
At 7:05 a.m., he sends him a text message that says, "You forgot to give me my Zoloft."
And then that also on August 30th, the defendant and Marcy talk again.
They do.
And do they again have a lot of phone calls?
Yes, I think there were approximately 16.
I'm going to pull those up. Kind of take us through these phone calls.
They start at 9:50 a.m. and go all the way until 9:28 p.m. And there's a few minutes here and there. The first one, 13 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. And that's pretty much throughout the whole day.
Okay. All right, so August 31st, based on your review of the evidence, this is a Saturday. What's supposed to be happening this Saturday, or what has been talked about happening this Saturday?
This is the day in which Marcy and her mother were coming up to Winder from Fitzgerald, and they had all talked about taking Colt to Athens or Advantage Behavioral Health in Athens.
Okay. Does kind of that morning, does Marcy text the defendant about coming up?
She does.
Okay, and let's bring up that text message. What does it say?
This is 10:24 a.m. About to leave Fitz. Mamu isn't coming to stay because my daddy's birthday is tomorrow. Can you and Boo meet us halfway so she doesn't have to drive all the way up and back in one day with a broken hand?
And do Marcy and the defendant have a phone call after that?
They do.
Okay, let's pull that up. How long was that phone call and when was it at?
It was at 10:43 a.m. and they spoke for approximately 3 minutes and 43 seconds.
Okay. So they talk, and then what happens next with the defendant?
He then sends a text to his sister.
Is this the Jan O'Brien he previously sent a text to about Colt going to a camp?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to pull that text up. So this text is about 15 minutes after, or 20 minutes after he texted Marcy texted him. Tell us what the defendant texts Jan O'Brien.
This is at 11:05 a.m. He says, I hope everything is going good for you. I need a favor if possible. I'm a couple dollars short on rent and wanted to see if I can borrow some money, and I will zell it back to you Friday. I'm short because of co-pays for doctors for Colt. I think I'm going to have to check him in a place so they can try to help him. He had a full-on panic attack at school Wednesday. So I'm trying to get him into a psychologist in Athens. I'm doing the best I can and work 60 hours a week. Anyway, I will give it back next week. It's just crappy timing.
And does she respond?
She does.
And what does she say?
She says, how much do you need?
And then what does the defendant say back?
And he responds, $200, gets my rent paid, and I'll count change for next week.
Okay. So in that first text message to Jan about checking Colt into a place to get him help, he also says he's short on money because he's been paying co-pays for doctors for Colt. You mentioned earlier that as of July 24th, there was no evidence that the defendant had paid for any doctors for Colt. Between July 24th and August 31st, were there any payments to doctors' offices?
Not other than the medicine will.
And the medicine will, is that related to the defendant?
It is, yes.
Okay, and tell me just briefly what those, I guess, time frame of those visits, how often do they happen?
I believe it was once a month or sometimes twice a month.
And so other than the defendant going to the medicine will, there are no other payments for doctors?
There are not.
Okay. And at this point, does the defendant have insurance?
Yes, he does.
And did Jan, in fact, send him money?
She did.
Okay. And what happens next?
The defendant receives some text messages from Marcy.
And what are these text messages about?
She says, so that's it. You were prepared to spend money on gas and everything else to go to Lake Blue Ridge, but you can't spend the gas to drive 2 hours and pick me up. That's bullshit, and you know it. At 2:01 p.m., I can't believe how selfish you're being. Me and Boo have literally been counting down the days for 2 effing weeks till I could come visit. I would never have done this to you.
And I know this is a little bit out of the timeline, but after the defendant texts Jan about the co-pays, does he continue to have a conversation with her?
They do, yes.
And what is it about?
There was a Georgia Bulldogs game that day, so they were just talking back and forth about the game.
And so this first text message is at 12:48 about the game being a defensive battle. Does Jan respond to that?
She does.
Okay. Agrees it's a defensive battle, and then the defendant responds. What does he say? OMG, Jano, our QB is going to win the Heisman Trophy. Just still talking about the game. And do they kind of continuously talk about the game until the game is over?
They do.
Okay. So we're still on August 31st, the day they're supposed to go to Advantage Behavioral. Does the defendant take Colt to Athens that day?
He does.
Okay. And does he take him to the crisis stabilization place in Advantage?
No, he does not.
Okay. Where does he go in Athens first?
They first stop at Sonic at 4:09 p.m.
Okay. And how did you know that?
By the location data associated with his cell phone records, his being the defendant's.
Okay. And then after they leave Sonic, where do they go?
They go to a Wells Fargo ATM.
Okay, I'm going to pull up that Wells Fargo ATM. And where is that Wells Fargo?
It's off of Mitchell Bridge Road in Athens.
And what does he do when he gets to the ATM?
He withdraws approximately $400.
And approximately how much money did Jan send him?
She sent $444.
Okay. So he gets to the ATM at 4:18, withdraws $400. You said it's off Mitchell Bridge Road. Is Advantage Behavioral also off Mitchell Bridge Road?
It is.
Okay. Approximately how far from Wells Fargo that the defendant was at 418 is Advantage?
It's approximately 2.17 miles.
Okay. So does he then go to Advantage?
No.
Where does he go?
He goes to the Guitar Center.
Okay. And where's the Guitar Center?
I believe it is off the Oconee connector. Still in Athens.
Okay. And what time does he go there?
At 4:51 p.m.
And do we know if anything is purchased at the Guitar Center?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a Fender hat, or like a toboggan style hat with the word Fender on it.
Okay, and I'm going to bring up that. What is that a picture of?
This is a picture of Colt from the defendant's phone with a Fender hat on.
And I'm going to pull up another photo. Where is that from?
This photograph was on Colt's phone of the hat in his lap with the tag on it.
And that was from after they left Guitar Center?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And based on your review of the evidence, was this hat found at Apalachee on the day of the shooting?
It was.
Okay. And is that consistent with that hat?
It is, yes.
Okay. So we're ending August. We're moving into September of 2024. What's the first day we talk about?
September 1st.
Okay. And so September 1st is 3 days before the shooting. Is September 1st, what day of the week is that?
It's a Sunday.
Okay. And what happens on that day?
Marcy sends the defendant a text message.
All right. And what does she say?
She says, "Why are you doing this?"
All right. So during this, between August 31st and now when she sent the text to him about not picking her up, has there been any other communication? Has the defendant texted her or called her or anything?
No.
Okay. Now we're at September 2nd. Was that a school day?
It was a school holiday.
Okay. Now, what's the first thing that we're going to talk about on September 2nd?
Another photo on Colt's cell phone extraction.
Okay. And when was this photo taken?
This was taken September 2nd at 4:58 p.m.
Okay. Okay, again, do these photos appear to be in the same configuration as they were on September 4th, as well as they were on, I think it was August 28th?
That's correct.
Okay. And at the time this photo was taken, do you have any location data for the defendant?
I did.
And where was he?
His location data from his cell phone extraction was at the residence at the house at 896 Harrison Mill.
Okay. Does Colt take another photo of the school shooter shrine on September 2nd?
He does.
I'm going to pull that up. Can you tell us what the capture time of that photo is?
This one is September 2nd at 8:45 p.m.
Okay. So again, we're 2 days before the shooting. And so this photo, does it appear to be in the same configuration as the one earlier and then September 4th?
It is.
Tell me why it looks switched.
With any of the cameras now, there's selfie mode and your regular camera mode. So this one is in selfie mode, so it means it's a mirrored image, so that's why it looks flipped in the picture versus from the back side of your phone, which is just a front-facing camera.
And do we have any information about the defendant's location at the time this photo was taken?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And what information do we have?
The picture that we just saw was taken at 8:45 p.m. and this location data from his cell phone extraction was 8:43 p.m. at the residence of 896 Harrison Mill Road.
And just to kind of briefly talk a little bit about location data, you don't have a time for every second someone is somewhere, is that correct?
No, not necessarily. It just depends on what's logged in the extraction.
And this is the only, I guess, location data point that you have in this time frame?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, have you been out to the defendant's former residence?
I have.
Okay. And I'm going to bring up the crime scene sketch that was introduced through Heather Lashley. Okay. And this is State Exhibit 144 for the record. Using the sketch, can you explain the purpose of going out to the defendant's former residence off Harrison Mill Road?
Yeah, so after I found the photographs on Colt's cell phone extraction with the pictures on the wall, I wanted a kind of a measurement and visual of how big the room was and where on the wall it was in relation to the photographs.
And I'm going to hit. Can you just kind of show on the sketch where you took measurements up?
Okay, so this would be Colt's room, and so I took measurements. The shrine was located on this wall, and so I took measurements from just the wall itself. There's a window right here. And then I took measurements from here to the door frame, and then also the door frame to the bathroom door frame, which is across the hallway, and as well as just the size of the room itself.
Okay. And generally, I guess when you were at the house, when you were standing in the doorway for what was Colt's bedroom, could you see across to the wall where the school shooter photos were?
Yes, I could.
Okay. Was it, as soon as you opened the door, is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. And can you see that wall also from the bathroom door?
You can, yes.
Okay. Now, you said you took measurements of the size of the room. How big was the room?
It was approximately 93 inches by 114 inches.
And then,
which is relatively small.
As far as the distance from the wall to Colt's door, what was that?
It was approximately 12 feet and 2 inches.
Okay. And have you taken an opportunity to measure where 12 feet 2 inches is in this courtroom?
I did, yes.
Okay. And can you, using the board, show us where the wall would have been in relation to the bedroom door?
Sure. Good to step down.
Yes.
So I marked 12 feet 2 inches. So this would be from the box right there all the way to here is 12 feet 2 inches. So that would be from the bedroom door frame to the bedroom wall to the door frame.
So if you're standing here, this is what you would see when you walked into Colt's room?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Where or what's the distance to the wall, from the wall to the bathroom door?
So then it was an additional 39 inches. So it would be approximately here from the bathroom door and then the hallway and then Colt's bedroom.
Okay. So if you were here, then this would be the bathroom door.
That's correct.
Right. Thank you. You just put it back. Yeah, you can just put it back. All right, so now we're moving to September 3rd, the day before the shooting. Was this a school day?
It was.
And did Colt go to school this day?
He did not.
What's the first, oops, and actually I missed one thing. We've got another photo on September 2nd that I need to bring up. Tell us about these photos.
These are from Colt's phone extraction from the 2nd of September, 9/12. These are modified and were sent in a messaging app. Excuse me. And Like the photographs before, we can say that this is anywhere from July 25th until September 2nd.
And that's because July 25th is when he dyed his hair?
That's correct.
Okay. And are these, do they appear to be in Colt's bedroom?
They are, yes.
Okay. All right, so now we're moving to September 3rd. Colt did not go to school this day. What's the first thing that happens on this?
There's some text messages between the defendant and Deborah Polhamus.
Okay, let's bring up September 3rd. What happens on this day?
Deborah Polhamus sends a message to him that says, "Let me know when to pay. Marcy wants to know why she has not heard from you guys, if there is a specific reason."
Okay, and did she Zelle the defendant money?
She did.
Approximately how much?
It was $100.
Between Saturday morning of August 31st and this text with Debbie, did the defendant communicate with Marcy at all?
No, he did not.
Does the defendant text Marcy after this exchange?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And we have one more text with Debbie where she says, "Did Colt go to school? Gonna Zelle now." And then the defendant sends Marcy a text. Can you tell us about that text?
He actually sends this text to Deborah Polhamus. And it says, "Shoot, he told me he was. I texted him twice during the day, and when he didn't answer, I knew he didn't. But I didn't get upset with him. I told him I need him to go because it's part of getting the resources involved."
All right. And what was the next text?
This is also again to Deborah Polhamus. "He was great all weekend. No fights or arguing or nothing. I think he just has to break the ice and go back. Then he will be good."
All right. And now we are up to his text message to Marcy.
And this one's to Marcy at 7:31 p.m. "Hey, sorry, just trying to keep everyone and everything together and calm. It's not the easiest thing, but I want you to talk to Boo regardless, okay?"
And does Marcy respond?
She responds. She says, "I've been talking to all three of the kids every day. You were the only one ignoring me." And he responds, "Okay, good."
So this last text is at 8:25 p.m. What does the defendant do next?
He then searches for another gun safe at 10:49 p.m.
And is this gun safe approximately the same amount of money as the other ones?
It is, yes.
Between the money that the defendant is being given by Jan and Debbie, as well as his paycheck and his truck allowance, did he make about $9,000 in the month of August?
Yes, approximately.
Okay. Now we're going to move to the day of the shooting, September 4th. How is this part of the presentation laid out?
This is more kind of minute and hour chronologically.
All right, so we're going to start with when the defendant leaves home. When does he leave home?
So he's still at home at 6:47 a.m. and then you see his device start to move at 6:53 a.m.
Okay. And based on your records or your review of the digital evidence, does he go to work?
He does, yes.
Okay. Does Colt take the bus to school that day?
He does, yes.
And approximately what time does he get on the bus?
At 7:46 a.m.
And is this from the surveillance videos?
It is, yes.
Okay. All right. What time does Colt get to school?
He arrives at school at 7:59 a.m., which is the photograph on the left. And then he enters first period at 8:01, which is the photograph on the right.
Now, Jenny gets to school after Colt, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What happens next?
Jenny calls the defendant at 8:29 a.m. and it's about a minute and 45-second call.
And is that around the time she gets to school?
Yes.
Then what happens?
And then Colt sends the defendant a text at 8:30 a.m. that says, "I will text you in about an hour. It's important, so please answer when I do." And then the defendant responds at 8:32, okay, what are you going to be texting me about? Is everything okay? And Colt responds, yep. And then at 8:34 a.m., the defendant responds, okay, I really hope you have a great day, Bubba.
All right, so Colt is in first period when he's texting the defendant these texts?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, at this point, has he texted Marcy at all?
No.
Now, what time does Colt go to second period?
At around 9:40 a.m.
And what happens while Colt is in second period?
He sends another text message to the defendant.
And what time is that text message?
It's at 9:42 a.m. that says, I'm sorry.
And then, what does he say?
It's not your fault. And then the defendant responds, what's wrong, Bubba? You didn't do anything?
Did Colt respond to either of these two text messages?
No, he did not.
And what is that last one?
He says, hey, what's wrong?
Okay. So this is about approximately 40 minutes before the shooting starts. Is the defendant reading these texts as he's getting them?
Yes.
So at 9:43, he sends the last text. And what's the next thing he does?
He tries to call Marcy and then calls Deborah Polhamus.
Okay. At any point between getting the text, I'm sorry, and calling Marcy or Deborah, does he try to call the school?
He does not.
Does he try to call 911?
He does not.
Okay. So what happens at 9:46?
At 9:46, he tries to call Colt, and then at 9:48 a.m., he sends...
Or this is Marcy.
Oh, sorry. Marcy tries to call Colt, and he doesn't answer. And at 9:48, Marcy texts Colt, hope you're okay, Colty. Text me and let me know you're good.
Okay. And does Marcy then kind of follow up with the defendant about her trying to text Colt?
Yes.
And what does she say?
She texts the defendant, no answer, I texted him too. And then he responds, tell your mama to text him.
And where is the defendant at the time of these text messages?
He was at work in Forsyth County.
Okay. All right, so what happens next?
At 9:50 a.m. is when Marcy calls Lisa Butler.
And again, approximately how long was that phone call?
It was approximately 8 minutes and 57 seconds.
Okay. And so she gets off the phone with her around 9:59. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So while they're on the phone, what happens?
Colt leaves second period and he goes to the bathroom at 9:54 a.m.
So at this point, has Colt texted Marcy?
No, he has not.
Does he then text Marcy while he's in the bathroom?
He does.
And what does he say?
At 10:02 a.m., he sends a text to Marcy that says, I'm sorry. And Marcy responds, about what?
Does Colt respond to that text? Or I guess, what does Colt do instead of responding to Marcy's text? Does he text the defendant?
I was about to say, I think he texts the defendant and doesn't respond to Marcy.
Okay. And what time does he text the defendant?
At 10:03 a.m., he says, no, I love you and Jenny and Coley. And then says, you're not to blame for any of it. And then at 10:04 a.m., he responds, any of what, Bubba? Please tell me you're okay right now, please.
And at the time that the text comes in about know that I love you and Jenny and Coley, is the defendant still at work?
He is, yes.
Okay. And then does the defendant try to call Colt?
He does.
And does Colt answer?
He does not.
Does he try to call the school at this point?
He does not.
And so now we're at 10:10. Where is he located?
Still at work in Forsyth County.
Okay. Now we're going to move to 10:17. So we're still before the shooting, which starts at 10:22. What does Marcy send the defendant?
At 10:17 a.m., she says, you should probably go ahead and make arrangements to leave work. They're going to need you at the school.
So she's telling him to leave work. Does he leave work?
He does not.
Okay, so at 10:22 he is still at work?
Yes.
And what happens at 10:22?
Colt begins firing.
Does the defendant attempt to send more text messages to Colt?
He does.
And what does he say?
At 10:23, he says, hey, look, let me just come get you and we'll leave. Okay, don't worry about school, no trouble. I'll come pick you up and we'll go get some lunch and just take a second, okay? And we don't even have to go back to school, okay? You gave it a good try. We can do this online. Don't just let me come get you. And at 10:27, Baba, just give me a call, please. Let me know you're okay, and let them know in the office I'm going to check you out. Just let them know, and I'll come get you. And look, we just go somewhere and kind of chill and relax. Let's get through today. We'll figure out what we got to do tomorrow. Please, will you please call me?
And where is the defendant at 10:38?
He's still at work in Forsyth County.
Okay. So the next conversation I'm going to pull up is between Jenny and defendant. And this first text, what time is this?
This is earlier in the morning on September 4th, so this is 6:21 a.m.
So she's just asking about going to Dollar General to get some gum. Other than that phone call we talked about at 8:29, is there any other communication between Jenny and the defendant between this text and the one we're about to see?
No, there's not.
Okay. And what does Jenny say?
At 10:55 a.m., she says, I'm scared.
Okay. And what does the defendant say?
He responds, it's going to be okay.
And based on your review of the evidence, is this before the news broke that the shooting had occurred?
Yes, it is.
Does there appear to be any discussion, or I guess based on your review of the evidence, was there any discussion between Jenny and the defendant about the shooting?
No, there was not.
Okay. And does he ask any questions about what she means?
He does not.
All right, so we're going to move to 10:55 right after Jenny sends this text message to the defendant and he responds. And what happens?
The defendant sends Marcy a text that says anything. And Marcy responds, no, and now nobody is answering the phone at the front desk at the high school or at Heyman Morris Middle School.
And what time was that?
At 10:56 a.m.
Okay, and based on your review of the records, is she attempting to call the schools?
Yes, between the last call and now, I believe it was she searched Apalachee and called the school 5 times and also searched and called Heyman Morris several times.
Okay, and does the defendant ever call either school?
He does not.
Okay. And in response to her saying no one's answering, what does the defendant say?
He sends a text to Marcy. They are apparently firing people today. Like, I need that.
What time was that
at? At 10:57 a.m.
And then what happens?
Marcy sends at 10:58. How far away are you from the school? You need to go there now.
And is the defendant still at work?
He is still at work.
Does he leave when she sends this text?
He does not.
Okay. And what does he respond when she says, hey, you need to leave and go to school right now?
He says, super and a PM, asked if that was it and was told he didn't know. And Marcy responds, why did they fire them? And he responds, not sure on PM. And then she responds, Mama has a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and then we're both coming up there.
And what does the defendant say?
He responds, okay, he was kind of ahead. And Marcy asks, ahead? And he says, OMG, sorry, he was a dickhead.
Okay, and what time did the defendant send that text message?
At 11:01 a.m.
And does Jenny send him at the same time he's talking about that, does Jenny send him a text message?
She does.
And what does she say?
She says 3 people are dead at the high school.
Okay, and that text was at 11:01?
Yes.
And what does he say?
11:02, he says, how do you know? How do you know? And she says, people are saying, and was an email. Please, I'm scared. And then 11:06, he sends, did you talk to Colt today?
Okay. And right before he asks if she talked to Colt today, what does he search?
At 11:05 a.m., he searches school shooting today at Apalachee High School.
Okay. And at 11:05, after Jenny has said 3 people are dead, and he's searching shooting at Apalachee High School, where is he?
He's at work.
Okay. What does he do while at work?
He then calls George Clackham.
Okay, and what time does he call George Clackham?
At 11:09 a.m.
All right, and so did Jenny and the defendant continue their conversation?
They did.
Okay, so at 11:11, what does Jenny say?
She says, are you coming to the school? And he responds, yes. And she responds, thank you. And then at 11:13, she says, they may not let us out of our lockdown thing when you arrive, but still stay. And 11:15, he says, well, I'm on the way. Have you heard from Colt?
And when does he finally leave the Forsyth County Fire Station?
At 11:18 a.m.
Okay. And while he is in the car, does Marcy send him a text message?
She does.
And what does she say?
At 11:34, she says, it's already on the news.
So the defendant leaves work at 11:18. Does he go straight to Heyman Morris to pick up Jenny?
No.
Okay, where does he go?
He goes to Quick Trip.
Quick Trip? What Quick Trip?
It is in Buford, on the way from work to his residence in Bethlehem.
How long is he at the Quick Trip?
From 11:45 to 11:52, so I think approximately 7 minutes.
And does he buy something there?
He does.
And what, based on your review of the evidence, what does he buy?
So in the bank records, it shows QT and it says inside. So it usually with gas stations will distinguish if you buy something inside or buy something outside on your bank records. So this was inside for $1.79.
Okay, and would that be consistent with the amount of a beverage or a drink?
Yes.
And did he buy any gas?
He did not.
Okay. So this is 11:45 to 11:52. He's at a gas station. And then do him and Jenny talk some more?
Yes.
So tell me about that.
So at 12:19 p.m., he sends a text to Jenny. Jenny, have you talked to your brother? And at 12:19, she responds, no. And at 12:20, she says, but I think we are thinking the same thing, and I don't want to talk about it over text. And then at 12:20, yep, 10-4, I'll be here in just a few. Let me know when you're back in the building and when I can come get you.
Okay. And where does he go? Does he go to Heyman Morris or does he go somewhere else?
He does not go to Heyman Morris. He goes home.
And what time does he get home?
At 12:27 p.m.
Okay, so he arrives home at 12:27 p.m. What time does law enforcement arrive at his house?
At 12:32 p.m.
Okay, and what is this? How do you know it's 12:32 p.m.?
This is a body cam from one of the deputies that arrived that day.
Okay. After the defendant gets to the house and after deputies arrive, who does he call?
He calls Marcy.
And what time does he call her?
He calls her at 12:38 p.m. and they talk for 5 minutes and 13 seconds.
I don't have any further questions right now.
Yes, Judge. I got 1 second, Judge.
Yes. Bailiff's telling me you don't need breaks. You don't need break? All right. We'll go ahead and take a...
That's fine. It's just like the organized.
Take a break. All right, we'll be in recess.
All right, you guys. Just take a step back, all right? Chat, guys, just take a step back. We have different opinions. Let's just all take a deep breath and let's take a step back. I don't like what I'm seeing in chat right now. Actually, I don't like what I've been seeing all day. All right, so if you need to step out right now. We're going to start timing people out. We're going to start deleting comments. Stop it. Just stop it. All right? Right now, stop it. Stop it. You know, we have a really great chat here, and there's a few of you that aren't respecting rules. So we're going to start timing you out. All right? If you need to take a step back, take a step back. But I'm getting really sick and tired of this. This is a very emotional trial. I get it. But just take a step back now, or we're going to time you out. Now, let me get to my recap for those that actually care about this. If you don't care about this channel, leave. All right, coming out of lunch, she's going over the text messages, phone calls, Google searches. We go through, let's see, so Jade Baker email to Colin and Lisa Butler. I'm the clinician who will be working with Colt. I plan to begin working with him early next week. So there's evidence that Colt was going to get some counseling the week. So this was August 26th. So then the beginning of September, right as this was happening, Colt was scheduled to get counseling. There was a photo on Colt's phone. It's a box full of Winchester ammo from Colt's room. There's a photo of a magazine in Colt's room. There's also a photo of a rifle of the 5 magazines spread out. So there's 4 black and 1 tan. That's the one. Those are the 4 black magazines and the 1 tan one that was found at the school. And then they go to a unisex half mask, which was purchased. So that was $5.79. Then we go to August 27th. That's when Debbie calls Advantage Behavioral Health. Colt does not go to school that day. Oh, here, let me pull this up. I like this. Let me pull this up. So you know how I like my demonstratives in my timeline. So thank you, Miss Ashley Gilliland, for doing this. All right, so this was really good. All right, August 28th, there's a photo of that shrine on Colt's room. All right, we did all that. All right, Colin, okay, here's where it gets interesting. So Colin texts his sister, we're having a little bit of trouble with Colt. I think he needs to be like RU camp. I'm not quite sure what he meant by that. Let's see. He needs to get the help and stay there. All right, hold on. Let me get to, okay, Marcy. Then Marcy starts to do searches for school shooter, Nick, school shooter parents, charged with manslaughter, with the Crumbleys. Let me get to, okay, then there's searches for Safe Storage Gun Laws, Georgia, secure storage or child access prevention required, visits Gifford. Oh, and I think that's the one I was on. Gifford's Law Center. Yeah, so that's the same. It might be the same place. Let's see. Then we get into that text about Marcy having Colin meet her halfway. She brought that into testimony, so I'm not going to go over that. Okay, here's what I wanted to talk about. All right, so Colin texted his sister, I need a favor. I'm a couple dollars short of rent because of co-pays for the doctors for Colt. Trying to get him into a place in Athens. How much do you need? $200. So he's asking for $200, but she actually sends $440. So that weekend that they were supposed to get together, remember that whole weekend they were supposed to get together? Marcy's mom fell and she broke her hand, so she couldn't drive. So he's watching the Georgia Bulldogs. He's watching a football game, and because he's texting his sister back and forth. So that was the same day he was supposed to pick up Marcy. He's watching a football game. Not that there's anything wrong with watching college football, but you were supposed to have this wonderful weekend with Marcy and your kids, and you blew her off. All right. Then we get into the wall shrine. So this was awesome. I love this, where she takes the shrine, if you will, because it's on this cork board or whatever, and poster board, and she measures out 12 feet 2 inches from the jury box. I thought that was pretty powerful. I thought that was really powerful, and it's 12 feet is not that far. I mean, that's like, it's you could definitely have seen it. There's no way that he did not see this. All right, then we go to. Then Colin texts with Debbie. Let me know when to pay. Marcy wants to know why she hasn't heard from you guys. So then Debbie sends him $200. So he's got $440 plus $100. So that's $540 he's gotten sent to him. Then eventually he says, hey, sorry to Marcy. I'm just trying to keep everything together. And then the day of the shooting. Okay, so September 4th. So 7:46, Colt gets on the bus. 7:59, he arrives at the school. 8:01, he gets to his class. Jenny calls Colin at 8:29. Colt texts. I will text you in about an hour. It's important, so please answer when I do. All right, so at 9:40, he goes to second period class, and at 9:42, he texts, I'm sorry, it's not your fault. Colin texts back, what's wrong, Bubba? You didn't do anything. Hey, what's wrong? This was at 9:43. Colin calls Marcy, then Debbie at 9:44. He doesn't call the school or he doesn't call 911. He doesn't call the school and he doesn't call 911. So Marcy calls and then texts Colt. Hope you're okay, Colty. Text me. Let me know you're good. Marcy calls Colin. No answer. Colt texts Marcy. Tell your mom to text him. So then Marcy calls Lisa at 9:50. 9:54, we see a picture of Colt leaving. He leaves his classroom and he goes into the bathroom. And then he texts Marcy, I'm sorry, at 10:02. And she texts back about what? And then at 10:03, he texts Colin, love you and Jenny and Collie, you're not to blame for any of it. Colin texts back, any of what, Bubba? No answer. Colin doesn't call the school. So if you got a text, right? If you got a text, okay. So I did do a poll. I just want to double check that. So not on that. So if you get a text from your child, your 14-year-old son specifically, knowing all that you know that he's gone through, and he texts you back, know that I love you and Jenny and Collie, or Coley, you're not to blame for any of it. Like, what would you guys do? What would you guys do? What would you guys do? Would you call 911? Would you call the school? Would you drop everything and it's like maybe a half hour to school? All right, so Marcy texts Colin, you should make arrangements to leave work. They're going to need you at the school. And then that's at 10:23. So this is a minute after the shooting, unfortunately, a minute after the shooting started. Hey, Colin's texting Colt, hey, let me come and get you and we'll leave. We'll go get some lunch. We can do this online. He goes on and on. I didn't catch it all, but let's get through today. Please, will you call me? Please call me. I mean, he's like pleading with him, but at that point, it's just too late. It's too late. And then Jenny texts Colin at 10:55 saying, I'm scared. Colin texts back, hey, it's going to be okay. Colin texts Marcy anything. Marcy's like, no, and now no one is answering the phone at the front desk. And then Colin texts Marcy back, they are apparently firing people today, like I need that. And they kind of go back and forth. Meanwhile, there's 4 people that have died. And I mean, they have no idea. I get it, but the optics are just terrible. And then at 11:01, Jenny's like, 3 people are dead at high school. So he knows at 11:01. Because at 11:05, he does a search. A school shooting today at Apalachee High School. At 11:06, did you talk to Colt today? He calls his boss, Mr. Clackham. At 11:13, have you heard from Colt? So at 11:18, he finally leaves. So he knows that there's a shooting. He knows there's 3 people that have lost their lives. At 11:01, he knew. So 11:18, he leaves his site. So 17 minutes later. And then he stops off at 11:45. So 45 minutes after, he knows 3 people have lost their lives. And he doesn't even know if that was Colt. He doesn't even know if Colt's one of those 3 people, right? Could have been one of those 3 people. He stops off and he buys a drink or something for $1.79. And then, have you talked to your brother? No. But I think we are thinking the same thing, and I don't want to talk about it over text. Again, and some of you in chat were saying, Jenny's the most level-headed, right? Jenny's the most level-headed one out of, she's like the adult. She's basically being the parent. She basically was the parent, is the parent. Or was the parent, right? Yeah, he stops to get a drink, Lily Wayne. He stopped to get a drink. He was at the quick trip from 11:45 to 11:52, knowing at 11:01 that 3 people had lost their lives. He stops off and he gets a drink. Again, just not, the optics are just not good. And then Jenny's like, I think we're thinking the same thing. I don't want to talk about it over text. He says, yep, 10-4, I'll be there in a few. That was at 12:20. Then he goes home. He goes home. He doesn't even go to the school. He doesn't even go to the school to make sure his daughter is okay, his son is okay. He goes home. He goes home. He arrived at home at 12:27, and officers arrive at 12:32. And he calls Marcy at 12:38. So, Jennifer, yep, call the school while driving to the school. Absolutely. And Saudi girl, yeah, he bought a beanie hat. He bought that Fender. Yeah, he bought that Fender hat we see. Poppy, she is very mature. Well, she grew up really fast. She grew up really, really fast. Oh, Sharon, that's a good point. Looking for a weapon. That's a good point. But he didn't have much time because the officers arrived 5 minutes later. He gets home at 12:27, 12:32. They're at his house. He didn't have much time. And remember, he said that the TV was on. Remember when they're taking pictures and the news was on? He said the TV was on when he got home. I don't know about that. Yeah, no sense of urgency, JP Rabbit. Kenya, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Kuda girl, I was going to say maybe the cops called him, but it would have shown in their records. Michelle, who do you think the state's last witness will be, or is this the last witness? They have two more. I'm sorry, they had two more. This is one, so theoretically they have one more. Because they talked about financial records, text messages, searches. So she's kind of going through everything. Ashley Gilliland. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's going to be next. I'm not sure, to be quite honest. Lily Wayne, I'd be driving there so fast cops would stop me for speeding and they could escort me to the school. It's like if you have a medical emergency or you're pregnant, you're giving birth, Snowcat, this one clinched the case for me, done and dusted. John, I think he went home to check on the nugs. I wonder if he would have tried to make it look like he locked them up if he had more than 5 minutes. He probably would have taken them out of Colt's. He may have taken down the shrine. He may have taken down the shrine. Taken down. There was two rifles found in the top of Colt's closet. The ammunition. Yeah, you're right. Right. Richard, he said he went home to see if it was in Colt's room. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The one where issue to address. The sheriff sent me a text message saying that someone was taking photos in the courtroom that was not in media. I want to bring that to the court's attention.
No.
His name was Alan Walkham. I don't know if he's in here or not, but I guess he's posting them all over his website. Or his Facebook page. So I want to make sure specifically he's not in here when we're playing a surveillance video.
Is Alan Walkham in the courtroom? Does anyone know Alan Walkham? Is his Facebook have a picture?
It does. I can show you. I don't see him in the courtroom. But
Can we see that picture?
yeah.
Is it pictures of the jury too?
I don't know. The only one I got was us and the judge.
Okay.
But I haven't looked at his Facebook page.
This was the one that we had kicked out. Yeah, it was the first guy that we kicked out.
Okay.
And he has not been in the courtroom since.
When was that?
That was last week.
Oh, we definitely took a picture of me today.
You didn't wear that suit twice?
Yeah. Did you have to put shoes on?
Yeah, but this is definitely today. Also, like,
Oh, yeah.
From TV.
Church wants us stricken from the record.
I know.
Okay. Okay.
say, we haven't seen a video since we were. No.
Okay, good.
How does he spell his name?
It's the camera, but it's a sheriff. B-A-U-G-H-T-U-S.
How's he spell Alan?
A-L-A-N.
He's probably watching it online and taking pictures.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now.
That's the
I don't know. That was just what that's what I think.
You have to change something.
PowerPoint and.
Yeah, it's like.
Oh, yeah, you gotta go to display. That was me.
Well, thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome. I wanted to bring it. Yeah, thank you for pointing out repeated deceit.
I hope we're not keeping track of that.
Humble civil servants over here.
Trouble. Judge?
Yes. Yes. I plan to repeat a tie tomorrow.
I'm definitely repeating my grades.
But do look for Are y'all ready for the hearing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, no, we have one issue.
Okay.
There is a text message that I wanted to ask the investigator about that was sent on August the 15th by Jenny Gray to Colin Gray. Basically, to give the court some context.
Yeah. Is this something that's being objected to, or?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just one text that we're objecting to.
Would you like us to come up and show it to you?
Apparently somebody was taking pictures. So this guy, Alan G, was taking pictures. So, Richard, no, Kuda is not there. Sorry I couldn't get to you. I was focused on this to take notes and stuff. Kuda is not there because of the sickness that's going around. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kuda, if you're in chat, post in chat, but Kuda is not there. So apparently somebody was taking pictures. He was the first guy that was kicked out. And now defense has one issue about a text from August 15th from Jenny to Colin. So. Oh, man, what a day. Good grief. Okay, you're not there, yes. Okay. No, I don't blame you with the, although if this guy was sick yesterday and the day before, do whatever you can to not get sick. Yeah, thank you, Aussie. I see. Thank you. Poppy, some guy named AG, Alan, don't want to dox you, although they just said your name. He was kicked out, I guess, for maybe taking pictures last week. I heard something about Facebook last week, someone in court. He was the first guy that was kicked out. So I don't know if this guy is posting on now Facebook or what he's doing. So, Mary, I'd be terrified trying to take pictures like that. I know, right? Jeez. No problem, Lily. I hope I got it right. I think that's what I heard. Or no, I'm not saying I think. That is what I heard. Thank you, Linda. Appreciate that. Yeah, Kuda, you did miss all the action. You did miss all the action. Laura, oh no, you're not to take pictures. Could this affect the trial? Anything, to be quite honest right now, Laura, there's a lot of things that could affect this trial. There's a lot of that juror being sick, people taking pictures in the court, you know. One of the jurors, Lily, did you miss that this morning? If you weren't with us this morning, one of the jurors, a male, is sick. He's had a fever. He thinks he has the flu. It's worse than corona, he said, and yet he's there. So, thank you, Horse. Appreciate that. No problem, Poppy. Kuda, yeah. Take whatever you need to do to get yourself right. Make sure you do. We don't want you getting sick. Maybe Aquarius, maybe. Thank you, Amber. Appreciate you being a part of it. So Elaine, I'm correct. All right, cool. Let's see. Ellen, I see a lot of that name. Oh, okay. Wow, you got that better than I did. I caught a GU, so let's see. Yeah, I agree, Richard. I don't think he thinks he did anything wrong either. That's why he took it to trial. That's why he didn't take a plea or plead not guilty. I'm sorry. That's why he didn't plead guilty. Let's see here. Yep, John. That's 100% agree. They have at least. So Kuda Girl thinks there's 15, which would mean that's three alternates. So I don't know. I don't know why they just didn't let him go. Yeah, I don't know. And it sounds like he's toughing it out because he said he may get, his fever goes up and down. So. Oh, gotcha, Lily Wayne. So for those that weren't with us this morning, one of the jurors was sick, but he showed up and he kind of said he wanted to go home. He says he was feeling even worse from when he had COVID, but the judge says, we're going to keep you. So that was this morning. And then now somebody posting pictures got kicked out of the court. All right, here we go.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Investigator Gill.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you some questions, and I know there is a ton of documents and evidence you've gone over in this case. I'm specifically going to ask you about some text messages, and I also realize there are probably thousands of pages of text messages. And
yes, sir.
You probably remember 95% of them, if not more. But if I ask you about a text message that you don't remember, please let me know, and I'd be happy to show you a copy of it to see if that helps refresh your memory.
Okay.
All right. Make sure there's no fight breaking out in the jury box. Okay. I am not going to start at the beginning of your presentation. I'm going to kind of fast forward a little bit up to the July months. And it looks like the way you put things together in the PowerPoint presentation, if anything relevant happened on a particular day to your case, then it was included in the PowerPoint. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. And so if, for example, one day, July 9th of 2024, I believe it notated there was an email from Colin to Debbie asking what was the name of the lady you spoke to regarding Colt. I'm worried about his first day. And then we skipped ahead to July 20th.
Yes, sir.
So that means that as far as relevance to the case and the charges, nothing happened on July 10th that you felt was relevant to the case.
That's fair to say.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So jumping ahead, there was, well, for context, I believe you said that Marcy Gray moved back into the home in Winder, either temporarily in July of 2024, perhaps around the 6th.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And she remained in the home until August the 16th of 2024.
Yes, that's correct.
And then on the 16th, that's when her mom and dad drove up from Fitzgerald and picked her up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we heard about the argument between Colt and Marcy, where there are allegations about someone getting a gun and Marcy falling to the ground, and then we saw a picture of Marcy on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. I want to talk about that incident real briefly. So on that day, at the time of this altercation, Colin Gray was not at the home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Marcy Gray was at the home along with Colt and Jenny.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And we saw some text messages as part of your presentation regarding from Colt that were sent to Colin.
Yes, sir.
And basically, those text messages would have been presumably Colt's version of what happened.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we also know that Marcy spoke with, I believe you said there was a phone call around the same time between Marcy and Colin Gray.
I believe so.
Okay. And then do you recall there being text messages around the same time from Jenny to Colin?
I do remember that, yes, sir.
And those text messages also described what happened. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And going to, and I'm just going to, well, let me do this. Well, so I'm going to ask you about this text message and just tell me if you remember these particular messages. So these start at August 15th on 2024 at 11:31. And they're going to be from Jenny Gray to Colin, just to kind of help you orient.
Okay.
So at that time, did Jenny text Colin and ask, did anyone else text you like Mama or Colt?
Yes, sir.
And Colin replied, yes, both.
Yes.
Is that right? And Jenny asked, what did they say? Is that correct?
Yes.
Colin responded, 2 stories.
Yes.
So to me, that means that based on that answer, 2 different versions have been put forth as to what happened.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then Jenny texts, I don't want them to get mad at me if I tell the truth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To which Colin said, why? I'm asking you about what really happened. I won't say that to them, but something has to change. To which Jenny responds, all right, so basically we were all in the kitchen and they were getting agitated with each other. Mama said if they wanted to fight, they can fight. So Colt went back into his room. Mama followed him down the hallway and kept instigating, and she went into Colt's room. When she was on there, she tried to grab his gun and was apparently all in his face. Parentheses, I was still in the kitchen, so I just heard it all. Parentheses. Then Colt pushed her out of his room and she fell onto the floor. I came out of the kitchen and stood over her and asked her if she was okay, but she didn't answer me. To which Colin responded, got it. Jenny then responded, "It was kind of scary. I just hope that it doesn't happen again." Is that fairly and accurately portray that conversation between Jenny and Colin on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, is that text back and forth in evidence anywhere? Is it part of?
No, it is not.
No, it's not part of the
extraction,
goods.
but not actually in evidence.
Right, it's part of the extraction. Okay. Now, going back to the 15th, this being the last day that Marcy was there, and, well, I guess she would have been there all day on the 15th, and then she was picked up by, according to this, and obviously on the 15th, Colt wasn't in school.
That's correct.
Jenny wouldn't have been in school either.
Correct.
And that would have been a school day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And apparently, if memory serves, the first day of school actually would have been the day before.
That's correct. His first day of school was the 14th.
Thank you for correcting. Colt's day, first day of school.
Yes.
Okay. Which he had attended.
Yes, sir.
That wasn't the first day of the semester for Apalachee High School. That was simply the first day that Colt actually attended school.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you recall any text messages between Colt and Colin regarding that first day of school?
I do.
And is it fair to say that the text messages from Colt to Colin were positive about his first day in school?
That's correct.
Did he indicated that things were going good?
Yes, sir.
And his dad responded, "Thank you for this. I'm so happy, so damn proud of you."
Yes, sir.
Do you remember Colt responding to the likes of, well, basically saying, "Everyone is so mature"?
I do.
Is that referring to the other students, presumably?
I guess so, yes, sir.
Okay. He says, this being Colt, "Love it here, man." To which Colin responds, "Colt, I swear I'm about to dang cry. You have no idea how much your happiness means to me. You are the man." Colt responds with, GED, here I come. This is exactly my type of school environment, maturity. Colin then responds, "Heck yeah." He responds, he being Colt, "Thoughts on dinner? Celebratory maybe?" Colin responds, "Hell yes. What's the request?" And then Colt goes back to talking about school, saying, "This guy across from me has my name. He's got a full beard. Cool-ass country boy. I'm thinking hamburger helper." To which Colin responds, "Done." Are there other instances in the text messages, if you can remember, where Colt texts Colin telling him he's at school when he's not?
I do believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you know if that was one time or more than one time?
I recall at least one time.
Okay. Now, and I'm going to finish up on the text messages so we don't have to worry about those, but there were some text messages, and you probably do recall these, between Colt Gray and Marcy on the 31st of August, referencing Colt's attempts to contact Nicholas Cruz.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall those?
I do.
Okay. And just to go over the text, Colt tells Marcy, "Sent Nick another letter. We've been in account via Securus." Do you know what Securus is?
I do.
What is Securus?
It's an account that's used by most, sometimes jail facilities or prison facilities that you can send emails and or calls or video visits through. We used to have Securus here in Barrow, but changed over a couple years back.
Okay. So if you were on the outside of one of these facilities and wanted to communicate with an inmate, Securus is a platform that would allow you to do that.
Yes, sir.
Once you registered for it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Colt tells his mother I sent, essentially that he sent Nicholas Cruz an email.
Yes, sir.
To which she responds, I didn't know you had sent him one already. Did he answer your first email? To which Colt responded, I sent them kind of at the same time about 3 days ago. They've both been approved. It's just a matter of them actually getting sent. To which Marcy responds, that's cool, 3 exclamation points. Colt says, I lied about my age, so don't worry about that. To which she responds, okay, what all did you say? Colt responded, I added some money to his commissary too. I told Dad it was a Steam game. To which Marcy responds, LOL, all caps, that's awesome. Do you recall that exchange between Marcy and Colt being in those text messages?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. So I was right. You do remember all these text messages. All right. So going back at the school calendar, we know that Colt attended school only for a couple of days during that semester.
That's
right?
correct. Yes, sir.
And he lied to his dad at least once, if not more times, about being in school when he was at home.
Yes, at least once.
And we know that, for example, on the 16th, the day that Marcy was picked up by her parents, Colt was at home that day.
He was, yes.
And that was a school day as well.
Yes.
Do you recall, and I lied, I am going to ask you about one more text message. Do you recall a text message or any text messages between Colin and Marcy? You mentioned the Saturday they were supposed to go to Advantage Behavioral.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the Saturday I'm referring to. One of the text messages you showed during your presentation talked about going camping at Blue Ridge.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall seeing any other text messages between Colin and Marcy about camping with the youngest child, Boo, that weekend?
I don't remember specific text message. I do remember some search history back in July for some Lake Blue Ridge or Helen type searches.
Okay. So, and on the 31st of August, to go back to when Miss Marcy Gray was speaking with Colt about the Nicholas Cruz and the emails, there were not any text messages between Marcy Gray and Colin Gray referencing that conversation, were there?
That's correct.
And just to be fair, I think you said there were some phone calls, however, around that same time. Or was that later?
I don't remember. I don't think there was any communication on the 31st. Let me check.
Sure.
She did send a text that morning about coming up, and then there was a phone call, and then that was the rest of the communication. There was no communication after that.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. And on the 29th, that's when Marcy had done, so 2 days before that conversation with Colt, that's when Marcy had done all those searches in regards to Ethan Crumbly, school shooters, safe gun laws, things like that.
Yes, sir.
That was in her search history on that date. And that was the date that there were several, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 6 phone calls between Colin Gray and Marcy.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? The longest one being, let me make sure. It looks like, and that was up pretty quickly, but it looks like one was about 30 seconds, one was about 8 minutes, one was about 4 minutes, one was about 5 minutes, and then the last one was about 1 minute.
I think that's correct. I think
right?
the first one might have been 14 or 11 minutes. But yes, around.
Minutes. Okay. And then the next day would have been the 30th. That would have been a school holiday.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And that was a Friday, and then the following Monday would have been a school holiday as well.
Yes, sir.
And then the second was the day that, the third was the day that Colt would have been back in school had he gone that day.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said there was a text message from Colin, correct me if I'm wrong, asking Colt why he wasn't at school that day. Or did Colt text him and say he was sick or there was some reason he could not go?
I don't remember the text on September 3rd, if there was any between the two.
Gotcha. Now, when you were showing some of the photos, you referred to the files as being modified.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And so a modified file may not have the date that the photo was actually created.
That's correct.
And it looks like you're able, in some of the instances where his hair had been dyed, Colt, for example, if you know the date the hair was dyed, then you can at least give us a range from, it wouldn't have been before that date, obviously, to the date that it was actually modified.
That's correct.
That's how you're kind of coming up with a range for some of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you went through Marcy's phone records, Marcy Gray's phone records. After that conversation on the 31st with Colt regarding speaking to Nicholas Cruz, there's no indication she called 911 or anything like that, is there?
No, sir.
After those searches on the 29th of August that she did on her phone regarding school shooters in Crumley, there's no indication she called 911, is there?
No, sir.
You were able to go over the school records for the other children, Coley Jr., Coley and Jenny, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you mentioned that the youngest one, Coley, sounds like was taken to school based on the Google records by Mr. Gray.
That's correct, yes.
And he only had one absence.
Yes, sir.
That first semester, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then it sounds like from the records, his daughter Jenny, who would have gotten on the bus by herself, had 2 absences.
Yes, sir. For the month of August.
For the month of August, yes, thank you. So Colt goes to school on the 14th. He sends his dad text messages that things are going well. And then there's the altercation with Marcy the very next day.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then the 16th, Colt does not go back to school. That's
correct.
In fact, he doesn't go back to school for several days after that altercation, does he?
I think the next day was the 19th that he did go to school.
Okay. And it's clear from the text messages that you reviewed.
Yes, sir.
It's just as clear from the text messages that Colt does not want to go to school.
That's correct.
Do you recall, so from the text message you put in the presentation, Debbie Palamas and Marcy Gray are scheduled to come up Saturday, which would have been, was it the 1st of September?
The 31st.
The 31st.
Of August, yes, sir.
31st of August. And obviously that does not happen.
That's correct.
And from your investigation, and this may have been part of someone else's investigation, so just let me know, are you aware of a meeting between Debbie Palamas and Lisa Butler prior to that Saturday?
Yes, sir.
And at that meeting, from the emails that you were able to retrieve as part of your investigation, it's clear that there were supposed to be some services put in place for the beginning of that first week of September for Colt.
Yes, sir.
And that would have been at Apalachee High School.
Yes, sir.
And there were some, would have been, the earliest it could have happened would have been the 3rd.
Yes,
because
sir.
Monday was the holiday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, 1 second, sir. All right, just a couple more questions. I know you've been up here all day. From your review of the text messages, and we can just kind of cover that July to September of 2024, is it fair to say that Colin Gray texted Colt and or Jenny almost every day?
I don't know that I would say almost every day, but he did text them frequently.
Okay, texted them frequently?
Yes, sir.
And did those text messages from Colin to the kids, were there positive messages in some of those text messages?
They were, yes, sir.
Did he express how he loved his children in those text messages?
Yes, sir.
That he was proud of his children?
Yes, sir.
That he was trying to get them to go to school?
In a couple of them, yes.
Okay. He was asking them how school was, how their days were?
He did, yes.
Okay. And he stated things like he was proud of them?
He did.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Just briefly.
Yeah. One of these folders. Go right ahead.
So in the course of the District Attorney's Office investigation, did we attempt to get jail calls when Marcy was incarcerated in Ben Hill between her and the defendant?
We did.
Okay. And were we able to get those calls between the two of them?
We were not.
But in order for the defendant to be able to talk to Marcy while she was in Ben Hill, would he have had some sort of account set up?
Yes, I think through Ben Hill it was called JPay.
Okay. Do they?
I'm going to object. I believe this to be outside the scope of the cross-examination.
It goes directly to the Nicholas Cruz text messages.
I obviously don't know what it comes in. You don't need to approach or yes. All right.
That for sure was outside the scope. It was way outside the scope. They didn't say anything about jail phone calls. Way outside the scope. That was way out. He didn't say one thing about jail. Well, Nicholas Cruz being in jail, setting up. All right, so on cross, the big thing from that was Colt. Let's see. Colt told Marcy, I sent Nick another letter through Securus, that's used by jails and prisons. Marcy said, I didn't know you had sent him one already. Colt said, they both have been approved. Marcy said, that's cool, exclamation point, exclamation point. Colt said, I lied about my age. I added some money to his commissary too. I told Dad it was a Steam game. I'm not sure what Steam is, but obviously some kind of video game. Marcy said, LOL, that's awesome. So, and then Marcy didn't call 911 either after her searches on the Crumblies. So, oh, and then we heard about Jenny's take on what happened. She was in the kitchen, but Mom went after, Colt went into his room and Mama followed him and grabbed his firearm. She was in the kitchen. She just heard it. Colt pushed her. She fell to the floor. Jenny came out of the kitchen. She stood over her, asked her if she was okay, but she didn't answer. Yeah, so to me, they're trying to deflect from Colin's culpability and say, oh, look how bad Marcy was. She didn't call 911 after her searches on the Crumblies. She is totally okay with Colt contacting another, mass school mass deleter. Don't look over here. Our guy, look over here. She, so, and blame could definitely be set at Marcy's feet too. The Zoloft, not doing anything when Colt told her that he's contacting Cruz. I mean, those are some pretty big warning signs too. Knowing full well that Colt has firearms and ammunition in his room and not doing anything about it.
I think there was an objection that we just approached on the don't need to rule on anything.
Then I'll withdraw the objection based on.
Yes, and I'm just going to show Ms. Gill and Ms. refresh her recollection about what platform Ben Hill uses. Does Ben Hill also use Securus?
It does use Securus.
Okay. So, in order to, Mr. Hobbs was talking to you about text messages between Colt and Marcy related to him setting up a Securus account to talk to Nick Cruz. How, in order to set up a Securus account, do you have to, or what do you have to have?
So you have to create an account with a name, an email, phone number, and then if you want to add money to make calls or send email, text messages, then you also have to upload some sort of funds, so a credit or debit card.
So when you upload funds, is that charged to that debit or credit card?
It does, yes.
Okay. And were there any corresponding charges on the defendant's debit card from Wells Fargo that had Securus, or that were paid to Securus?
There was.
Okay. And so was it in, I guess, related to the same time frame as Colt would have paid for talking to Nick Cruz?
Yes, it was around 8/28 and 8/29.
And does it show up on his Wells Fargo record as Securus?
It does.
Okay. Okay, and then in relation to those Nick Cruz text messages, on that same day, on August 31st, does Marcy also bring up the fact that she wanted to come visit Colt in order to maybe take him to Advantage?
She did.
Okay, was that after, kind of in the same time frame, but after the text message Mr. Hobbs brought up?
It was, yes.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Just briefly, in those text messages between Marcy and Colt regarding this Securus account, doesn't Colt indicate that he lied about his age in order to create the account?
He did.
And didn't he acknowledge the fact that he deceived his father to get money to buy a video game, which he instead used for Securus?
Yeah, he did.
Thank you.
You come down?
Take us in for the question.
State calls next, please.
The state calls Lucas Byer to the stand. All right, this time I will make an announcement to the gallery. This witness will have a short introductory, a few questions about what he did on the 4th, but then we'll very quickly go into the video surveillance of the crime scene. So any witnesses or people in the gallery that would be triggered or upset by this, now would be the time.
And just to clarify, this is going to show video through the school of Colt that day.
Yes, sir. There's also a Rule 22 motion on that, Your Honor. We will pause it concurrent to that Rule 22 motion for you to instruct the press.
And remind me, is it, once we pause it, the press is done for the entirety of the rest of the video?
Yes, sir.
All right, so make sure you understand that at some point we're going to pause it. We had a hearing on this. At the point which we pause it, thereafter you need to hit the kill switch so that you're not recording what's on the screen, and then media is not allowed to take pictures or video of what's on the screen at that point in time.
Also, Your Honor, just anyone that's not in the media and it's not in the Rule 22, just regular people in the gallery are not allowed to take any pictures whatsoever or video of it.
Thank you. Go.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony given, matter, and opinion before this court be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, please. And if you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Special Agent Lucas Byer. I'm with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. My name is spelled Lucasbeyer.
Okay. And where do you work, sir?
Currently, I'm employed with the GBI's SEAC unit. That's Child Exploitation and Computer Crimes.
Okay. And how long have you worked for that unit?
Since July 1st of 2025.
Okay. And back in 2024, where did you work?
I worked at the GBI's Athens Regional 11 office.
Okay. And does Region 11 cover Barrow County?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Were you working the day that on September 4th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where were you that morning?
So that morning I was located at the GBI office in Athens. I was just doing standard work, sitting at my desk working on various reports. At some point in the morning, I don't remember the exact time, the supervisor notified the entire office that there was an active shooter situation occurring in Barrow County. And we immediately dropped what we were doing, got into our vehicles, and started moving towards Apalachee High School.
About what time did you arrive at Apalachee High School?
My best estimate would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10:40, 10:45 a.m.
Okay. And what happened when you arrived?
When I arrived at Apalachee High School, I got on my vest and I entered the school at a doorway nearest the guidance counselor's office. I traveled down a hallway and made contact with some law enforcement officers that were already in the building, got an assessment of what was going on and where we were needed. I was guided towards the atrium where there was a large contingent of law enforcement personnel meeting and trying to come up with a plan to do a secondary clear of the school. By the time I arrived, the primary clear of the school had already occurred, and it's standard operating procedure to do a secondary clearing of the school to make sure that any other injured individuals are located, to make sure that there are no more threats inside the building. So I joined up with a team of Georgia State Patrol, Barrow County Sheriff's Office, myself, and some other various law enforcement that were on scene, and we conducted a secondary clear of our assigned sector.
Okay. A brief synopsis, what else did you do that day?
During the clear, or during the secondary clear, The team that I was assigned to, we happened to be assigned to do a secondary clear of what ultimately turned into the crime scene. So once the clear was concluded, I started communicating with my crime scene specialist, Special Agent Daniela Stewart, started providing her an assessment of what the scene looked like. Told her to bring as much equipment as she could. And I started conducting various investigative acts that I thought would be necessary, including locating and collecting surveillance video.
Okay, I was going to ask you about that. Did you at some point collect all the surveillance video pertinent to that area of the school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And over the next few days and weeks, did you watch all of that school surveillance video?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And describe to me the system in general of how it worked with the surveillance system.
The surveillance system was centralized within the school. When I initially requested the surveillance video, I made contact with a school resource officer at the school, and he started the process of identifying videos and isolating them for download. It actually took quite a while to download the video, so I didn't end up picking it up physically until the following day. But the system was centralized in the school. All the cameras were coordinated. They were all on the same timestamp. Each classroom had an individual camera in it that was located in the top center of the ceiling. It had a fisheye lens, so it could catch a 360-degree view despite being a single camera. There were also surveillance cameras positioned throughout the hallways, also mounted on the ceilings. All these cameras operated on the same timestamp. The surveillance cameras in the hallway provided a slightly different angle. They weren't fish-eyed like the classroom cameras were, but they still coordinated at the same time.
Okay. When you're reviewing these videos, can you pick and choose, or is it you're watching this hallway camera throughout the entire time, and then you're watching this television or this classroom camera all the way through?
While I was watching the video, it was individual camera feeds exclusively.
Okay. And were you able to piece together a timeline of following Colt from when he got on the bus until all the way through the shooting?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. I want to pull up a map of the school. And there should be a pointer up there still for the last witness. Yeah. And so it's, if you use the one behind you and show us from the video, I want you to walk us through Colt's path from when he got off the bus at the school through the shooting.
The bus dropped Colt off approximately here. Colt traveled and entered the school through a set of doors here. He traveled down this hallway.
Would you flip for us?
On the other side of your chair. You stand on this side.
I apologize. Let's start over. The bus dropped Colt off here. He entered the school through a set of doors here, moved along this hallway, and then there was a large gathering area, a cafeteria here. Colt walked along the outside of that cafeteria, traveled down this main hallway into the atrium, and then entered this hallway where he entered his first period classroom.
And could you point out his first period classroom for us?
First period classroom was, I believe, one of these two classrooms here.
Okay. And at the end of first period, where did he go?
He exited his classroom, continued to travel down this hallway, and entered this hallway here, traveled all the way down, and then entered J Hall, where he went to his second period class,
okay,
which is located here.
Okay. And for the shooting, when he left his second period class, where did he go?
He exited second period, traveled back down this hallway, and entered the bathrooms that are located here.
Okay.
He remained in the bathrooms for an extended period of time, ultimately exited the bathroom, and traveled back to his second period classroom where he attempted to gain access to that classroom.
And did he gain access to the classroom?
No, sir, he did not.
What did he do at that point?
He moved to the immediate neighboring classroom. The door was open in that classroom, and he entered that classroom and proceeded to shoot.
How far into the classroom did he enter?
No more than 3 or 4 steps, sir.
Okay. And how many shots did it appear in the video? How long was he in the room shooting?
He was in the room for 10 to 12 seconds, if memory serves correctly. It was difficult to tell based off the video and the video quality how many shots he took, but it was several shots that he took inside that classroom.
Okay. And when you left that classroom, where did he go?
When he left the classroom, he went back down J Hall, traveling back towards the restroom. When he was approximately here in the hallway, he fired some more and ultimately struck teacher Christina Ermy.
We'll stop you there. We got a more close up. That here, probably easier for you. Make sure you're having a stretch there.
Thank you.
Right side up.
All right, so once again, this was the classroom that he started firing in. When he exited that doorway, he traveled down the hallway, and when he was almost at the intersection of J Hall and I Hall, he saw Miss Ermy coming out of this classroom. He fired the rifle, struck her, and then almost simultaneously turned his attention down this hallway where he saw Mr. Aspinwall and Mr. Phoenix coming out of their respective classrooms, at which time he fired several more shots in their direction, striking both of them. After turning his attention away from Mr. Phoenix and Mr. Aspinwall, he continued to travel down this hallway until he reached almost the end of the hallway. It was at that point that Mason Schermerhorn came out of the bathroom. Colt turned around, saw Mason Schermerhorn coming out of the bathroom, fired at him, initially missed. Mason turned around to try to flee. Unfortunately, he turned right around to face Colt Gray, and he was shot at that point. After shooting Mason Schermerhorn, Colt turned down this hallway, and he tried to lift the rifle and take aim at another student that was in that hallway, Zane Zinni. But it was at that point that the Brevard County school resource officers came down the hallway and were able to get Colt to stop shooting.
Thank you. Because you had to watch all of this on individual cameras, did you have an idea about doing something to fix that?
Yes, sir. I tried to get in touch with, or I did get in touch with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and asked about resources to put the video together and stitch it together in a more cohesive video product so that when viewing the video, it didn't have to be individual videos and clicking on different files, that we could just generate a singular file that would show a stitched together version of all the events and all the cameras pieced together.
Okay. And were those videos sent to the FBI so they could make that composite video?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And was that composite video returned, and have you seen that video?
I have seen that video, yes, sir.
Okay. And does it accurately depict the shooting and the course of Colt Gray through the school as you saw it?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I tender the videos 192.1 and 192.2 in the evidence.
Doing okay. All right, 191 and 192.
Okay. And there's also footage that will be showing that's already admitted into evidence, which is state slip number 22, right? 22 from the classroom, Your Honor. We're also going to be showing what's already in evidence, which is Exhibit 22, the fisheye, Your Honor.
seconds. Your Honor, that is the cutoff for reporting.
All right. In line with the prior ruling, you will, sir, hit your kill switch for the recording the TV monitors. And of course, no one in the media or otherwise is to record or photograph the TV monitor.
Agent Byer, the video when he steps into the classroom and fires, was that zoomed in on Colt?
Yes, sir.
Does it, by zooming in on Colt, does it exclude a lot of the rest of the room?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Your Honor, this time we would like to play just the clip from inside that classroom, from the fisheye camera unaltered, so that it shows what the other students are doing in that classroom, since they are all charged victims in the case.
Is this 191.2?
It's actually 191.3, Your Honor, on the clips, but I think it's Exhibit 22. 22.1. And Your Honor, this would not be. At 2 minutes we stop it, and then after that they can't show anymore.
No objection, good.
All right. So there's to be no recording or broadcasting, photographing from this point to view the video? Yes, sir.
Agent Byer, from your viewing of the video, when the shooter left the classroom, how did the door get shut?
Based on my review of the video, the door was closed by Christian Angulo.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Agent.
Afternoon, sir.
You had a pretty big presence there at the school, I'm sure, by the GBI. Did you have a number of people from your unit there in Athens?
Yes, sir.
How many people from Athens came, if you remember?
Everybody that was assigned to our office, both of our supervisors, every field agent that was working that day, even those that may not have been working at the office, came at some point in the day.
And a number of your colleagues from Atlanta also showed up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know whether there were any agents there that were doing, say, the investigation of what was at the home of Mr. Gray?
There was an investigation ongoing at the Gray home. I'm not personally familiar with it. I never went there and never laid eyes on it, sir.
Okay. That was not something you had anything to do with?
No, sir.
And did anyone share any of that information with you? In other words, any of the items that were found at the home?
There were small details coming in throughout the day, throughout the next several days. There were some photographs that were shared. Specifically, I can't recall exactly what all was shared at that time. There was a lot going on in those days.
Okay. And you don't recall who the particular agent from GBI would have gone to the home to do an analysis of what was found at the home?
No, sir, I did not know.
Now, looking at the video, we see at 8:02 Colt Gray texting someone.
Yes, sir.
Did anyone indicate to you who that might be that he was texting at 8:02?
No, sir.
You didn't collect his phone, correct?
Not personally, no, sir. I transported it at some point to the Barrow County Sheriff's Office for extraction, but I did not personally collect it.
All right. We notice also in the video that the resource officers go to the bathroom and they pull out Colton Gray, another Gray with similar name.
Yes, sir.
Were they in the same bathroom as Colt Gray?
Yes, sir.
So Colt Gray and Colton Gray were both in the same bathroom at the same time?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you know why nobody got the right Colton Gray out of the bathroom?
Not personally, no. To the best of my knowledge, based on interviews that I did with Ms. D. Martin, the assistant principal, there was confusion in regards to the name, and there was also confusion in regards to Colt Gray himself, because he had not been at the school for an extended period of time, and he was lesser known than Colton Gray was.
Okay, so nobody gave anybody a description of who this person or what this person may look like?
That I don't know, sir.
And was there anything else done in relation to this case by you other than dealing with these videotapes?
Yes, sir. I conducted a number of interviews, mostly of teachers and administrative staff at the school. I did not interview any of the students or children that attended the school. Several interviews and video review were primarily the bulk of what I contributed to the investigation.
Okay. Did you or anyone with your unit talk to any of the students that were in the same classroom that he was?
There were a number of student interviews conducted by GBI agents. I did not participate in those, sir.
Okay. And no one, to your knowledge, indicated that they had seen this gun sticking out of the cardboard piece that it was in?
No, sir. Nobody, based on the staff members and teachers that I interviewed, nobody told me specifically that they saw the gun. There was a mere suspicion that there was an unusual object in the bag, but nobody was able to identify it as a rifle.
All right. Thank you for your work, Hayden.
Yes, sir.
No. All right. Thank you. State, any additional witnesses?
Your Honor, no additional witnesses, subject to going through with the court reporter to make sure all our evidence has been duly admitted on state arrest.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the state has arrested. I need to discuss some scheduling issues with the attorneys. Go to the jury room. We're done for the day. Go to the jury room. Wait for instructions regarding scheduling. Okay. And again, don't look up anything that you've heard during the course of the presentation of the case. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Continue to abide by it. You can go to the jury room. Tomorrow, potentially Mr. Gray, I'll talk about that in just a second. And you anticipate any other defense witnesses?
We expect. Judge, we don't expect any other witnesses other than Mr. Gray. I would anticipate his testimony might take some time. And then, of course, we've got the charge conference. We would like to reserve our motion for directed verdict until the state completes whatever they want to call any additional witnesses. We'd like to do it after that.
All right. And I realize this may be a hard thing to pin down. Can the sides estimate how long they think Mr. Gray's testimony will take?
I don't know how long Brad's cross will be. I think ours probably will be an hour and a half or so. An hour maybe.
Probably about the same amount.
So it's feasible that we're essentially a half day tomorrow and having a charge conference tomorrow afternoon. I'm just trying to decide whether or not to tell the jury, y'all may have a half day tomorrow.
I don't know if I tell them that. You might be better to surprise them with it.
Yeah, I know that a couple of them from a work standpoint said if we knew we were going to have a half day, give them a heads up so that they could do something.
I don't think it will be a half day.
Okay.
I think it will be a shorter day.
All right. Brooks, if you'll tell them normal time in the morning, and it is our guess that we will end a little early tomorrow, but I don't know how early. Sometime in the afternoon, but I don't know how early.
Yes, sir.
And then just normal time in the morning. Thank you. Hey, Brooks, but it's not a promise. All right, so Mr. Gray, you don't have to make the decision now, but I want to go over this with you regarding whether or not you're going to testify, okay? So understand that you have a right to testify, and if you want to, no one can prevent you from doing so. Now, obviously, you consult with your attorneys, you take their legal advice, but it's your decision. So if you said, I wanted to testify, and they said, we don't think you should, you still get to testify. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And also, you understand that no one can force you to testify. Nobody can compel you to get on the stand and testify. So even if they said, we really think you should take a stand, if you don't want to, you don't have to. It is your decision whether or not you're going to get on the witness stand and testify. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, understand, again, like I mentioned, you consult with them, but it's your decision, not your attorney's. Understand that if you choose to testify, not only will your attorneys be able to ask you questions on direct, you will be cross-examined by one of the attorneys from the state.
Yes, sir.
As all the other witnesses have been, there will be both direct and cross-examination, or at least an opportunity for it. Now, if you chose not to testify, then I will instruct the jury that they cannot use the fact that you did not testify against you in any manner in their deliberations in reaching their verdict. They cannot hold that against you, okay? I'm not looking for an answer today. You can have the evening to discuss it with counsel, but I will ask you out of the gate tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else we need to address in those states? I really wanted to make sure that everything was admitted. I just do it as I go, so I've got 4 notebooks here that I'd have to flip through. Court report is probably more organized. But we can go off the record for a second. You all can consult and see if...
Yes, I do know that I misspoke when I introduced 211.1 through .5. It's 211 through .1 through .6 for the record. But okay.
You all still working on... Did you submit, have they given you some of the charge?
Yeah.
Did you still have a couple that you're...
We're going to talk this evening. There may be one more.
Okay. So in the ideal world here, all the evidence will close tomorrow and we'll have our church conference. So we will come in Monday morning with closing. In the event we don't get to the charge conference, or don't finish the charge conference tomorrow, we'll still do closing arguments Monday whenever we finish the charge conference. But we will go ahead and adjourn today in the state and double check if everything's been amended or not. Unless there's something else we need to take up.
I don't think so, Judge. And I'll do the directed verdict as soon as all the other.
All right. Thank you. See you at 9.
Thank you.
I think there's one on there. Sure. Are you feeling much better? I hear you get some air.
All right. Wow. What a day. What a day. Courtroom drama. State rests. Will he or won't he testify tomorrow? He has tonight to think about it. Mr. Gray there has tonight to think about it. And so whatever happens tomorrow, it will be a short day. Because they're estimating an hour and a half for direct, same for cross. So you're looking at 2 to 3 hours. So that's going to be 9, 10, 11, 12. That's going to get them to about lunchtime. Then they're going to do their charging conference. And then they're going to do closings on Monday. So we're going to hell writer, pull. We're going to do that because I'm going to end the stream and there's not enough time, I think, to have people vote. We'll have a poll for you guys coming in once we post our once we schedule it. We'll have a poll for you guys. So you guys, is it once we go live the poll kicks in, or they can vote before? So you can vote before. All right, and no Corey tomorrow either. Ooh, wow, that's right. No Corey tomorrow. Oh, but we do have a recap with Claire. Yeah, we do have a recap with Claire tomorrow. So no Corey, but a recap with Claire. All right, so no, we'll get a poll for you guys. Will he or won't he testify? We'll have that set up. So as soon as we schedule our stream, you guys can go and you can vote there, or you can wait until you actually show up. But you will be able to vote, and we will know within the first 10 minutes, 5 minutes, if he'll testify or not. Because if he doesn't testify, then what? Then I guess they do the charging conference. Did the jury go home? They still have to work on the charging? Yeah, why don't they work on the charging conference now so they're ready to go with closings? So, oh man, I would be so upset if the jury comes in. If I was a juror and I showed up and then he's not going to testify, then they go home? Oh man, if that happens, I would definitely be a little ticked off. But all right, let's go through what we heard today. So there were, we had two investigators, Special Agent Lucas Byer, and then before him, was Investigator Ashley Gilland. She did a fantastic timeline. She went through all the texts, and then Special Agent Mr. Byer there, Lucas Byer, he was in charge of putting all the video together, and I was looking at my notes. So Colt, wait, hold on. Let me get this right. All right, so Colt text Marcy at 10:02, I'm sorry, and he texts Colin at 10:03, no, I love you, Jenny and Collie, you're not to blame for any of it. But he went to the restroom at 9:54, so he was actually in the restroom, even though he said he was going to the counselor's office. He was in the restroom, and that's when he texts them. So he wasn't texting while at school or while in the class. Remember, we saw him, looking down, and he was texting. And also, they were supposed to collect his phones, right? Then one of the students, I forget which student, if it was Natalie or I forget who it was. Oh no, it was Jaylene. Jaylene, she said, I'm pretty sure she's the one that said, when teacher usually takes our phones, but I had my phone, so that's why I was able to call 911. So not that it really matters, but he's sitting there texting with somebody because ultimately he was texting when he went to the restroom. So yeah, so 9:54, he grabs his backpack. So maybe that's another thing that maybe the teacher, that was Miss Greer, I think, she was like, he was going to the counselor's office, so he took his backpack, he took his belongings. Now, if he was going to the bathroom and he took his backpack, she may have been like, son, you may want, what's going on there? So that may have been, that may have alerted her. But he was supposed to go to the counselor's office, so he took his belongings. So again, not a big deal, meaning she's not going to stop him because he's taking his stuff. All right. So yeah, the state rested. All right, let me go through my notes. And we're going to pick up Corey. Don't go anywhere, guys. We got to redirect, so we're going to go over to Corey right after this. All right, so they just went through the video, and it started at, let's see, it started him getting on the bus at, I thought I had a note. Goes to class at 8:01. All right, anyway, he gets on the bus. I think it was 7:50 something. I thought I wrote it down, but I don't see it. Anyway, so he gets to school I'm sorry, let me back that up because this helped me understand as well. So he goes into the room and he shoots at everybody for 10 to 12 seconds. Then he walks back to the restrooms, and that's when Christina Aramis looking out her door. He shoots her. 7:46. All right, thank you. 7:46. Thank you, Aaron. All right, 7:46. All right. So the sequence goes. He goes to the restroom, even though he's supposed to be in the counselor's room. He comes back at 10:22. He opens fire on the class. Remember, his classroom was shut. His classroom door was locked, and the other door was open. That's why he went there. And that was, what was her name? Ryan, I think Cassie Ryan. So he shoots into that room. Then he turns, he goes back to the restrooms. He shoots Christina Aramy. Then he turns and he sees Richard Aspinwall and David Phoenix, and he shoots them because they're coming out of their rooms like, what the heck's going on? So that was the sequence of events. I was kind of wondering like how, where they were. Oh, and then of course, poor Mason. Mason, I feel sorry for everybody. Trust me, I feel sorry for everybody, but I have a special place in my heart for Mason, man. Because he came out of the bathroom and Colt shoots at him. Bullets go past, hit the wall. Mason turns around to run away, runs right into him. Oh, man. That's just the worst. That is just the worst. All right. So they have the composite video of him getting to school. And Colton, yeah. So Colton is spelled with a K. So both Colton and Colt are in the same bathroom at the same time. Again, just terrible. Just terrible. So, and the alert goes off. So so he comes back, and that female student, I don't think we ever found her name. I'm surprised we didn't hear from her. But she sees him, she's going to let him back in, and she sees him through the door, and she tells the teacher, and the teacher activates the alert, and then he goes next door, and the shooting takes place for 41 seconds. And they did not show that video, thankfully. So now at the end, he said Christian Angulo, who was a victim, he was one of the two students, him and Mason, he closed the door. So does that mean he didn't close the door all the way? Is that what that meant? Because that one kid, what was his name? He had a really cool name too. Let me find his name. Kendez or something like that. Kendez Lawrence, he thought that he didn't close the door. So was it really Christian? This is brutal, you guys. If that's true, oh my God, if that's true. If Christian didn't close the door and he was the one that was one that was shot in the room. Oh man, that just sucks. All right. That's tough. If that's true. All right. All right, we're going to wrap it up here, guys, and we're going to get ready for Corey, because apparently Corey's freaking off the chain, off the hook, whatever you want to say. She's got some crazy stuff going on over there. So, all right, you guys, we're gonna wrap it up here. I don't have any kitties to show you. I got little Houdinis over there, and all right. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. This is a very emotional trial, very emotional day. Appreciate you guys being with us, and thank you to our mods for keeping this space a nice, respectful, courteous, safe space for everybody. And yep, hugs around, you guys, hugs around. So I'll see you tomorrow for day 10. Sorry, for day 10. And if you guys are going to join us for Corey, we'll see you over there. 5 o'clock or no? We'll start a little bit earlier. Yeah, we'll start a little bit earlier. I just need a few minutes, but we'll see you over there, guys. Have a good night. Bye.